Hello, everybody. It's almost time. We have the clock to let us know. So this is going to be day 7. We're still waiting to see if this witness by the name of Wendy, who is supposed to be able to tell the jury about the conditions that Melissa grew up in when she was a child, hygiene issues. I mean, just to say it outright, one of the things that Joel McDermott said when the jury was out of the room was that Norma Patton would make Melissa use socks as menstrual pads. Just a lot of interesting details there. But it seems like this witness doesn't want to testify and help Christopher Wolfenbarger either. She said at first that she would still tell the truth either way, but when push came to shove, all of a sudden she was like, nope, never mind. So still waiting to see if, with the subpoena issued with the sheriff's office, if we're going to have Wendy take the stand. If not, it sounds like that's the last witness for the defense, and then the state plans to put on a rebuttal case, because of course, of course they're going to. We still have some outstanding questions with jury charges, and this motion for directed verdict on count 2, the felony murder. If you missed that, I totally recommend checking that out. That was a good time. Great arguments from the defense on that one. And really from the judge. The judge kind of made some good arguments there too. The state's argument was pretty much, there's limitless possibilities, and we shouldn't have to let our case be constrained to what we alleged in the indictment. That's basically the state's position. But good morning to everybody. We got KP in the building. Yeah, hit that like button. Shannon, good to see you. Hey, the law. Trakeisha. Trakeisha's always here for the Happy Friday announcement. I love it. Oh, no. Doug has to be in Augusta. Well, travel safely. Get some good food. We've got Dizzy in the building. ML. Michelle is the Donna Adelson over here. Kat over here. Love that. The double feature. Same thing. Kiana is doing the double feature. I think everybody's excited. If you guys missed it, the Donna Adelson opening statements are kicking off this morning. Or maybe right now. I don't know. They might be going. I don't know, SD. I don't know. And you know what? This is probably... Let's boost this. Before we forget, we'll keep this low. And I'm groggy. If you guys can hear it, I woke up like, I don't know. What do they say? You've got a horse in your throat or something like that? Got a frog in your throat? Something like that. John says, bring interest on 2 counts today. Does the judge rule for defense? And will Slippery Hilton do closings? I think Fawcett might, because he did openings, but I kind of want to see Hilton do them. If you missed the YSL trial, I feel like she yelled at the jury for 4 hours. Oh, man. Michelle thinks the witness is hiding in her house. Which is just a little bit funny, because the state is like, oh, Christopher Wolfenbarger hid from the cops in the 2020s. So he's obviously guilty of something that happened in 1998 or 1999 that he's spoken with police about several times. Oh, the old, you're guilty if you don't want to talk to police. Shout out to Factual Lie. We've got Amanda in the building. We've got Chicken. Oh, wait, what's awkward? Everybody piling in. I'm really excited for today. I want to see this ruling, and, you know, I feel like judges always want to let everything go back to the jury, but it's still hilarious to have a judge on the record saying there's literally no evidence of a weapon. Oh, man. Shout out to Mark, my fellow Floridian. Hey, hippie. This is a mess. This is definitely a mess. Oh, that's okay, Michelle. I know everybody's been waiting for the Donna Adelson trial. It's like nice that it's finally happening. Okay, and So ML is watching over at Justice Served for Donna Adelson, and they're doing the openings right now. There we go. GV's in the bushes at work. Wait, Austin Drummond, is that the one with the, like, the sex offender? No. Oh, that's, okay. That's the guy that ran away and had that really odd-looking picture when they captured him. That picture alone, I think, is prejudicial. Oh, man, that is not a favorable picture for any defendant. Oh, goodness. I haven't really been following that one closely, but I keep seeing little details. You know me, when I'm not looking at, like, you know, we covered this, we looked at the Casotis trial, but on the other side, I'm looking at a lot more civil cases, so I'm still following the, like, Jay-Z, Tony Busby stuff, following a lot of the fallout with Tyrone Blackburn, who not only got caught writing a bunch of filings with AI, there's been other reasons he's been sanctioned. He misquoted the court that he was filing in. He has criminal charges pending because he backed his car into a process server. So I don't know how that's going to play out. And this morning, I saw that there was, there's an attorney, Dustin Puech. He did successful litigation against Rolling Stone, the publication, and he's part of TD Jake's team for their litigation. They're the plaintiffs going against Tyrone Blackburn. Found out that Blackburn was representing himself to be a member of the DC bar, and he's not actually licensed in DC. So we'll get this volume going. I'll keep it here. We'll make it louder if we need it. But they've been not such a fun time with the volume spikes the last few days. But yeah, so I've been following a lot more of like civil, messy attorney stuff, attorney drama. Let's see, and Cleo, thank you so much, says, I just popped over from AV's channel. She's doing Donna Adelson too, you guys, AV to the 7th power, to watch the rest of this hot mess. Hot Mess Express. Good morning, everybody. Well, thanks for popping in. I'm hoping this is efficient and not a day of hot mess. Hot mess. Witnesses not showing up. Who knows? Maybe they'll just say, like, hey, continuance. But yes, Donna Adelson, I think. So we've got Justice Served TV, AV to the 7th power. I think Nick Starrow's doing Donna Adelson in real time, like watching live. There's so much coverage, guys. There's so much coverage for Donna Adelson.
Day 8, I think, of the trial of Christopher Wolfenbarger. No?
7?
No. 9? 7? 9. Okay. Case number 24SC004201. I'll note for the record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, and that the state's counsel is also present. I am told that the wayward witness is here, Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Your Honor, I have made contact.
Has the state had an opportunity to make contact if they so chose?
We have not, and we don't need to.
Okay. Is that witness up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that witness in custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. My general understanding is that the sheriff's department prefers to have witnesses that are in custody to bring them in and have them placed on the stand rather than walk them through the courtroom. So if we could go ahead and do that and get the witness. Do we have any other matters while we're taking care of that we need to take up before we get the witness on the stand? Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Yes, sir. So just to be clear, Mr. McDermott, I'm still going to ask you to call your next witness, and then I'll just acknowledge that that witness is already on the stand, and then we'll swear them in as normal.
Do you want me to ask on the record permission to treat her as an adverse witness, or do you want me to make an attempt to get her to answer directly first?
Oh, no.
I think she's your witness, so you should make an effort to see how cooperative she's going to be, and only if she's not cooperative would you then be justified in asking to treat her as such.
Thanks.
Good morning. Ma'am, if you'll come over here to the witness stand.
Here we go, chat. Oh, I hear the shack, I hear the
And
handcuffs.
she might need some assistance getting up onto the witness stand and situated in the chair. You could, thank you very much. Okay, so we have our witness, and so I think we're ready for the jury, Deputy.
I feel bad for her a little. Because again, it seems like a childhood friend. I don't know. But also, she could have just shown up at this point, kind of getting the same outcome. Yeah, she looks pissed. I wonder what changed like 2 days ago. I really think it could have just been she saw the coverage, she saw this was going to be on TV. Scanning the room. Oof. Chicken. I'm imagining Chicken's picture sitting in the witness booth. Oh, man. Yeah, she'll be released. Why do they have it muted? Yeah, so we can't hear this. They're approaching anyway, though. Yeah, this is gonna be a time. Yeah, I know they said she doesn't like Chris and doesn't want to help him. And thanks for the extra context. But I do think she said, but I'll tell the truth. Like, she was like, I don't want to, but I'll do it. I'll tell the truth. And then all of a sudden she's like, no, 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 no. But this has been a high-profile trial. Oh my God, give us sound, court. The wayward witness Wendy is here. And not for nothing, but I mean, this could be a very spicy witness for the state. Like, why don't you like Christopher Wolfenbarger? Did you notice? Did you witness anything?
Mr. McDermott, the defense may call its next witness.
The defense calls Wendy Waddell.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Ms. Waddell is already on the witness stand. Ms. Waddell, if you can, please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. The deputy will swear you in.
You swear affirm to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay.
These statements clearly coordinate for the court.
Wendy, W-E-N-D-Y.
And if you could do me a favor and scoot up a little bit so I can hear you in the microphone.
And Waddell, W-A-D-D-E-L-L.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Ms. Waddell, suffice it to say you don't want to be here. You need to answer audibly.
You're right.
Did you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
And do you know the Patton family?
I do.
Carl and Norma? And how did you know them?
My parents grew up with them.
And did you live next door to them at one point?
As a child,
And were you at one point friends with Melissa?
I was.
Did you go over to her house frequently?
Every weekend. Every weekend.
Thank you. Do you remember something about their house that made you not want to go over there?
Yeah.
And what was that?
It smelled.
Why did it smell?
Well, people just have a smell.
What was the smell like?
Like a person that
Like
stinks.
body odor?
I mean, it wasn't nasty. She wasn't a nasty person.
Was it an offensive smell?
Any smell's an offensive smell.
Did you remember telling
Are you asking if she was a nasty person? She was not a nasty person.
I'm not asking if she was a nasty person.
Okay.
I'm just asking about facts. You remember speaking with me on the phone a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
And you remember telling me that the smell pervaded the house and
I
the
did.
car
I got on the car. I
and
got
it
on the
stuck
house.
on everyone in the house?
It did.
Including Melissa. Did you remember telling me that people bullied her for it,
They did.
picked on her? Do you remember telling me that Melissa had some kind of... It's not a leading question, Your Honor, unless it suggests an answer.
I'm going to overrule and allow it. Go ahead.
Do you remember telling me that Melissa had some sort of skin condition that caused her to have marks on her?
Contigo.
And it caused her to have visible marks on her body all the time?
Yep.
And how did you describe those marks? What did they look like?
Scratches.
Did you say bug bites, sores? Thank you. Can you remember how you described Melissa's personality to me?
Well, if I'd look back at it, I'd say autistic.
I'm sorry.
I said, if I had to look back, I would say autistic. She
Okay.
would be autistic.
But you're not a doctor, right?
I'm not a
So you
doctor.
can't diagnose her with autism?
No.
But what made you arrive at the conclusion that she may have been autistic?
Just the way she is.
Let me describe those facts.
You know what an autistic person is. I mean,
Was
there's...
she quiet?
Sure.
Was she shy?
Yes,
Was she reserved?
she was.
Did she sometimes react?
She whined. She cried.
She whined and cried even when she was older. So are you suggesting she may have been a little bit
Like a baby.
infantile for her age?
Yeah.
You described to me a period of time in which she would visit her. Do you remember describing a time to me when she would visit her almost every day?
Every weekend, yeah.
And that you would be locked in the room with her?
Yeah, growing up.
And did you tell me that the door locks would be reversed
It
on
would
her
be.
door? So that the lock was on the outside?
It was.
And do you remember that she was telling me that she was locked like that every day, all day?
Objection, leave it, Your Honor. He's giving the answers.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Do you remember telling me that she was locked that way every day, all day? I need an audible answer, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
So was her sister. Her sister's right there.
And from what ages do you remember her being locked in the room?
I don't know, 12, 13.
Did you remember telling me it was started at about age 7,
I'm sure it started early.
went up to about 12?
Yeah.
Okay. You said her sister was locked too,
He's right there.
and she was locked up too? Mm-hmm. And
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yeah, my mom used to sneak out with her and get her out of the window.
Thank you.
what's your mom's name?
Terry.
Terry Archer, is that correct? And
Is that a yes? You're
Yes, it
nodding.
is Terry Archer.
Thank you.
what was your father's name?
Bobby.
Bobby. And you said that your parents were wealthy
They are.
and that they paid to be involved in several activities with you?
They did.
What kind of activities?
GYOP. Georgia Youth on Parade. Girl Scouts.
You remember telling me that anything you did, Melissa
He
had to
did.
do,
That's right.
and that your mother paid for it. You remember telling me that looking back on the way she was treated, being locked in her room and being deprived, well, let me back up. When you and Melissa were locked in the room, were you allowed to come out during the day? Were you allowed to get drinks of water?
Hang on. Yeah, you're shaking your head. Is that a no?
No, we weren't allowed to come out.
And Were you allowed to get a drink of water?
Yeah, we can get, what was they were thirsty?
Okay. You remember telling me that, looking back, you would consider that she had been abused and neglected.
Yes.
Today, if someone were treating their child like that, would you call defects?
Relevant, Your Honor. Objection.
Probably.
Hang on one second. Sustained. Go ahead.
Now, did you move away from Melissa's house at some point?
They moved away.
They moved away? Okay. And about what age were you at that point?
I don't know, I quit hanging out with him when I was 13.
Okay. And you told me a couple of events that happened with her before you quit hanging out with her.
She lost her virginity.
And how did that happen?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Wouldn't this go to the forced birth control attempts and all of that? So she sustained it, but he asked to approach. So it's either to ask for reconsideration on that ruling. I think the first objection that was sustained would have been speculation. I think this is what they're getting at for real, Dizzy. That there might have been something more nefarious about the birth control. That it wasn't just because of Chris. I think that's really, really what they're trying to get at. And if that's the case... 100%. This is sad. This is... I think Wendy is really defensive and protective of Melissa and how she remembers Melissa. And I respect it. For real, Neri. The more this witness talks, the more laughable and sad the detective's testimony about brushing off the mere suggestion that he
Jane,
would have
move on, please.
should have investigated the parents was.
Do you remember telling me that... I caught myself.
Oh.
Was there a time that Melissa did drugs with you?
No,
Okay.
I was doing drugs.
Okay. And because you started to do drugs,
I
you
quit hanging
decided
out with her.
not to hang out with Melissa. You need to let me finish my question. I know it's kind of slow and tedious, but that's just for the record. You got to let me finish my question, and then you answer it. Okay. All right. Do you remember something? Do you remember at some point Melissa started running away from home?
After I quit hanging out with her.
Okay. And do you remember that there was something that led up to her running away from home?
Her sister had a steel baby.
Do you remember after Melissa was gone that she did not keep in contact with her mother?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling me that you don't remember her calling her mother? In fact,
Don't say that.
Okay.
How I know that?
They're gonna try the recording?
And had you ever met Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Never.
Oh.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank
Perfect
you. Ms. Switz, any
witness.
questions for this witness? Yes.
Oh, actually,
Never met Christopher Wolfenbarger. Let's see Hilton try to ask about him anyway.
Do you remember telling me that when you knew Melissa and hung out with her, that her mother would not let her have anything like makeup?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what did she do instead?
Use colored pencils.
Do you remember whether she was allowed to have feminine products?
Yeah.
You remember telling me on the phone that she had to use socks.
No.
If I showed you a transcript of our discussion, would that jog your memory?
Why would I say that?
He doesn't want to embarrass Melissa.
Can I show you a transcript of our interview?
Sure.
Because she didn't want to say Melissa smelled, even though she said the smell would stick to Melissa. Like, you guys get what I mean? Unless maybe she meant pads to, like, pad her bra with the makeup conversation?
I
really
never
think-
said that.
Would you like me to play the audio?
Sure.
Let's see if maybe it could be interpreted two ways. I really think she doesn't want to badmouth Melissa. I'm not even mad. Maybe she chatty-pattied and doesn't remember she said it.
I must have been high.
Uh-oh.
Permission to share, Your Honor?
Granted, just make sure that what you're going to share is only the portion that is relevant to the question you've just asked.
Vivi, I agree. She's more willing to embarrass herself than Melissa's memory. Yep.
I can imagine she was traumatized.
She was traumatized. She was. And let me tell you, like, makeup, when she would put makeup on, she would have to use color pencils because her mama did not give her those things.
Oh.
You know, like she, you know, would have to use, I hate to say it, but like socks for pads and shit like that. You know, because her mama neglected.
I guess I did say that. That was her.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton?
Good morning, Ms. Martin. How are you?
Withdrawing.
Withdrawn. Okay, but you answered his questions. Have you and I ever met? Is that a no for the record?
No.
And have we ever talked on the phone?
No.
Okay. And you spoke with Mr. McDermott a few weeks ago over the phone? Is that a yes?
Mistake. I thought it was you.
Oh, no problem.
But go ahead.
But you talked to him about a lot of different things. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were her next door neighbor, correct? Melissa's next door neighbor.
As a child.
And as a child, that from between the ages of 7 and 13?
No.
What were the ages?
Ages of 2 to 7.
2 to 7. Okay. And your parents are friends or were friends with Melissa?
Our friends.
And you said you spend time at her home every weekend, correct?
Did.
And you just testified that there was an odor in the home that you didn't like. Is that fair?
So yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
But every weekend you would still go to the house.
Yes, I love them.
And I think you testified earlier that your mom would have to take Tina out the window.
She would.
Okay. But your mom still let you go over there every weekend.
She did.
Kinda.
Now, you said that Melissa was able to do Girl Scouts with you. I think you told defense counsel over the phone cheerleading, and then you just said like a girl youth group. Is that the third thing you just said?
Something like that.
Right. And it's safe to say that her mother will let her go with you to
sure.
do these events. Right. Although your family paid for it, her mom let her participate in those activities.
She would.
And that kept you all busy. Is that fair to say?
It did.
That's a lot of activities, right? Now, at some point, is it fair to say that your mom moved to Covington and you moved to Covington.
I did.
About how old were you when you moved to Covington?
13.
And Melissa would still visit you while you were in Covington.
She did.
And so her mother would let her leave from Stockbridge, is that a yes?
McDonough.
From McDonough and come see you in Covington.
She would.
How far is that?
30 minutes.
So it's safe to say Melissa would have to come out of the room in order to come see you. Is that fair?
No, she didn't lock her in the room like at that age.
Okay. Now, when you all were younger, did you tell defense counsel that you all never knew what Carl Patton had done?
Never.
You did not know?
We didn't. Not until they came and got him.
And when you said when they came and got him, are you talking about you found out in 2003?
I'm talking not until the police came and got him.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that the last time you saw Melissa was in 1997?
Last time I saw Melissa would be about 1998, 97.
97, 98. And I'm sorry, did your family have like an event every year and the
They did.
Pattons would attend?
Yes.
What type of event was that?
Holidays.
And you talked about Melissa's kind of demeanor. In your opinion of knowing Melissa, would she ever just leave her children?
No.
Would she ever just stop talking to her children?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. McDermott, you described Melissa as not bright at times?
No.
No, you didn't, or no, she
Yes.
wasn't? I'm sorry.
Yes, she's not right.
Okay. That she was easy to control?
She was.
You said that she was weak?
She was.
You said that she was submissive?
She was.
You described her as a type that would not fight.
She don't.
That she was very naive.
She was.
Not a smart thinker.
Not a smart thinker.
You said that she's dependent on whoever she is with.
That's right.
That she would not be the leader in a relationship.
She would be.
Matter of fact, in your friendship, she kind of follows you.
She did.
And you said kind of after you left, Melissa had no friends.
Right.
Now, I know you just told defense counsel that you never saw Mr. Wolfenbarger, but you had the occasion to speak to him one time on the phone.
Well, I guess very short, he would let me talk to Melissa.
Tell the jury about that.
He just wouldn't let me talk to her.
When was it?
In 97, 98.
Do you recall telling Mr. McDermott that was around Thanksgiving in 1998?
Something like that.
And that you actually called to speak to Melissa on the phone?
I did.
And Chris answered the phone,
He did.
and he wouldn't let you speak to
He
her?
wouldn't.
And he was controlling her ability to talk to you?
He was.
And it's fair to say that at that call, he did not want Melissa to talk to one of her childhood friends.
Objection sustained.
It's true.
When if there's an objection and I sustain it, you have to not answer the question,
Sorry.
okay? Thank you.
And was that the only time that you talked to Chris in Thanksgiving of 1998?
Yes.
Court's indulgent. Sure. No further.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDermott, any additional questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
You just told the state council that when you talked to me on the phone, you thought it was them.
I did.
Is that correct? And didn't I tell you on the phone, I'm Christopher's attorney?
No. He said defense.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
permission to play some audio.
Do you
Your
remember
Honor.
that?
She said you said defense.
Okay, so I did tell you.
Just making sure you heard her answer.
I did tell you I was the defense attorney.
You did.
Correct. And then I told you I'm Christopher's
You
attorney.
did tell me that
Okay, thank you.
afterwards, yes.
At the very beginning of the conversation.
Look, I get high every day. I do drugs. So I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know, what I say. And I hate to burst your little bubble. I'm just telling you, like, I do heroin every day. And I'm going through withdrawals. And that's the whole point I didn't want to come here. So I don't know what this would be.
There you go. There you go, chat.
Were you on heroin when you talked to
I
me on the
was.
phone? You on heroin right now?
Only because I'm locked up. Sweating to death.
Just to reiterate, you quit hanging out with Melissa around age 13, correct?
I did.
So you had really not much interaction with her after that.
I didn't.
Okay. So you don't know what she was thinking or doing after that age?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, anything else?
In that Thanksgiving 98 call that we just talked about, do you recall telling defense counsel that the Pattons were at your family's house for a family function? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that it was during that family function you asked about
Her.
Melissa, and you said, give me a number so I can call her.
I did.
No further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just for some logistics, I'm going to have to ask you to step out for just a moment, and I'll have you right back as quick as I can.
All right. You knew she had to say something. Yes, and it would appear that the Pattons, and I think they've been there each day. Tina May and Norma have been sitting in the gallery. So we heard this witness acknowledge that, pointing over at the sister. And it is Tina May, right? Like, why is Hilton calling her Tina?
The jury's clear. You may be seated. Deputies, if you'll assist Ms. Waddell, she's excused as a witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Waddell. I was just going to say, I trust that her release will be processed as quickly as possible. Mr. So I understand what's going to happen when I call the jury back in. Does the defense have any other witnesses, or is the defense planning to rest?
Defense rest, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to need you to do it formally in front of the jury. I'm just asking in advance. Does the state still have planned rebuttal?
Yes, we had two witnesses for rebuttal.
Okay, and do you have them ready to go outside the door?
One is right outside the door, and the other is our DA investigator.
Okay.
Sitting right here.
Okay. Okay, so we're
in
ready
the
for the
room?
jury to come back in then, and
Who are they rebutting?
we'll have the DA rest, or excuse me, the state will rest, and the DA can take up its rebuttal. Is that a yes, Ms. Hilton?
Yes.
Okay, is that a yes, Mr. McDermott?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Question?
Okay.
Question again, please.
Are you ready for us to come in and proceed in the manner I indicated, which is that y'all are going to rest once the jury comes back in and the state's going to take up its rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Alrighty. And I think we're in real time, but let's see if we can push. No, we're all the way caught up. Better not be Sprinkle. No. Oh. Yeah, I personally do not find it compelling that Christopher and Melissa are not at a family function. This is after they gave custody of the kids. Yeah, and I don't know what they're going to rebut. Because the defense put on, like, family, relatives. So they're going to call this investigator to come tell us what somebody else said, and they're going to ask the investigator to talk about it instead of asking the person that was on the stand. Or are they just going to repeat what they asked of the family members and then have the detective reiterate whatever Hilton injected?
Please be
in her
seated.
questions?
Mr. McDermott, the defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, any rebuttal from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. The state will call Detective A.B. Calhoun.
Okay.
Oh, Calhoun? Why are we getting Calhoun back? Oh my God, we're going to hear interviews, guys. She's going to be trying to ask about statements, and she's going to say March and April. Oh no. Oh my God, wait, is it about the dog search, the cadaver search?
So coming up to the witness stand, and before you, once you get there, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
This is not going to stay to rebuttal.
Just be careful of that ledge, and then scoot up to the microphone and state and spell your name for the record, please, sir.
My name is Alton, middle initial B, Calhoun, A-L-T-O-N, again, B-C-A-L-H-O-U-N.
And good morning, Detective Calhoun. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
I want to direct your attention specifically to April 7th of 2003. Did you have the occasion on that day to speak with Kimberly Cameron?
Yes, I did.
And how did you
Sister.
make contact with Ms. Cameron?
I made contact with her, phone contact with her.
And who, at the time, did you know who she was?
I knew that this was a very close friend, a very close friend of Melissa Wolfenbarger, and also Chris is Wolfenbarger's sister.
And did you speak with her on that day over the telephone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what, if anything, let me ask you specifically, was she able to tell you about her relationship with Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she able to tell you about Melissa's feelings towards her brother?
She shared that, yes, she was.
What would she tell you?
She shared that they had problems as a couple, like everyone else. Sometimes they had problems.
Did Melissa ever tell you did Kimberly ever tell you if Melissa was planning on leaving her brother?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
What did she say?
She said that we were speaking, and she indicated that in a conversation that she had with Melissa, Melissa expressed her love for her brother, but while she loved her brother, that she was planning on leaving him. And
did Kimberly ever indicate that Melissa wrote her a letter?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Did she still have the letter?
I don't know. I asked her about, when we were doing the interview, details, if this was based on something from the letter, so I don't know where the letter may be.
And after speaking with her on the telephone, did you have the occasion to try to meet with her in person?
Yes, and I'll say that the telephone conversation was, the purpose of that was to set up a time that we could come meet, and I can interview her more in detail.
And did you eventually meet with her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when did you meet with her?
Well, that was April 23rd.
And when you met with her, was there anyone else present with her?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Who was present?
Her mother, Kathy Wolfenbarger.
And during that meeting, were you able to speak with Kimberly by herself?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
When I got there, of course, I met Kimberly, and I saw that Mrs. Wolfenbarger was there and learned who she was, and I told her that I would like to speak with Miss Kathy as well, but it was my intention to interview her, Kim, and then speak with her mother, and that I would like it. It'd be nice if her mother was to be able to leave, but Kathy made it very clear, I should say, that she was not going to leave. She was going to stay there with her daughter at the interview. So at that point, I had no other choice but to interview them together.
And where did you go to conduct the interview?
I went to Kim's home.
So this was at Kim's house?
This was at her house, yes, ma'am.
All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
Mr. Calhoun, you interviewed a lot of people during this investigation around that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
You interviewed Christopher, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you remember making an audio
Yes,
version of that interview?
yes,
Do you remember interviewing Don Perone,
yes,
the neighbor down the street?
yes.
Do you remember Don telling you he drives a hearse?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
You made an audio recording of that interview, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you interviewed several other people. You made audio interviews of them.
yes.
And we have something like 6 audio files that you created.
I'm not sure the
You
number.
don't have
Does
one
that sound roughly correct?
That sounds like that.
Okay. And for this discussion with Ms. Cameron, did you audio record that?
Which the initial phone interview,
The one you just testified about right here?
I believe I did. I'm not sure. All the interviews were there. If I recorded an interview, it was in the file, but there were some times where I just wrote things down from my notes.
So if there's no audio in the file, then you didn't do one?
There was no recorded interview. I just went on the notes from that interview. Yes, sir.
So what you testifying here today from the notes you wrote?
Excuse me?
Are you testifying here today from the notes you took on that interview?
Yes, and when I say notes, the notes that I did, the way it happened is, as investigators do, we have notes, a notepad, and you'll just write notes throughout, over the course of the investigation. I then at some time take those notes and transcribe those to the report.
Okay. Do you mind if I see your report?
Yes.
That was a whole lot of words. Oh, man.
Those would be the 2 pages from that time frame.
So those are not recording anyone's exact words, correct?
No, I just gave a brief synopsis. If you read these notes, you'll see this is just a synopsis of what they said to me.
Okay. And we have no way to check to verify if that's what she actually said.
What's that?
The things you remembered very
Who's
clearly
that? I'm not
today.
sure who you're talking
So you
about.
interviewed Kimberly, correct?
Yes.
And all we have from that interview is your written notes on it.
Yes.
So we have no way to verify that that's what she actually said to you.
I guess that would be correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Hilton?
Did you have any reason to make up what your conversation was with Miss Kimberly Campbell?
No, ma'am. This was something that I had no reason to make anything up.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Guys, his direct with Hilton was, I remember very vividly that Kimberly told me that Melissa says she's going to leave Christopher and that they were having issues. And then we get to Cross, and on Cross he's like, yeah, did I take a recording of either of those? Which one are you asking about? How do we remember something so specifically, but we don't even remember if we had a recording of something or not, when we clearly prepped for this rebuttal testimony? Just lies.
Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Andre Puritan to the stand.
This is another Fulton County employee. This is the investigator, I think.
Thank you, sir. Do me a favor, come to the witness stand. When you reach the witness stand, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
May we approach?
Yes?
All right, we're approaching. What are we going to say in advance? Oh, man. Mark in Texas, good to see you, by the way. Says, hi, all, I'm behind. Is Chris or his lawyer in a wheelchair? So Chris is the one in the wheelchair, and I don't have a definitive reason why. I've seen people give suggestions that they heard somewhere. I don't have a definitive
Swear in the
answer.
witness.
But it is Chris.
You swear or affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you may have a seat. Please state and spell your full name for the court, please.
First name is Andre, Andre. Last name is Cureton, Cureton.
And where do you work?
Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
I'm a senior investigator.
And just describe briefly some of your job duties as a senior investigator.
We mostly, we're assigned to attorneys, anything they need, any evidence to be picked up. We subpoena witnesses and sit with our attorneys as they interview the victims or witnesses.
And are you also required to sit in the trial of those attorneys as a trial may proceed?
Yes.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom for the duration of this trial as it's been proceeding?
Yes.
Right. Now, as a part of your responsibility, you said that you have to meet with witnesses with the attorneys.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall ever meeting with a Norma Patton?
Yes.
Okay.
We're
And
gonna
when you
bolster
met with
Norma.
Norma Patton, do you recall her ever providing to the state letters and cards?
Yes.
What did it happen with those letters and cards that she provided to us?
She provided to them. No, we made copies of them. Or legal assistants made copies of them, so we could have.
And so did she bring originals and the legal assistant would always give copies of those originals?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71. Are these some of the letters and cards that Ms. Patton provided that we made copies of?
For real. Let's just have a moment here. We heard all of this stuff from, not even just with Wendy this morning. We were getting hints at it earlier, but really from Wendy. Horrible house. The house smelled. Melissa, we separated. She got out of that house. That was it. She wasn't even at a family gathering around Thanksgiving. And now we're going to have someone say, look at all these letters that were sent. Isn't writing a great way to acknowledge somebody, write to somebody, stay in touch with somebody without actually having to deal with them? Because I'm not sure if this whole sending letters thing is supposed to prove what Hilton thinks it does.
Yes, these are some of the ones she brought in.
And then we made copies of them.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
I have no
That's
questions
it.
for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
We're done. That's the evidence
Ms.
of
Hilton,
witness.
state may call
I
next
mean,
witness.
End of
The state has no further
evidence.
witnesses. The state rests.
Mr. McDermott?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so that means the evidence in this case is closed. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few things that we have to take up to get ready for closing arguments and the final jury instruction before you begin your deliberations. And so it's about 10:20. I'm going to excuse you. I'm guessing conservatively about 20 minutes. I'm hopeful that we'll be back in here around 11 just to give you a target for what to aim for. But for now, you are excused. We'll have you back as quick as possible. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right. That's it. That's it. That's all the evidence they got, folks. That was just to rebut that doesn't look like her handwriting. I don't know if that's her handwriting. It says it's her name at the bottom that we got from Kimberly yesterday.
You may be seated. order to. So we need to revisit some matters that we were dealing with yesterday in order to finalize jury charges. Are there any matters other than those? Are there any matters the parties want to bring to the court's attention that we need to address?
I don't think we have it.
No?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. So so I have sort of a bullet point list of things that I was supposed to do homework on last night. I have, and so let me address a couple of things. Number one, I have looked at the request from the defense to provide a charge on immunity of a witness. I think that the better course here is to not give it. It's not directly implicated by the facts of this case, and the defense doesn't need it to make the argument that it wants to make. And so I'm not going to give the immunity charge 13180. Mr. McDermott, you asked me to adjust the circumstantial evidence charge to change the word theory to the word hypothesis. I'm not going to do that. The pattern is the pattern, and I believe the pattern is there because theory is a more accessible plain language word than hypothesis is, and that's why it's been changed. And so we're going to stick with the pattern. Excuse me, sorry. I'm not going to give the prior difficulties charge. As I consider it legally, I think there is a conflict, and I cannot find case law, and if you can point me to some, I would appreciate it. But I cannot find case law that distinguishes between the fact that prior difficulties, there's tons of case law that talks about the fact that prior difficulties are likely for intrinsic evidence, right? There's secondary sources and there's cases that say that prior difficulties is likely intrinsic, etc. But what I can't find is case law that reconciles this tension between the fact that if the court has ruled, which it has here, this evidence of the dealings between Mr. Wolfenbarger and the victim is intrinsic to the case, then I think that the evidentiary standard is very clear that that evidence can be considered for any purpose. And prior difficulties evidence would be the charge that's been requested by the defense is what would apply to evidence that wasn't otherwise intrinsic, but that was allowed as a prior difficulty. And because I've allowed it as right, wrong, or otherwise, because I've allowed it as intrinsic evidence, it's the jury can consider it for any purpose. And I think that instructing them on prior difficulty would confuse the jury about what the standard is that they are to apply. And so I'm not going to give it. The last issue is really two issues, which is I took under advisement the motion for directed verdict of acquittal on count 2 for felony murder, and obviously the associated jury charge that goes with that. If I grant the DV, then I wouldn't give those charges. I spent a good bit of time with this last night, and while I agree again with the state that there is evidence here from which either facts or reasonable inferences from which a reasonable finder of fact could determine that a homicide occurred and or that Mr. Wolfenbarger may have committed it, I do not believe that there are facts from which a reasonable fact finder could even make a reasonable inference that a weapon was used or what kind of weapon was used. And because of that, I don't believe that I don't believe that there are facts from which the state could present the count 2 felony murder, which requires that showing of aggravated assault. And so I'm going to grant the defense's motion for directed verdict on count 2 of the indictment for felony murder, which means that I would not give those charges. It means that the jury, I need to amend the verdict form to include the sole count of the indictment for murder. We also need a redacted indictment reflecting only that one count of felony murder. What record would anybody like to make regarding that ruling? Mr. Wilson, you're standing.
I would, Your Honor, and
Yes,
I'd like you to reconsider it in light of, I did look for some case law, and I thought what would be very helpful to everybody is case law where a murder occurred where either the body was never found or there was decomposition. They couldn't determine the exact cause of death based on advanced decomposition. And what I found was Richardson versus State, and the site on that is 278 Georgia 548, and it says that if there is evidence of an act, the jury can, and remember we're dealing with the standards for directed verdict, whether there's a reasonable path for a reasonable jury to follow the state of facts. And Your Honor, I do think that also on Courier versus State, which is the site is 294 GA 392. This was a case where there was, I mean, it's very similar to our case in that the remains of the victim were subject to decomposition, and the medical examiner gave an almost identical cause of death, which is undetermined homicidal violence. And that's what we had from Dr. Terry.
Right.
So what, and that was acceptable. And I believe, and that's actually a felony murder case, Your Honor, predicated on aggravated assault, where there was a non-specific form of aggravated assault. The court said that there had to be some evidence, and I'm going to get there really quick. Your Honor, and I do believe that the court has evidence, and the jury has evidence. As the court said before, the court was going to consider the prior acts of the defendant to the victim as intrinsic evidence. I think that's critical to the analysis on whether, and this is, like I said, this is a directed verdict standard. It is critical when the court makes that ruling that this jury can infer from the fact that he's done it to her in any indeterminate manner before, he'll do it to her, he can do it to her again. I think that's a completely reasonable assumption. And that's what the case law says. They can consider it for any purpose that they choose, Your Honor. So I think that because it's intrinsic evidence that there has been past domestic violence, you've got that. That's the big thing. You've also got the medical examiner saying undetermined homicidal violence. You've also got Rosa James saying, educating the jury on the cycle of violence and what happens. Your Honor, there is a path, and I understand where the court was coming from. But I think when you allow intrinsic evidence that can be used for any purpose, that's what the question is on a directed verdict. It's not whether or not it has to happen, whether it's possible that it could happen. And I think a jury can take that evidence of the prior assault and say, you know what? Given the escalating type of violence, this is now an aggravated assault. And this is why she died. And that would bring it in directly with the case law. So that's our argument. Your Honor, I think the court should reconsider its motion, or its ruling on the motion, and allow this case to go to the jury, because I think there is evidence. And I know the court was struggling with that extra evidence, but it's there.
A couple of questions. One, I was able to pull up the Courier case. I'm not, the first case you gave me, I don't know if I typed it in wrong or wrote it down wrong. Can you give me that site again?
Sure can. It's 276.
Wait, what's that again?
276.
276.
That's what, I think we all wrote down 278, or at least that's what I wrote down. 276 Georgia 548?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm in.
I will tell you, one of the reasons that I wanted to make sure I had the right citation for that case is that my brief review of the Courier versus State case is it would be distinguishable because I think in that case there was direct evidence of some sort of scuffle between the alleged perpetrator and the victim prior to the victim then later being found dismembered and in a decomposed state, which is evidence from which a jury could find that aggravated assault, of which there was evidence, caused the death. I mean, I read that case very briefly to be more about proximate causation than about whether there was evidence of an aggravated assault, because it sounds like there was.
Well, and I think when you, like I said, when you allow intrinsic evidence, is there a path? That's the thing. Is there a path for a reasonable jury to conclude that the violence escalated and this defendant committed an aggravated assault? I think it's relatively settled that the manner of aggravated assault is not really the relevant factor. Is there evidence? And I think Richardson talks at that, and I think Currier does too. But I think with the intrinsic evidence of past violence and the fact that the jury can consider that for any purpose they want to, and given the standards on a directed verdict, could they do it? Absolutely, Your Honor. That's our position. So I'd ask that you reconsider.
Okay. I appreciate that argument. First paragraph of Richardson says that there were bloodstains found on the victim's bedroom ceiling and walls that were evidence of the infliction of severe blunt force trauma. That's, again, factual evidence from which a jury could make a reasonable inference. What we have here is a history, right, between the defendant and the victim, but no direct evidence of a particular interaction between the two of them that could constitute an aggravated assault. And more specifically, there's no evidence from which a jury could infer the presence of an dangerous instrumentality or offensive weapon. And that's really, to me, the deciding reason. I understand the state's theory, but I still don't think that there are facts or reasonable inferences that can be drawn from those facts, from which a jury would be justified in determining that an offensive weapon existed and/or that an aggravated assault occurred. There is evidence from which a jury could infer and determine that a homicide occurred, and so that's why I've ruled the way I have. I understand the state's objection. Is there any further record that you would like to make on that point, Mr. Wilson?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I'd
further
also
defense?
point out that Richardson's a malice murder case. It's exactly what you're holding in this case. There's sufficient evidence for malice murder.
Okay. Anything from the defense? Okay. So it is 10:40. What I need to do is I'm going to, as I said, edit the verdict form. I'm going to email y'all in just a moment. I'll probably have my staff print a final, or more final, unless y'all tell me there's something else to address, version of the jury charges. Is the state in a position, because y'all have, my understanding is it's easier for y'all to print a version that's whited out of this. I can have my staff get rid of count 2 in both places if you want me to, but since the indictment goes back with the jury, they need a clean version of it with just that one count. Okay? Okay. It is 10:40. My goal is to be back in here at 11 with everyone's final approval of the verdict form and the jury charge, and then ready to start with closing arguments. Is that good with everybody? Mr. Fawcett?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDermott?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're in recess until 11.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. I love watching the please reconsider, please reconsider, please reconsider when the state is fighting for their lives and saying, please, you're ruining our case. And again, my thoughts yesterday, we still have murder, right? Count 1 is murder. But this count 2, I thought that was going to give them a clearer pathway to say, hey, maybe Chris wasn't trying to kill Melissa, but he was so mad at her one day, and one of his vicious choices to commit domestic violence against her, intimate partner violence, that he assaulted her, and that assault caused her death. He didn't. He was trying to assault her, but he wasn't trying to kill her. But now that's off the table. So that in a small way, very small way, constrains the state. Yeah, I'm Muty McMuterson. Love would absolutely still be arguing. 1,000,000%. Oh. Just dumb. Get the indictment right. Indict people correctly. Because yesterday the state was... So you can pick like a 1, 2, 3, or 4 with how you think aggravated assault was committed. What makes it aggravated? They, in the indictment, allege that an object or objects were used in an offensive manner to cause serious bodily harm. There's another option they could have chosen, to use strangulation by an object. By an object. They didn't choose that one, but yesterday Fawcett's like, it should still include strangulation. It should include hands. You can't expand that. You can't just change it when the statute gives you things to specify. Because how is the defense supposed to know what they're supposed to defend themselves against? I know. So now count 1, it'll be up to the jury. It will be up to the jury. You guys want to do a poll? Let me do a poll. I've got to update my banner. Let me take this one. Okay. What do you guys want? Just a guilty or not guilty? I guess hung. We can add hung as an option. And this poll will be a prediction of the jury outcome. So what do you think the jury will do? Not, this is how I personally would vote. All right, so that's up. And remember, we're going to predict what we think the jury will do, not our own personal votes. Who said? Ashley says if it's Hilton closing, not guilty. I almost got snarky and put a 4th option of jury brings note asking to charge somebody else. It was too long. It was too long. Also, big thank you. You know, I was very locked in with what was going on in court today with the witnesses. And honestly, Wendy's testimony was very interesting, very important. But as far as the witnesses today, I'm still stuck on Calhoun getting back up there to be like, yes, I'm a very good brain for the state. But I don't remember whatever the defense is asking me about. Like, what are we doing? So Paulette C, thank you so much for the kind words. Says, hi, Kat, another exciting day. You called it. You joined in the middle of it, and it kept going. Touche says, so she hates Chris, this is about Wendy, because she believes Melissa's abusive family, or just because of that phone call? I'm confused. And that's the thing. I think the state got what they could out of that. Like, hey, maybe there's something that someone can make the inference that it was a controlling relationship and Melissa was being controlled at that point. But that, I'm not sure how compelling that is. I feel like if somebody believes that the letter to Norma was written in July of 1998 and they missed the memo about it actually being 1996, and if they don't believe the turnover of guardianship of custody of the kids to Kathy, I feel like there's a lot more you have to believe and not believe for that phone call to move the needle. So I'm already over on the other line. I don't think the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think there's a possibility of actual innocence. That's not to say I don't think that they had a tumultuous relationship. It's just tumultuous relationships don't necessarily mean that that's the only person that could have killed somebody. So, oh no, see, Melson says I accidentally hit guilty. It happens, it's okay. And you never know, that could be the, we never know what the jury's gonna do. Let's see, Leonard Amber, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Turning people green. Make sure you're saying thank you if you turned green today. Big shout out to Leonard Amber. C. Mish says it looked like Wendy mouthed. I did say it to someone behind the prosecution table. Wonder if she's still in touch with Norma. And she did point to Tina directly, but I don't remember the direction she pointed in. So maybe it was in that direction. It feels like a small courtroom. And then big thank you again, Mark in Texas, for the 5 earlier. And a lot of people are asking about the wheelchair. Again, I don't know, but it is the defendant. I remember when we were first starting, the way they were seated, it kind of looked like the handles were behind Don Samuel. Let's see. No, Scenic Life, I don't think they can get into the judge's decision, because for them to mention this specific, like everything that just happened, the jury would find out that a judge made a decision, that the judge made what could be misconstrued as a fact finding. The judge isn't really saying, like, the facts show me that this person's not guilty. The judge is making a different finding on sufficiency of the evidence presented to support what was being alleged in count 2. But if you get into that type of conversation, the jury might just say, well, the judge thinks this guy's innocent, so we trust the judge. The judge knows everything. That wouldn't be right to do. If they charged wrong, brought a different indictment, they could get into all of that stuff. Nope, we haven't gotten, so they're updating all the verdict forms and slips, and then they're gonna, I don't know what order they're gonna do things in, if they're gonna like read the instructions and then go into closings and then read more, or what. But they still have to do closings and read the instructions. Oh yeah, and thank you, Nary's like, we also got a directed verdict. Big news if you missed it and tuning in late. Tay Biz dropping 10 gifted memberships. Thanks so much. Let me update this banner, because you guys are being super generous, and I'm like slow over here. We've got Tay Biz and Laundered Amber with the gifts. And we could change. We don't need the Wayward Witness appearance sponsorship anymore. Let's do today's initiative. Support against Hilton yelling at jury during closings. That's what we're sponsoring today. We'll get Touche in here. Get Mark. We'll get Paulette. There we go. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Hilton yelling stay away order. I don't think anybody wants to hear it. Yeah, Sabata. So it was felony murder that had the underlying elements. The underlying felony was the aggravated assault with object or objects used in an offensive manner. So felony murder count 2 is gone. There's only 1 count remaining, the murder. And let's go back over here. Tay Biz, before I say it, let me double check that you're sticking with 6 p.m. Eastern tonight for the Mickey Steins and, the big news that's surrounding the Mickey Steins and weird sex ring corruption, I guess is a good way to characterize it, going on in Letcher County. All right, we're still on for 6 p.m. We will be on time. I'm looking forward to this. I'll be hanging out in the kitchen listening to Tay-Biz and chatting with you guys. It's been great chats every stream that Tay-Biz has done. But since we're on a recess right now, click the link I just dropped in the chat in Replay Crew description. Go hit that notify button, come hang out with us. We're also going to look at some body cam or surveillance camera footage of the surrender of Mickey Steins, where he's just asking for fairness, be fair to me. So if you like surveillance and arrest footage, or if you want to hear about the corruption that's going on, there's these two major topics Tay-Biz is going to be covering. Not to put you on blast, Tay-Biz, but I had to make sure I let the chat know the right time to show up. And yes, felony murder. Felony murder was the count 2 that got the directed verdict. Turkisha just got the news too. Yeah, see, Belson, I think there's more questions, like, why did they wait all this time to do all of this? And there is nothing that has stood out to me as being some compelling new piece of evidence that, oh, that's why they're bringing this case now. We talked to so many people back in 2003. And I still have no idea where this, like, new DNA evidence. What new DNA evidence? And honestly, even looking through the motions, it seems like there were disputes over, like, the holding and possible existence, possible destruction, don't destroy it if you have it. But it was all in relation to stuff that had been in custody and collected 20 years ago. There was nothing new that I saw in the motions. So. And thank you. Aw. Slim Life says, happy Friday, everyone. Heck yeah. I hope you all have a blessed weekend. Thank you, Kat. You're awesome. Right back at ya. And thank you, chat, for being so kind and welcoming. Love the chat here. Love the chat here. Thank you so much, Slim Life NJ. Then look, I update my banner and I never put it back up. There we go. And I can take this rebuttal case thing out. We'll just put jury instructions and closing arguments. And they've got a pivot. Oh, man. I wonder how long they plan to spend on, like, describing the law. You know, they love to do their PowerPoint presentations. Let's see if we get a PowerPoint. But I wonder if they think they have to pivot a little bit because it's really just this count 1. Wait, did Wendy already test it? Oh, you're talking about here. I about took us off a side adventure chat. I thought Neri was talking about Wendy Adelson. I forgot Wendy was the witness here this morning. I'll just close this out. Oh, goodness. All right. And they'll be back in 6 minutes. Britta, I don't think any of us understand it. Britta says, I don't understand why Fulton County takes cases to trial like this when there's plenty of cases with actual facts and clear evidence to try. I don't know. I mean, this one, it's just my own gut feeling. You know, cold case funding potentially. Good graces of the media coverage if you solve and successfully prosecute a cold case with, you know, victim is young and beautiful, and it's really sad that she lost her life, and you get the big bad husband 20 years later that thought he got away with it. I mean, that's a sexy story. I don't mean to call something tragic sexy, but package it that way. It's a lot of good press. And I don't think Fulton County dislikes good press or bad press. They'll take whatever they can get. So if there's a story they can sell as sexy, I think they're going to try to do it. So that's why I think we got this going. And again, Love was down at the crime scene doing media exclusives. Ye ol' Adrian Love. Yeah, the law. I feel for Wendy. I think she's someone that wanted Melissa to be remembered and obviously didn't want people to think of her as smelling bad. I think the way she chose her words, and she said she's going through withdrawal, I think she very astutely chose her words and responded to the question she was being asked, even though she forgot saying something on the phone. As soon as she heard herself say it, you could see the reaction in her face, like, oh, like it wasn't like she knew she said it and was trying to pretend she didn't say it. I think she genuinely thought she didn't say that. Got confronted with it and it was like, oh, snap, I blurted that one out. So yeah, smart towel. I mean, that's where my brain goes. Federal funding for cold cases. Where's the math? What are we doing? They make promises to the families that they can't keep. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, like, I forget when it was exactly. Well, didn't they ask to have... Am I mistaking? Or didn't the state ask to have victims' family members speak after the acquittal in the YSL trial? Or is that just like a figment of my imagination? And then Whitaker was like, that's not related to the one conviction on the gun charge. Like, what were they thinking? It was like, okay, so there's one conviction on a gun charge, so because there's a single conviction on one of these counts, anyone that wanted to make an impact statement on something that someone got an acquittal for should still be allowed to do. I don't even know what they were thinking. Oh my goodness. Superwoman, so what I was saying is, I don't think she was just making it up. I think in her mind she was like, oh my gosh, I would never put my friend on blast like that. I would never say something so embarrassing that my childhood friend had to do something gross of no fault of her own, but still. And then she might have been a chatty patty and it rolled off her tongue and she was like, no, I wouldn't tell anyone. That's too much. That's too much information, too personal. And then she was like, oh crap, I did. So she was incorrect when she said it, but I think she genuinely thought like, no, I would have held my tongue and not said that. So. I thought that was interesting to have, it was a loaded statement. There was a lot in that statement. Oh, that's okay, Superwoman. And I still think it's important, you know. I think different people could interpret the testimony in different ways. I hope not, Touche. I mean, if somebody breaks the law and the processes are followed, whatever, but there's just some weird stuff. Like, now that Fulton County, this woman's on their radar, are they going to go mess with her just because? And still, I know, like, Dizzy pulled some documents about Dorothy. We saw Dorothy testify. She's had some run-ins. And even though we don't have any indication of an actual plea deal or anything like that, I still do have a curiosity. You have Dorothy come in. Outside of court, we find out that she smokes marijuana on the porch with Christopher Wolfenbarger like every night. But she doesn't really know Melissa. She doesn't really remember seeing Melissa but like 3 times. But she heard arguments coming from the direction of a duplex where 2 couples lived. One of the couples was Melissa and Christopher. For the other couple, she knows the other guy, something with a T was his name, doesn't remember seeing that woman all that much either. So she remembers, you got 2 duplexes, 2 couples. She remembers the men in both. Doesn't know anything about the women. Has very specific recollection.
You must
about
be
seeing a bruise
Ms.
on the
Robinson
eye.
Larkin?
Was that a convenient?
Okay, excellent. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself if you don't mind. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Do we have a new witness? No, they closed evidence. There's no way. Maybe they're bringing in an intern or something. What is going on? Maybe this is totally unrelated to this case, and Maurice was like, oh, oop. Oh, maybe a jury thing? But why would they be asking, tell me about yourself now? Thank you, Michelle. Michelle has a show for us to watch. The show Swamp Murders. There's an episode Chain Reaction. Chain Reaction, it's about the Flint River murders. I can't believe Melissa grew up in that house. Carl was the muscle in her uncle's drug business. Yeah, that's the thing. They didn't touch too much on there being a drug business. We just heard that Fred dealt drugs. But that opens up a world of possibilities why someone could end up dead or missing. And thank you so much for the super, Michelle. But yeah, so Swamp Murders is the show, and then Chain Reaction would be the episode. And there's a website called Just Watch if you ever want to find like where you can watch something. You can go over there and just pop in the show you're trying to find, and they'll tell you what platforms are streaming it. I hope there's a time limit on closing. All right, so Tubi. Do you guys want to rewatch? We'll just catch up on this. Do you want to like rewind while they're doing whatever they're doing? Hey, little Montana from Montana. Yeah, let's rewind. Let's do... Oh, there was a little motion there. I mean, a lot of this was short testimony today anyway, so... I broke it. Oh no.
Mr. McDermott, the defense may call its next witness.
The defense calls Wendy Waddell.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Ms. Waddell is already on the witness stand. Ms. Waddell, if you can, please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. The deputy will swear you in.
You swear affirm to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please state and swear your full name for the court, please.
Wendy, W-E-N-D-Y.
And if you could do me a favor and scoot up a little bit so I can hear you in the microphone.
And Waddell, W-A-D-D-E-L-L.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Ms. Waddell, suffice it to say you don't want to be here. You need to answer audibly.
You're right.
Did you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
And do you know the Patton family?
I do.
Carl and Norma? And how did you know them?
My parents grew up with them.
And did you live?
And yeah. Okay. Okay. Madam Court Reporter, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Wolfenbarger is back in the room. I have provided the lawyers with a newer version of the verdict form that is only count 1 for murder. The state has provided me and Mr. McDermott has had an opportunity to review a redacted version of the indictment that only charges the 1 count of murder. I've also provided the lawyers with the jury charges that I have redacted and tailored further to the evidence in this case to remove references to the 2nd count of the indictment and to remove, for example, like I usually have a pattern that says, there's a multi-count indictment, so I've removed that. And wait, I just realized I missed one. I need to remove prior difficulties, which I advised the parties I would not be giving. So if y'all could please make a note, I'm removing it from the version that's going to go to the jury and I'm removing it from the PowerPoint that will be displayed. But if y'all could please mark that out in your packets. And I believe that now that I have removed the prior difficulties charges, I indicated I would not give it. I believe that the version that I have provided you accurately reflects the rulings that the court has made in terms of what the court intends to give or not. If you've had a chance to look at it, any objections to the charge that the court intends to give from the state?
No, yeah.
Mr. McDermott for Mr. Samuel from the defense.
Well, we wanted prior difficulties.
Yes, sir.
We wanted 404B.
Yes, sir.
Do you need us to renew our objections after the charge, or is this the only time to preserve?
So what I was expecting, other than preserving the objections you've already made,
Right.
Do you have any additional objections to the charge that the court intends to give?
No.
Okay. And then after I give it, I will give you an opportunity to say that you object to the charge as I gave it.
Right.
Okay? And then the verdict form, which is just the one count. Does anybody have any objection to the verdict form?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what I'm going to do in just a moment then is bring the jury in. And just so you know, I will provide the jury with a copy of, one copy of the jury charge, the verdict form, and the redacted indictment. That will go on top of whatever evidence the parties agree is going back with the jury, subject to any continuing witness or other objections the parties may have. I know we have one, just to flag it for everybody's memory, Exhibit 30A is a redacted version of a, I think, audio recording, and we're in agreement that 30 is in evidence but would not go back. It's 30A that would be played for the jury if they wish to see it. Beyond that, I will rely on the lawyers to tell me if there's any additional evidence that is in evidence but should not go back with the jury. Anything else before I call the jury and then we get started with closings? From the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a PowerPoint?
I do.
Okay. Are you logged in and ready to go with it?
I am.
Okay, you can go ahead since I'm going to go straight into, well, I take that back. Are you going to open and close, Mr. Fawcett?
No, just to open.
Is the state going to open and
I'll
close?
start it out.
Right. Okay, so since the state is going to open and close, you can go ahead and have your PowerPoint up and ready to go on the screen. We're ready for the jury.
What time do you plan to take a break?
I've ordered lunch for the jurors at 1:30, and so my plan is to see if we can target being done at 1:30 or shortly before, but if we can't, then we'll keep going unless the jury says they need a break. Focus on the closing arguments and the jury charge when I give it to the jury, and so I'll ask that you not go in and out, and if you absolutely have to go out, if you'll please do so as quietly and non-disruptively as possible. Thank you. Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to allow the parties, the state specifically, to make its closing argument.
Thank you. So what's being depicted now is one of the first exhibits that we introduced. That is a photograph of Melissa John Wolfenbarger. And that's a photograph that was taken somewhere around 1997, a year before Melissa went missing. In 1998. We know that in 1998 she was 21 years of age. So she's roughly about 20 years old at that point. And even though she hadn't gotten a chance to live a very long life, she was a mother at that point. She was a wife. And when I look at, when I see that photograph, I see a smile, but I also see hope. I see hope when I look at that photograph because of what she must have thought about her children, what she hoped for them, the life that she hoped to live. And I think about the 27 years that have passed and how long that is to wait for justice. But that 27 years, that's a long time to experience life. That's a long time to fall down and get up, and fall down and get up. That's time to experience and have memories with your children. Children that don't have a memory of Melissa. Not Joseph, not Christina. That's an opportunity to have and create memories with your grandchildren. I have 3 grandchildren that you heard Christina testify. She's got 3 boys. There's opportunities. That's what was missing. That's what has been missed. That is what has been taken away from Melissa. The opportunity to have a life, to have those experiences. Even, and she deserved that, even if she didn't want to spend it with this defendant. Even if she wanted to leave him, she still deserved to have that opportunity. She was manipulated. She was intimidated. She was abused. And she was coerced to give up her children. I believe that's what the evidence shows. And I can tell you, 27 years later, I would not expect a judge to allow a defendant that battered his wife to be alone with them, to speak to them 6 days after it happened. Roughly 5 or 6 days after they went down to apply for a protective order. 5 to 6 days after the order, and had no contract was in place, the judge lets her speak along with him. And then on that very same day, I want to dismiss. On that very same day, children go back with mom. And we don't know what was said. We don't know what was said then. We don't know what he said to them. We don't even know if the bruises that were on her from his attack on July 21st, 1990, we don't even know if those had fully healed yet. I can assure you the mental and emotional trauma from that happened. Having to call the police after a period of time in July where we know she had already been abused and experienced abuse. So when we think about domestic violence and we think about being intimidated and coerced, that's what I want you to think about when we look back at that date, July 29th. I believe the evidence shows that she was intimidated. She was able to be influenced, especially after being beaten for a year by this defendant. And I don't believe that she ever intended to give up her children and walk away from her family and her children.
Your Honor, I want to object to counsel's repeated use of "I believe," "I can assure you." Counsel is not supposed to interject personal opinion.
Understood. Mr. Fawcett has offered to rephrase. Go ahead.
Now, the indictment you'll get will have one count of murder, really malice, murder, the intent to kill, the intention to kill. Kill was walk down Water Park. And this is why we're here. From what was found on April 29th, 1999, and June 3rd, 1999. Skull of Mr. Wolfenbarger, in his job, within that same vicinity, and it would have been a minute from the residence where Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa Wolfenbarger lived. And your judge is going to instruct you that you are duty bound to follow the law, and in your consideration of the law, you should consider certain things and certain things you should not consider, such as sympathy for either the victim in this case or the defendant, disagreement with the law, conjecture, dislike of the system, television, public opinion, penalty or punishment. The only thing that you are to decide So we're considering the evidence is whether or not the state has met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt and prove the guilt or innocence of the guilt of this defendant. You should consider the elements of the crime, the law which the judge will give you. Your oath that you've taken as jurors backs the case as presented in the form of testimony, video exhibits such as the video of the defendant hiding, audio exhibits such as the audio of the defendant stating that you never looked for her, acknowledging that he took assault, also acknowledging that she was dating someone and seeing someone and staying with someone named Mike. You also consider the credibility of the witnesses. What was it like when you were testifying? How did he answer the questions? You are entitled, and you're the determinant of the credibility of not just the state's witnesses, but also the witnesses that the defendant called. So I'll consider what the defense is. Now, the defendant doesn't have to present any defense. Walk into court Tuesday, Wednesday, say, hey, make improvement. But that's not what happened in this case. The defense in this case is Carl Patton. Listen to the theory and opening statement. Defense in this case is Carl Patton killed Melissa Wolfenbarger. Other than the fact that evidence came in that Carl Patton committed murders, what other piece of evidence or fact, anything that you heard during the course of this week, what points to that? What other fact would allow you to create that evidence? Other than the fact that he killed someone, the evidence came in, Melissa didn't even know about it. The only thing that's come in about the relationship between the Pattons and their children is that they appear to love each other. It's not so unbelievable. Based off of the letters that Melissa wrote, cards that she wrote, times that she wanted to take her father, Carl, and her mother, Norma, out to lunch. Those are going to be back in the room with you for you to observe and look at while you deliberate. This case is just simply not about Carl Patton as much as they want it to be. This case is about domestic violence. This case is about intimidation. This case is about loss of control. The loss of control that this defendant had over the custody of his children and over Melissa. No matter how much they want this case to be about Carl Patton, this case has nothing to do with Carl Patton, other than the fact that he asked law enforcement to find his daughter. Why does Norma go to the residence of Kathy Wolfenbarger looking for Melissa, raising attention to that issue, if they're responsible for it? Now, a lot of facts have come to evidence in this case. I would ask you to put weight on more the facts that have been corroborated, like that. You heard that from Norma, and you don't have to just take Norma's word for it because you heard that from Christina. She does not have a lot of memories from her childhood. She doesn't have a memory of her mother, but she remembers that day. Because that stood out in her. Where's my daughter? I could just imagine how that was. It wasn't a calm statement. It was screaming, where's my daughter? Norma probably showed up to that residence of Kathy in a panic. Where's my daughter? That's something that Christina would remember. And that's why you should believe that happened. And that's why that theory is just plain ridiculous. He killed Melissa Wolfenbarger. Most importantly, your common sense is the main thing that we're asking you to use in the side of this case. What does the evidence tell you? What do the facts tell you? What has been presented? The judge is also going to charge you on what reasonable doubt is and what it is. The judge is going to charge you that the state did not require to prove the doubt or the guilt of the defendant beyond All doubt with mathematical certainty. Reasonable doubt is doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. Is a doubt based on common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, like Carl Patton. A arbitrary, not supported by the facts, thrown out, hoping to stick on the wall. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial, or both. Consider the evidence, you may use your reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. May be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is that which may be seen or heard. Otherwise, direct consents. So when Christina says, I saw Norma show up to the residence in a panic looking for her daughter, that's direct evidence of her observations. And from that recollection, the testimony of Norma, you can infer that Norma was sincere when she was looking for her daughter. The types of inferences that you can infer from the facts that have been presented. And then we have the circumstantial evidence. This is exactly what I was referring to. We got direct evidence of tool marks on bones that were recovered and identified as the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. Tool marks are direct evidence. Those are observations. You'll have those that you will be able to review and look at while you deliberate. We also have direct evidence that the defendant was in possession of assault. Two separate facts. Now you wouldn't, and we wouldn't walk into court on Wednesday and ask you to convict because there are tool marks on the bones and remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And we wouldn't ask you to walk in here on Wednesday when we start presenting evidence and convict this defendant of murder because he was in possession of assault. And you draw logical, common sense conclusions from that. That's just one piece of the evidence that has been presented, which you were able to do that. We had assault around the same time that the wife was missing, the wife's remains were located. The medical examiner says there's assault that we presented as Exhibit 66 is consistent with the type of marks that could be made by that instrument. And in his own statement that he was in possession of it around that time, and then the statement of the rocks, although they were elected to say so, that they never got that salt back. We would not ask you to convict solely based on that fact alone, but that is a fact that you can consider, and those are inferences that you can draw. Reasonable, common sense inferences. So this is what I saw when I woke up this morning. I probably see this a lot more than most people, but when I woke up, this is what I saw. And I had times where I stopped by to get some gas. And by the time I finished, I got back and I crunk up my car, and I'm back on full. So I never saw anything going to my vehicle, but during that period, I smelled what appeared to be gas because I'm cutting grass. I smell gas. There's less money in my account. The numbers on the dial are different. I hear a clicking sound. And so, even though I never saw any gas on my vehicle, there are logical deductions and conclusions that I would draw from all those facts and circumstances. Nobody's going to be able to come in and tell me that Santa Claus put gas in the vehicle. So when we ask you to use your common sense and look at the facts, the evidence is what it says it is. The facts are what they are. In the count of murder, you'll get the indictment. You'll see that it's charged that the defendant with malice aforethought did cause the death of Melissa Wolfenbarger by inflicting homicidal violence. Now, as it's charged, that term homicidal violence, based on the manner in which the remains were recovered, it is impossible for the medical examiners to determine if she was shot, if she was strangled, if she was stabbed, any number of ways that you can commit a murder could have been committed to Melissa Wolfenbarger, but you can't tell if someone has been strangled if their neck is missing. You can't tell if they're stabbed or shot in their torso if there's no torso. And what we're able to determine based on the testimony of the medical examiner is that the facts and circumstances what she observed is how the relationship was located, the history and evidence of domestic violence in that relationship, the fact that there's evidence that someone removed her limbs with saw. All of those facts, and the fact you heard her testify that in her medical opinion, her expert opinion, she did not believe that Melissa Wolfenbarger died of natural causes. All those are facts that point to homicidal violence. In her opinion, was that it was more likely that Melissa Wolfenbarger died from homicide. That was her opinion. And that's why the indictment is charged like that, is because of how she was found. But that does not take away from what we have proven based on the testimony. And that is that she died from being murdered. That is called homicide. You're just going to charge you with the law of malice. It is not ill will or hatred. It is just simply a killing without justification, excuse, or mitigation. It can be expressed with deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person, and it may be implied with no considerable provocation appears in all the circumstances of killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. I submit to you the facts and the circumstances of this case, and all the facts and circumstances of this case point to that conclusion as the only reasonable conclusion, that this defendant did in fact commit malice murder on the person of Melissa Wolfenbarger. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder, regardless of how briefly that malicious intent existed. Malice may be formed in an instant. And if malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the killing or act, and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive admitted for use to determine the defendant's state of mind at the time of killing, you are allowed to consider, such as the evidence of domestic violence is lawful evidence of motive. Did he abuse her that year? Did he hit her? Did that happen multiple times that year? That's what the facts have shown. You can use that and those facts and the expert testimony from the domestic violence expert as evidence of the defendant's motive. And all of those things I previously mentioned, the fact that there's an open criminal case that she wasn't able to appear to. The fact that she was seeing someone else. The fact that she planned on leaving, that she had continually left him throughout that year. All of that is evidence of motive. The judge is also going to tell you that the testimony of the single witness is believed is sufficient to establish a fact. There's no legal requirement of corroboration of the witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. That means if when you heard the testimony of Christina and you believed it, you don't need any corroboration for that to be a fact that you consider. That means if you heard the testimony of Christina and you believed her when she said that this defendant would always talk about going on a run, when you talk about you know how to get rid of a body, who says that to his daughter, considering how her mother was found? That's after he says that after Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains have been identified. He makes those statements. That's what she remembers growing up. Does that? This defendant. This case went through several detectives that basically continued to work on this case. Detective Calhoun and Detective Shepard even through the retirement of Detective Calhoun, he continued to work with Detective Shepard until the cold case unit was created. And then 3 years later, you have this indictment. So from Detective Kelly, when we're talking about this skull is found, to the point where Norma Patton goes to Henry County, and Detective Stott really is the first investigator that starts to really investigate and look for Melissa as a missing person in Henry County. He wasn't able to get a lot of traction with the Atlanta Police Department at that point in '99. We have Detective Stott, who interviewed the defendant. Back during that period, it's before 2003, he says, March, April, '99, last time he saw her alive. And you have Detective Calhoun being assigned the case in 2003 when her remains are identified. And then when he retires, you have Detective Shepard, and he works with Stein to do some additional testing. And Detective Stott testified that he was one of the first persons to begin the missing persons investigation. And that's when the defendant, when he interviewed, told him that the last time he saw Melissa was in March of '99. And we know that from the subsequent statement in 2021, when he met with Detective Shepard, that's not exactly what he said. He says, it was around December of 1998. The only difference between when he makes that statement before 2003, that he saw her in '99 in March, and in 2021 is Melissa's remains have been identified. We know that the remains were located right by his job. And I submit to you that there's a reason why those two statements are inconsistent. That's his line. Detective Calhoun spoke with the defendant. Once the remains were identified, suspected the defendant once the remains were identified, and also began to look into the history. Because the first thing they do in homicide investigations, they look at what was the victim's life like. First thing he saw was, well, there's evidence of domestic violence. And what also stood out is the location of where Melissa's remains were found. We know that from the testimony, Melissa and Chris, the defendant, lived in this area by Brookline Street. We know that Action Glass is right here. And here's the junkyard. So we know that the head was across the street from Action Glass. And we know that the extremities are virtually right next door to Action Glass in this wooded area. So, make no mistake, everyone's a suspect, but at this point, all of the evidence is pointing in this direction, at this defendant. What is the evidence against this defendant? So, there's a timeline of abuse in this case that was presented. We go back to the beginning of '98. You know, the testimony of China Patton is that Melissa started working with her. I believe it was at Virginia Highland Waffle House somewhere around the end of '97. So they were working together, sometimes on the same shift at the beginning of '98. And there was one point when China remembered seeing marks around the neck of Melissa Wolfenbarger. What she described appeared to show that marks of someone's hand around Melissa's neck. Immediately, the Nova Assist defendant went out to confront him. And that's when he got into the altercation with Troy Clinton. That's what you heard in the testimony of Team Patton. That's the beginning of 1998. Then we get to July of '98. And so this is what Detective Calhoun is looking at as he's beginning to investigate the case. He's looking at the location of the remains and where they lived at, his job, and he's looking at all this information. All the evidence is pointing at this defendant. There's a police report that's created where the officer observes bruising and marks on the person, Ms. Wolfenbarger, Melissa. After that, he directs her, the defendant isn't there. He doesn't wait around. After that, he directs her to go report him, take out a protective order, get you some protection from him. And that's exactly what she did. She went down there in person and applied for a protective order. So those are the records that Detective Calhoun had access to. This is a day after that July incident, July 21st. So the next day, July 22nd, she goes to the courthouse and petitioner seeking relief from family violence. From him. That's who she was seeking relief from. She was seeking relief from the choking that she had and her sister observed, that Troy fought him about. And then we had that Rule 9 side setting it down for the 29th, and then we have that where the judge allows her to speak with this defendant. Just days after that. Days after her hair is being dragged and pulled. Days after she's being hit. And then that happens. And it wasn't just what Tina said. It wasn't just what Marlon Sutton said about what he observed. There's another person who saw that abuse. Dorothy. Jones, Cooley Jones. Dorothy Cooley. She lived in that area. She had known the defendant before she met Melissa. And remember seeing a day where Melissa had shades on and a black eye. When we talk about testimony of the domestic violence expert about humiliation, isn't that humiliating? Walking around with yet another bruise, another mark, another scratch. Sitting up here talking about skin conditions. That's not a skin condition, that's a black eye. You should be offended by them talking about skin conditions and kind of pawn that off as reasons why people saw marks on her. Tina didn't see a skin condition. These marks from this defendant's hand around her neck, that wasn't a skin condition. That was bruising from being choked. The black eye wasn't a skin condition. He punched her in the eye. It's not a skin condition. Thomas Dixon. All the witness statements line up perfectly on top of each other. The witnesses that observed the abuse during the shoot. This is at the interview. So we go from Tina at the beginning of 1998. We go from Dorothy. We go to July, Officer 7. Then we get to the end of 98, and she's still being abused because she's still going back and forth between Dixon and this defendant. She's still talking about the abuse. This is at the end of the year. Last time he sees her is in December. She's being whooped, intimidated, coerced, bruised, punched, dragged down the street the entire year of 98. And I submit to you, that's not the first year it started. It didn't just start in 98. You can infer that this has been going on for a while. Not just 98. Dixon confronted the defendant after he came to the Waffle House at the end of that year. You gotta leave. You gotta go. What did Dixon see? Them talking, Melissa crying. Kind of like that July 29th day at the courthouse. And I'm talking, Melissa crying. Then we got investigator over here. You heard testimony that from the mother. The DA's office went to interview the defendant's sister a year before that happened. He knew from that the DA's office was still conducting an active investigation into the death, murder, disappearance of his missing, murdered wife. So make no mistake about it. When they show up, that had already happened the year before. He knows exactly why the police are at the front of his house. Oh shit. It's his fan. He's hiding for 30, 40 minutes. Coming out. He's right here. Let's see the video. There he is. Come on out, buddy. Gig is up. He had 27 years. It's up. Hide it. And doesn't it look like what you saw? Doesn't it look like it was planned? It didn't look like it was just, oh, no. It looks like he planned to go there. Got there real quick, went out there, and sat out there for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. It's the police. Go hide. Guilty. SteffJK. You picked up this investigation. Had those same suspicions. Calhoun had all the evidence was pointing to this defendant. But I'm going to interview Chris. See what he has to say. Let me see if this state is inconsistent. Well, he admits to being fired because the Rock thought he stole the salt. Well, that's interesting. Admitted that he borrowed it. That's interesting. He admitted that him and Melissa were having problems. Admitted that Melissa was seeing and staying with a guy named Mike. Admitted that he did not look for his wife. Well, here's the thing. Even if he still has 2 young children, very young children. Even if him and Melissa had planned on going their separate ways, wouldn't you think that at some point he'd want to be able to tell his children that he looked for their mother? Wouldn't you think that? Wouldn't you think at some point, for his children's sake, he would have tried to look for their mother? That is a fact I think you should consider, because you look at all those pictures of Six Flags. What is he trying to say? He's a good father? No, he's not. He's a little bit of mother. And you can take your kids to Six Flags every day. That does not take away from the fact that you didn't do what you were supposed to do. One, you should have abused her. You should have intimidated her. You shouldn't have punched her. You shouldn't have grabbed her head and dragged her. You shouldn't have murdered her. That's not a good father. And then you have that statement that he made, the detective, Detective Shepard, and I want you to hear this. So I'm going to take a moment and play it. I want you to hear this, what he says, those points in particular, what he says about the assault, what he says about his efforts to look for his wife, and what he says about his knowledge that she was going to leave him, the problems that they were having, and the knowledge that she had about Mr. Dixon.
Recruiting TP L 5400. Can you find it? 10.
I mean, before that, I mean,
Where was she working?
at that time, the Waffle House up in, like, she worked 1,000 and no, she wanted it.
Where she worked?
At the glass company around the corner.
All right, so when was the last time you saw Melissa?
And that's the thing, you know, I don't quite remember if the last time was, because I remember, like, she would come and go, okay? And we'll say that it wasn't like, we're happy-go-lucky, she's sitting right here one day and then she was up and gone. And I don't know if that's the way.
So you kind of, would you describe your relationship as tumultuous or like on again, off again? You know,
It was rocky there towards the end, mainly I think because it was her family so far trying to get back in her head and trying to make her think things and do things. And
like what?
man, she never had a relationship with her sister at all. You know, and then there towards the end, you know, I guess everybody has a need for one, you know, a family and wants to love and wants that type of thing. You know, and I think there towards the end, maybe she tried a little to try to get back with him or to do or what. But I don't think it was near what they made it seem like, that she was there all the time or she leaving cards or pictures. And I know that did happen sometimes when she did, you know, at that time, but the struggle that we had, we had a common goal of what we were trying to accomplish. You know, we had several dogs in our road.
Which was to go to California.
This was a good way to kids that and all that. She was like, my mom. She didn't want Norman in the house. She didn't want her dude to be raised like she was down there. There was no, you know, we knew that her neighbors were bad and that anybody was feeling right there in the.
Okay, so when was the last time you saw her?
But the last actual time I remember was like, I woke up and she was gone. Like we were in the middle of the night and she left. And I don't know if that was the last time or the last time when I dropped her off at the train station to go to work. If it was the exact. I don't
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that the last time you saw her, you were driving up to your house on Brookline and saw her walking down the street? And that was the last time that you saw her.
I don't know what they're saying now, but it's possible.
Okay.
I just don't.
So that, basically you said that was the last time you saw her, and she said she was going to a train station. Something to that effect. I'm not saying it was verbatim, that's what you said. But it was something along those lines.
It's possible. I'll give you that.
But does that sound like it's accurate?
Again, it could be. I don't know.
But you remember that incident, or can you recall that happening almost about to be home, driving up and her walking down the road? Is that ringing bells?
I mean, that's usually the way it happened because we only had one dog.
Okay.
You know, if there
She
was,
would walk to the train station to try to go to work or something?
you know, or I give her a ride, or she, you know, sometimes she just wanted to walk. You know? And we're not talking about like train station far away, we're talking about from here right to the end of the road.
Right. Yeah, I know. Within the city, so I understand. But talking about that specifically, do you remember that day specifically?
I don't know.
Did you remember?
One of the road.
Well, I would like to ask you, what was she wearing? Do you remember? Did she have a purse with her? You know? So you don't, the last time you saw her, when you came back home, and she wasn't there, where was her stuff? She didn't have a car, she couldn't move it, so it was still there in the house?
I don't understand. I mean, if she left it just like that, it was only like just a small. I mean, kind of the same thing I did. I mean, when Austin Drive was moved, my grandparents were going to sell the house and everything. You know, when I left, I didn't take hard enough. I don't feel this long. Whatever little.
After the last time you saw her, or that when she left, did she tell her family? Did she tell your family? Did you tell her that your wife left?
I mean, she had left many times before that. When she would leave and go, I never knew that was the last time I was going to see her. If I did, I would have, you know, freaking kept her.
After that, like a month or two, you didn't think that was
you know, after a while, I was thinking that she had split and moved on. I mean, there was, you know, she was maybe seeing the guy and everything that was up there, or I know that she was living with in Buford, or no, I can't remember the last one was Buford or Peachtree Corners.
Was she seeing somebody?
I don't know if she was seeing somebody, but there was this dude, and I want to say his girlfriend, that sometimes that she would stay with him in like an economy lodge out that way. And
How did she know this these people?
she worked with him.
Was it the girl or the guy?
I want to say the guy and the girl both worked there, but I could be wrong. I know the guy worked there, but I know that it was a couple, you know, because then there was this one time that they had called me and said that they were moving and she had to go do something, and then she had to do something else.
And this was before the last time you saw him, right?
Well, that's
That's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering.
all that was.
I'm not misunderstanding you.
Right.
I'm not trying to trick you or confuse you.
No,
I just want you to remember.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Like this over there, I was, so that's why I'm terrified. I don't know. I just want you to be accurate. All right, so year goes by, you still don't tell anybody that she's gone.
I mean, I'm figuring that she's already done. I mean, we were always talking about changing it and doing all that. She had the stuff there.
Right.
You know, and she got to the point where she was unhappy with me. I'm not trying to push myself in anybody's life that doesn't want me there. I mean, look at my daughter and everything that's going on there. I haven't tried to push. And, you know, maybe looking back at this one now, I was wrong. All the way around with both of them. Maybe I should try to push forward and try to do it, but
You said you lost your job back then. What your job was last time? Why did you lose your job?
man, this guy, now, there's a lot of things going on right there with that. But, and I do now the same thing pretty much I did then. I mean, I work on role players and things on the side. And there was a guy that, I don't know who stole the thing, there was a saw that was missing. And I can tell you the exact guy that I borrowed this tool from and everything to, I didn't steal their saw, period.
Why did they buy it?
Because he said I stole a saw, because the saw was missing, and I lived around the corner, and he drove past my house, and he seen the back of the boat player right there at the top was cut off.
So he thought because you got something off the car.
You know, and I flat out said, look, I don't know anything about it. You know, and then there was that, and then there was something where I drove through the toll plaza thing on 400. You know, there was just a bunch of little things, and that was just the last straw.
How did you go to the toll plaza?
You know, there used to be a thing where you can go through it.
Right.
You know, and I was under the understanding, yeah.
Okay.
I was under the understanding that, you know, there's a thing with painful, or there's just a bunch of little things. And that was just the last straw. There was no big deal, there was no.
They just let you go.
Right.
They didn't file them, sorry.
Yeah. Well, we had to do it, and you know, if I told them where I borrowed stuff, I tried to tell them whatever, but I said the last straw, yeah.
Did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get an altercation in the mail?
I don't remember, I saw that on the internet, I don't remember that.
The guy said you came up there and he beat you up.
And it seems like I would remember that, but I don't, you know.
You drive a yellow Volkswagen?
I never had yellow, no. Right?
It's never yellow.
Never, no, I've never had yellow. I had a thing against yellow cars.
Okay. What do you think happened to him?
Man, every which way I think about it, it has to go back. If her parents didn't do it directly, it has to be something indirectly around her. I beat my brain.
So when you found out that a body was found just around the corner from where you were, and that the body has been dismembered with assault,
I didn't know that the body was dismembered with assault at all.
you know the body was dismembered?
I heard that. Nobody ever said assault. I didn't hear about that. Nobody ever gave me an autopsy. Nobody said that to me. I didn't know that until it was on the internet. Honest to God. I mean,
So what motive would her family have to do it?
I mean, to me, it sounds strange that they got away with this stuff for all these years, and then all of a sudden, right, as we put up and doing this right there, and all of a sudden he ended up guilty. I don't know if she came to them needing money, or...
Do you think it's likely that her own family murdered her up and cut her up?
Man, her own family killed her family and friends.
Yeah, I know he committed murder, but that's...
So his family and friends.
But why would he kill her? What would be the motive for that?
Hey, man, that's a big...
He's involved in, your family's involved in criminality, and you're trying to protect yourself from going to jail. That's a motive to kill someone. She was, well, the motive would he have to kill her?
Well, we knew what he did. Her dad was like
So you weren't worried about him coming after you? I mean, if he was going to cut up his own daughter and cut you up?
how would he come after me? I didn't do anything. I didn't come in. Here's what I'm saying, okay? I don't know if she needed money, or it may have come to him and threatened him in some way, and, you know, and they did it, maybe they were drunk, and one thing that I don't know. But anything I say at this point is speculation, because I don't know. But I feel like the hell, if they're serial killers that have killed their family and friends, and something happens to their family, okay, first of all,
Serial killers operate as kind of okay.
Let's say about this, okay?
Well, I'm not here to talk about, I'll deal with their family.
Right.
Speculation.
Well, let's look at the facts. Facts. You said that she was put in bags, right? Well, that's what it says on the internet, that she was in a lot.
I didn't say that.
So was she put in bags?
Well, I didn't say that.
No, look, we're being straight up. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to
What I
figure this out.
understand, but what I understand, the body parts had washed out of an area onto the street. Now, there were bags recovered there, so if you make the assumption that they may have been in bags, yes. But I wasn't there to see, so I can't.
Nobody has been straight up with me on this, okay? And everything that I'm learning is basically through the internet. And we all know how the internet lies, and it's a whole thing.
I agree 100%.
Everything that the internet says about me, living under a different name, trying to hide, and they're a lie.
And that's why I'm asking you about that, because I'm not going to go off on speculation from the internet.
Well, he acknowledged the internet.
Throughout the trial, you heard from the testimony of Dr. JRobichaudEsq. She was a domestic violence expert. She had hundreds of experiences with persons that have been victims and perpetrators of domestic violence. She was able to tell you about some of the cycles of abuse, talking about the tension building, the beginning of 1998. We talked about the incident, the different phases where there's an incident, then there's a reconciliation, and then there's calm. And so ultimately, what we have from the beginning of 1998, when Melissa starts working with her sister, we have a representation of what that expert was talking about. We have the tensions, we have the incident, we have the reconciliation, I'll call that July 29th, and then we have the subsequent calm until we have the disappearance of Melissa. And I'm going to submit to you that testimony of the expert, of Dr. James, is relevant testimony. It's testimony you can and should consider.
That's what tape is. Can we get to 350 likes before he finishes?
I would ask you to put the appropriate weight on her testimony and use that in your determination. Dr. Mark Gilbo is an anthropologist with a specialization in skeletal remains, analysis of skeletal remains.
Tell us about Gilbo, who said you should have done DNA testing.
He observed saw marks on the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger, and as far as the exhibits that he was able to go over, Exhibit 34, which you'll have, you see the example here where he's talking about the part of the bone that had been shaved down. And you have the next exhibit, the autopsy of the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. You see where the saw marks are that were indicated by Dr. Gilbo, what he observed. And then you have the ridges here, where it also appears that there's some type of mechanical saw or device that is being used to dismember the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. I'll submit to you those are facts and evidence along with the fact that this defendant was in possession of the saw, the fact that this defendant borrowed the saw from his job, the fact that this job never got the saw back. Those are all facts to be considered. Those are all logical, common sense deductions that you can draw. But then the testimony of Dr. Terry. You heard about the analysis and testing, in particular by the swabbing of Norma's mouth, the analysis of the dental records, and that ties directly into the additional analysis and tests that Detective Stein did when he got connected to Detective Shepard. And we have that additional testing where, even though it didn't result in anything useful, Detective Stein was able to retrieve the bags and submit them for additional testing. And I submit to you that those bags were outside for who knows how long. I submit to you that there was evidence that the head had been moved. I submit to you that George McEachran encountered that bag along with his daughter. I submit to you that Tina Miller, Wolfenbarger County Medical Examiner's Office, responded to that location along with Detective Kelly and the Atlanta Police Department. And even though that did not result in useful information, the process is important because it's important to cross every T and dot every I. And in this investigation, that's a part of the process, and that's what it's do. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit down. The defense will have to
You're going to sit down. They've elevated the volume. I'm going to sit down.
This case is not about the family of Melissa Wolfenbarger. This case is about the tumultuous relationship between this defendant and our victim, Melissa. He wasn't able to control her, and when he lost control, he murdered her. That's what the evidence has shown, and at the conclusion of the case, after the judge charges you on the law, when I ask you to vote the truth, and that's guilty on that count of murder, and this is that.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, does the defense wish to make a closing statement? Yes, closing argument? Thank you.
I have a mic, a microphone.
Just a short word about how this works.
Oh, no, we don't.
The state gets to split their argument. So they'll make an argument, I get to make an argument, they get the last word too. Okay, first word, last word, and I won't get to rebut that. That's just the way it is. We accept that. You've all taken an oath, and you've taken an oath. The judge will instruct you in just a minute. Not my words, not their words. The law that will require you to decide this case based on evidence. Based on evidence. You remember in my opening statement, I told you that the state has got gaping holes in this case.
Gaping
The
holes.
state is going to give you bits and pieces of evidence. And then it is going to tell you a story to fill those in the way that suits them. And it's going to ask you to imagine along with them that that story is true. And it's going to ask you to make a leap of logic at the end of it. From alleged instances of abuse to murder. And I have asked you to follow your oath, to follow the law, and decide the case based on the evidence, not on the imagination. Let's talk about the evidence a little bit. You've been told about the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. I won't rehearse the story, the lesson. What hard evidence exists in this case? I will submit to you that not one bit of direct evidence in this case points to that man right there. Not one. I'm not saying there's no direct evidence in this case. There's lots of it. There is obviously the remains. There is the manner in which those remains were recovered. We had the head discovered in the street on April 29th. We're not exactly sure how it got there. One detective thinks there was a great rain event that washed it out. Another one says there was a dog. We don't know. And then about a month later or so, they discovered several bags in the wooded lot behind the trucking business. Some people call it a junkyard, whatever. Come back to that. The medical examiner eventually is able to identify the skull using dental records, dental charts. And notes that there are tool marks, of course, on the body parts.
Okay, thank you.
After some time goes by, we also know that there was a search of Christopher's former residence. There was lots of evidence taken from this. Lots of evidence that came from the remains. As we've talked about before, there were paint chips in the hair. There were human hairs, apparently not Melissa's. There were pubic hairs. It was a pubic hair. There was DNA evidence. There were carpet fibers. There's lots of evidence. And you heard the detectives sit there and tell you, we specifically sent this off for testing. Some of it more than once. Whoever's hair that was in there that wasn't Melissa's was also not his. Whoever's pubic hair that was also not his. Wherever those paint chips came from, it was not from his residence. Someone says, oh, it was remodeled. It may have been remodeled, but folks, when you paint over paint, the old paint's still under there. And you go scrape a paint sample, you're going to get all of it. None of it matched. There was luminol evidence. They sprayed the entire house, not a drop. And finally, the more modern DNA taken from the bag. You heard Detective Stein sit there and talk about the event where they went out with all the media to the site, looked at the proximity to where Christopher had worked. You heard him testify about the DNA in the bag, and he read the results of those reports. Yes, we found DNA. Yes, there was a viable profile that represented 5 people, two of whom at least were male. And they submitted Christopher's DNA sample. They went up specifically again to get new DNA from him and submit it for that test. That was in 2022 or so. Christopher willingly submitted. Yeah, he knew the DAs were still investigating him. He didn't run from it when they called him and said, hey, we'd like to get your DNA. And he submits it, and you heard the results of the test. Christopher Wolfenbarger is excluded from being a contributor. Well, that's when we hear this theory about there was a great rain flood event. I gave this page from the weather for the city of Atlanta in April of 1999. I gave it to Detective Shepard, and you saw him pretend he couldn't. Or I believe it was Don I gave it to Detective. And you saw him pretend, oh, I'm not comfortable reading this. This document's going to go back with you into evidence, and you all can look at it. And if there's a single one of you who can't figure it out, I would be shocked. The days go down here, the days of the month, the hours of the day go this way, and at the end, there's a cumulative total of the rainfall for each day. And you'll be able to look at this document and see that on that day, the other deputy who said there was an intermittent mist was correct. There was roughly 1/4 of an inch of rain for the entire day. And most of it appears to have fallen at about 3 o'clock in the morning, long before that had appeared on the road that day. And you can look up the rest of the way. 000000000. Detective Shepard. Oh, it rained so much that month. No, it didn't. They analyzed the carpet fibers. They could find no match to Christopher's house. So then we're told about the circumstantial evidence. It's interesting to me that you just heard the district attorney tell you all the facts and evidence in this case point to one man. But he's not talking about this hard evidence, is he? Because there's a bunch of that and not a single bit of it points to this man. All of it points away from this man. But Detective Shepard, or maybe it was Detective Calhoun, one of the two, got on the stand and said, there's only been one suspect in this case from day one. Well, when the results keep pointing away and pointing away and pointing away, maybe there should have been a different one. Maybe you should have asked some more questions of the neighbors or of the family. You heard the district attorney here tell you. That's how we conduct investigations. We look at the person's life. We want to find out what's going on in their life. They never investigated that family. They never investigated anybody else. Where are the records of the test of paint chips for a single other person's house? Where are the records for a search warrant from a single other individual's house? Where are the search warrants getting hair or pubic hair or DNA from anybody else in this investigation? Crickets. Because they want to tell you a story about domestic violence. I'm a supporter of Me Too. Domestic violence is a real thing. You've heard the district attorney tell you multiple times now. This is a case about domestic violence. It may have that question in it somehow. Certainly it does. It is an issue you're going to have to decide. You're going to have to decide how much weight to attribute to those alleged incidents. And you're going to have to decide, as a fact finder and determiner in this case, how it fits into the overall picture. But this is not a case about domestic violence. This is a case in which a man is charged with an act of murder. And the state has not given you one single instance or bit of evidence about an act of murder. They want to get you sympathetically on the board. After he tells you, don't judge this by sympathy. But then he wants to tell you all these violent instances, and he wants to embellish them. He punched her. That's not an evidence anywhere. He beat her all the time for the whole year. That's not an evidence anywhere. And they want to tell you that story and then ask you to make the leap to there must have been some act of murder also. What about these instances of domestic violence? We heard first about the July 1998 incident. Yes, there's a police report. You had a police officer testify. He told you he did not look under her clothing. How could he have known if there were scrapes on her back or backside? He told you that. I didn't look at that. We get home and Norma says, well, I got home with her and she had scrapes all down her backside. Just after she had gotten done telling you that she was wearing blue jeans. I'm not sure how you get scrapes if you fall on the ground with blue jeans on. You have reports from Tina. Tina says she came in there with choke marks on her neck. And there was another guy named Clinton who stood up for her. None of that story is corroborated by anybody else anywhere. The only person who's ever told that story is Tina Patton. Tina says she took Melissa back up to Chris's house on Brookline and confronted Christopher. But Christopher tells Detective Stott in his interview that he didn't like Melissa staying with her sister, because she got her into cigarettes and also was doing meth. Not necessarily that Melissa was doing it, but that he didn't like Melissa around that stuff. Well, I think there would be a confrontation when she brought her up there. We've heard from Mr. Dixon about domestic violence. It is funny to me. You should find it incredible that when he gives an interview in 2003 to the police about Melissa, he does not one time mention abuse, marks on her body, being drugged on the sidewalk, her complaining about her husband. He does not mention it one single time in an hours-long interview. And suddenly, when they find him at the last minute before trial, they find out he's been watching true crime shows about this, and suddenly he remembers this incident where she had bruises and she was drugged on the sidewalk. The testimony is not credible from the former Waffle House employee and bank robber, Mr. Dixon. You heard evidence from Miss Cooley, lived across the street. She seemed to be confused about a lot of her facts and details. Testimony was difficult to follow. But she says, oh yeah, I heard screaming and breaking glass over there all the time. There was apparently no glass left in the house at some point. Definitely from that house. Definitely that house where Chris lived. And I know that because that's the house I went in and cleaned. I cleaned all the houses that Mr. Holyfield owned. Who's Mr. Holyfield? Holyfield didn't own that house. You heard testimony from several people. That house was owned by Christopher's parents. Miss Cooley was never in there. I think Miss Cooley's confused as to what she's talking about. Oh, well, I definitely saw a black eye behind the glasses. And then she said a few moments later, I only saw her passing a few times when she was getting in the car to go to the grocery store. Never talked to her, just said hi. Testimony about assault. Oh, he had access to assault. Well, their memory seems to be just as cloudy and hazy as a lot of people. And this is a 26-year-old case, that's understandable. But I look at the statements that were made, and I see at least 4 different versions of that story that have been told. In the original detectives reports, they said a saw went missing while Chris worked there. And we thought it was Chris. We blamed Chris. And we never found him. And then later it turned into he stole a saw. And then later they backed off and said, well, no, he asked to borrow a saw, and we never gave it back. You heard them. Their own witness, they had to impeach you by playing things that were in audio because they said they didn't even remember saying that. And they testified here that he took a saw, not saying he stole it, whatever. And she didn't even remember talking to me a couple weeks before that, before trial. She didn't remember telling me on the phone that, yeah, he brought it back.
Not the mic. Not the mic. Leave the mic alone. Or use it.
Circumstantial evidence about alleged conflicts in Christopher's statement. What conflict did you hear in his statement? Inconsistencies, that was the word. There were inconsistencies in Christopher's interviews. And they play for you the interview with Mr. Stott, 2001. And then they play for you the interview with Detective Shepard in 2021. In one version of those stories, in the 2001 interview, Chris tells that the last time he ever saw Melissa, she was walking down Lee Street by the MARTA station. And he stopped to pick her up, took her up the road to Taco Bell, right by the interstate. Apparently she talked about wanting to get back together. He said that was too emotional for him at this point, and he dropped her off back at the train station. And she left back north. Lee Street, MARTA station. How far is that from Christopher's house? Because when these... But again, you're 20 years later.
Hold on. Did we miss? Wow. Okay, so Long Crimes feed only says it's a minute long. That's really weird. Let's make sure we didn't miss.
Apparently she talked about wanting to get back together. He said that was too emotional for him at this
Promise
point.
chat. Look.
And he dropped her off back at the train station. And she left back north. Lee Street, MARTA station. How far is that from Christopher's house? Because when
I wonder why.
these new investigators came in 2021 and tried to trip him up with this stuff, all these details from 18 years or 20 years prior, they asked him a specific question. Do you remember telling him the last time you saw her, she was walking down Brookline Street? I'd be a little confused too, because he never said that. Now, whether he remembered the other statement from up Lee Street or not, I don't know. But again, you're 20 years later. Is Christopher the only one in this entire trial that doesn't get a pass on memory? When witness after witnesses stand here and say, I can't remember that, I don't recall. At least the police officers get to carry their report with them and read the details and pretend they remembered it. This business about hiding. Oh, Christopher cooperated with police time after time after time. I don't have to list it all tediously again. All the DNA results, the hair, the pubic hair, everything else. Every time they called him and said, we want this, he showed up. They could have showed up at his door that day. He would have walked out to them. They could have arrested him right there. But they chose to use some kind of SWAT team enforcement with unmarked cars, no lights. If you ever see the video again, you will notice when those cars pull up, no lights are on. Later in the video, when they're all up in his house, then they have their lights on. They don't turn it on until later. No marks on those cars. The only marked car was all black with black letters. So if you're viewing that coming up your driveway and armed men get out with M16s, what are you going to do? Walk out and greet them? Look, it was rational to fear that, okay? It's rational to be afraid. Imagine if you're seeing that through a home security video and you can have even less resolution. And so in order to connect their stories about domestic violence, to embellish them, and then create a story that somehow leads to a murder, they bring in domestic violence expert. And she tells us what she tells us. Much of it may be valid in certain contexts. And she says, well, if you're leaving, that's a sign of domestic abuse. But if you're returning, you can also explain that as domestic abuse. And if you're at any point in this cycle, virtually any behavior can be explained as part of the cycle of abuse. And Ms. Hilton gave very pointed hypotheticals, clearly designed to apply to this case.
Hypotheticals.
And she says, yes, clearly that's domestic abuse. Yes, clearly that's isolating somebody. Yes, clearly that's reconciliation. Yes, yes, yes. No hesitation whatsoever. But when the defense just tweaked the hypothetical just a little bit, her answer was what? Yes? No? No, her answer was, I don't know. I need more facts. I need to know what the abuse situation is. And wait a minute. How can you jump on a hypothetical when she asked it, and when we ask it, we get him hauled around? And it turns out she's a former employee at the DA's office. She's effectively like having an extra prosecutor up there on the stand to hit softballs they throw at her.
Cool.
So what you have happen is you have the state telling you a story that they want you to believe that leads to a murder for which they have no evidence, an act for which they have no evidence, an intent for which they have no evidence, and an unlawful killing for which they have no evidence. And they want you to follow their story to judge something based on no evidence. And all the other evidence in the case that points away from Christopher, every bit of hard evidence in the case that points away from Christopher, they spend their time trying to fight against that. Normally the roles are reversed. Normally the state's putting up the hard evidence and the defense has to say, well, that's not right, this is not right, that doesn't apply. But they wanted to know, well, the DNA must have been corrupted because of a rainstorm or whatever. But literally all the evidence points away from Christopher, except for the story. We've been told, or you've been told, that the defense's story, the defense is Carl Patton did. We've never said that. And we've certainly never singled out Carl Patton as the only possibility. I want to share something with you that you're also going to hear in a few minutes. And this again is from the law. An interesting thing the DA said a while ago. He said, we're trying to tell you that Carl Patton did this. But the standard is proof beyond reasonable doubt. They haven't given you proof beyond reasonable doubt that Carl Patton did this. Well, that's not quite how it works. The only person in this room for which the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt applies is the defendant. Any other evidence, you're allowed to determine how you think it may apply. How it may fit the case. And this is the law that she's going to read to you in a minute. Not the law he just told you about. This is the law she's going to read to you. Of course, you have to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. And in a case like this one, where the only evidence against the defendant is circumstantial, our statutes and our courts have determined that this is how you should interpret beyond a reasonable doubt. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct or circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, in a case in which there's circumstantial evidence only, you have to exclude every other reasonable possibility. And friends, that's where you do get to use your imagination. I'm not inviting you to come up with Disneyland fairy tales. No, that's being arbitrary. That's what the statute outlaws. But if there's any other reasonable possibility to explain the death of Melissa Wolfenbarger, then you must acquit. From the evidence you have, the hard evidence you have remains. You know the area she lived in. You know she was going to Doraville. You know she was riding the train. You know she was getting off that train at midnight and walking from the Lee Street station to Brookline or wherever else she went regularly at night, midnight in the West End. We know she was hanging out with people who were drinking a lot. We know that at least, according to some people in the evidence, some of those people were doing drugs. And when drugs and alcohol are involved in anything, the pool of potential suspects is a chasm. I don't have to find one and bring it to you and say, this guy did it, and I can prove it to you beyond reasonable doubt. You just have to be able to understand it could have been anybody, and that's reasonable. And that's where people like Carl Patton do come in, and Norma Patton. The whole thing about the 5 murders and the dumping bodies in the river and the covering it up for many, many years. But we also find out that one of his victims was a drug dealer that Carl worked for. We also find out that he engaged in contract killing. We also find out that there was a member of their family, in some common law way, whose father Carl had killed. And he didn't find out until sometime later. The same man also hung out in that household, was friends with the Patton family, and later was accused of molesting Melissa. And Norma, and with Melissa's testimony, apparently tried to get him indicted. Does this man have a motive to get revenge against Carl? Yes. Does he have a motive to get revenge against Norma and even Melissa? Yes. Is it reasonable to believe he could have been involved? Absolutely. Is it reasonable to believe that one of her new boyfriends was involved when he found out she had a husband. When he found out or heard a rumor that she was pregnant. Is it reasonably possible that she did find out what her dad had been doing? And came to him needing money, came to him with a, I will expose you. Is it possible that living in that area, she got involved in a drug deal gone bad? Why would they dismember her? Dismembering is not, it's not common, but it's not unheard of even in drug dealers. It's a way to dispose of a body. It doesn't have to be ritualistic. You don't have to be Jeffrey Dahmer. And in fact, that's what the state's alleging in this case, that it was merely a means of trying to hide a body. What if she owes somebody a drug debt? Here's a possibility. How do you know that she didn't die of an overdose in somebody's house and they had criminality in their house and they panicked and tried to hide the body? Where's your evidence? It just has to be a reasonable theory. That's what the law says. You can't rule it out. There's not one of these scenarios you can rule out. And if you can't rule it out, that's a reasonable doubt.
Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt.
Maybe she really was pregnant. Maybe she tried to have an unsafe abortion. Where's your evidence, sir? It just has to be a reasonable theory. If the state had done more investigation, maybe we could have eliminated some of these, but we can't. You can't rule these out. Is it possible that destitute, poor, no hope, she did take her own life, and then somebody found her body and tried to get rid of it? Is it possible? The state has not ruled out any of these. It has told you a story about one possibility. It has embellished some of the details and asked you to imagine that it went all the way to a murder. Here's some random thoughts to consider. The bags were found in the wooded area. We heard testimony from Ms. Miller, the investigator who was there, the one who found the first bag, state that she found it right by a pathway. Now, why did they even start looking back there? She told you. She told you the owner of that trucking company said, why don't you go look back behind here, because there's a cut through that people use in a wooded area that drug dealers and other people use. That's what she said. She testified to that. And they go back there and start searching, and lo and behold, the dog actually misses it, but she spots this bag right by the trail. And we saw pictures of several of those bags that she described as being in a clearing or on the trail. Not pushed up under the brush, no attempt to hide these things. Those bags were even either thrown there to be found by somebody, or they were just haphazardly thrown there. But the least likely scenario is that someone was taking care to try to hide it. Did somebody kill Melissa and throw it where it would be found, right where Chris worked, to send a message? You can't rule it out. That's a reasonable doubt.
Again, keep saying it.
The domestic violence incident expert spoke about that. Have you considered the evidence we've heard about how Melissa was raised? About how she was locked in a room? How she was, according to Ms. Waddell, stunted in her intellectual development? Unsocial? Very easily controlled, naive? Why is it that when she goes to Kathy's house and she says, I want to turn my children over to you, and then she goes to, writes a letter to Norman and says, no, I want to give all the custody and come see you, and stay away from her? Why is it that she talks that way to one side and talks a different way to the other side? Maybe she had a power and control relationship with her mother. Maybe the power and control wheel applies in that relationship too.
Tell him.
Maybe when she went up to get her from Brookline and helped her file a repeat police report and helped her go file a protective order, then took her home and helped her took her to Henry County to try to get custody back, maybe that was exactly what Wendy was telling us. She's easily controlled, and maybe those weren't her own actions. Maybe she was being influenced by the person that used to lock her in a room every day and deprive her and control her. I think it's interesting that the incident happens in 1998, and all of the things in the power control wheel are suddenly in Melissa and Norman's favor, according to their understanding of how the law worked at the time. You remember, I asked her, did you understand that you just go down to the court and say, I want my kids back, and they give your kids back? Now, I know because I'm an attorney and I read the law. Actually, we talked about it here as well in testimony. That's not quite how it works. But Norma testified that that was her understanding, and it was Melissa's understanding at the time. So, what happens? Melissa's with her at that time, not with Chris. Melissa went down and said, I want my kids back. So as far as they understood, they had custody back. They had the physical custody of the kids because they had them at their home at that time for those few days. And they had filed a restraining order against Chris, which would have required him to stay away from them. So according to the power control wheel, everything was in their favor, if that's what Melissa really wanted. If what Norman is telling us in her version of the story is actually true, there would have been no reason to go back to Chris whatsoever. And yet, she goes to her court date and dismisses it. Oh, that's evidence of abuse and power and control. But the power and control was with her mother. She could have easily stood up and said at that time, I'm done. I have everything I want. I don't need you. You can stay away from me. But she didn't. At that moment, she had a choice to go back to Norma Patton or to go back to Chris. And she chose Chris. We're told this sentimental story at the end. Melissa, last time I talked to her, she said she only wanted one Christmas present. Picture of her at the pop-up. You've heard no evidence in this case that she ever even hung out with her papa. But you have heard evidence in this case that her papa was a blackout drunk who slept on the couch. It doesn't make sense. You've heard evidence that Tina Patton insisted in 2003 interview with Mr. Calhoun that she saw Melissa on her birthday in 1999. That was March 28th. She told Calhoun, she emphasized it over and over, I know I saw her. And she said her mother tried to get her to change the story because it didn't line up with her narrative of when Melissa had died. But if she saw her in March 28th of 1999, we know that Chris stopped working at Action Glass at the beginning of February, and he wasn't living there anymore. It's interesting to me that Mr. Calhoun testified that no, Christopher's property was never searched by dogs. They weren't allowed to search. He sat there confidently and told me. Sergeant Lacoste on the stand the next day, and not even from our questioning, from their questioning, volunteered the fact that, yeah, there had been a dog search, and I was there, and yes, they did search the property, and they found nothing. And you remember Ms. Cooley talking about, oh, you built a concrete pad in the back. Why bring that evidence in? Except to create an insinuation, oh, he had told somebody allegedly at Waffle House one time about that's how you hide a body. You put it under the foundation of a house and say, well, he made his own little foundation in the back. And ooh, her torso's underneath there. Well, the dogs didn't find it. So whatever that evidence purpose was, like all the other hard evidence, doesn't point to Chris. Mr. Shepard emphasized to us about the importance of the workplace proximity. This also came up during Mr. Stein's testimony. And it's been emphasized by the DAs over and over again. Showing you the map, showing you the dot on the map where it's at, and right here's Christopher's workplace. You've seen that probably 5 or 10 times. And you've heard testimony about it. And Detective Shepard gets up and drives that point home saying, well, it's more likely that that's where the body was hidden because he didn't have to carry it very far. It's right there. And you heard this testimony about how they went out to the scene and they took the podcasters with them, and they took the media with them, and they took DAs with them, and they had this big publicity stunt about, oh, here's where the head was, and right there is his place of work. I almost expect to hear the dum-dum-dum music in the back. And then you learn about Carl Patton's murder. He killed people in his living room, wrapped them up in a camper out back, and then drove them 30 miles to dump them in a river. Proximity is not proof of who did it. And the medical examiner, Dr. Terry, brilliant Dr. Terry, the one I was afraid to object to her qualification. Brilliant, fascinating to talk to. Examined Melissa's remains and made a conclusion that supports my argument. Cause of death is undetermined. Well, there was just she said concealment of remains. I think that's a little argumentative. That is a little argumentative. Because she doesn't know if it was bagged for the purpose of concealing or just disposed or just transporting to be disposed. She doesn't know the intent of the person who bagged it. She can't testify to that. But there was decomposition, true, and there was incomplete discovery of the remains. And her conclusion is, I can't determine how she died. And Mr. Fawcett asked her a series of questions. Can you tell if it was strangulation? Can you tell if it was stabbing? No. Can you tell if it was shooting? No. Can you tell if it was poisoning? No. And I want you to interpret what that really means, what they're really saying. Can you determine if she was stabbed to death? No. What that sentence really means is we have no evidence she was stabbed. Can you determine if she was poisoned? No. What that evidence really means is we have no evidence she was poisoned. Can you determine if she was beaten to death? No. We have no evidence she was beaten to death. You have no evidence of a murderous act. You have no evidence of malice being formed, whether in an instant or at some point before. You have no evidence of murderous intent. Well, but it was very likely unnatural. I can authoritatively say that as a medical examiner. This was definitely not a natural death. Very likely not a natural death. You don't need to be a medical examiner to figure that out. Although there are all the scenarios I gave you that you can't rule out, such as overdose. At this point, all the medical examiner can tell you is about post-mortem injuries. You don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You may have a suspicion that Christopher did it. That's not enough. You may have a strong suspicion that Christopher did it. That is not enough. You may gravely suspect that Christopher did it. And the judge is going to read you a law here in a minute that says a grave suspicion is not sufficient. You need proof beyond any reasonable doubt that excludes every reasonable alternative. The state's theory is asking you to do a couple of things. I'm winding up. The first thing it asks you is to ignore all the physical evidence and just listen to our story about domestic abuse. And in doing that, it's asking you to believe this. That man right there is so brilliant, he can pull off a mastermind murder. He didn't leave a shred of DNA. He didn't leave a shred of carpet fiber, hair fiber, pubic hair. He didn't leave a shred of anything that our most powerful forensic machines can pick up. Not one shred. And then was dumb enough to dump the body right by where he was. That doesn't make sense. Melissa was surrounded by criminals, violent criminals, drug users, drug dealers. A dangerous area of town. You heard Miss Brock say, I would not walk the streets there at night by myself. She was beset everywhere she went by those dangers. And yet the state is asking you to believe what they're calling an abuser must necessarily become a murderer. But at the same time, that people we know are murderous somehow turned into angels. You can't believe both those things. And I would ask you not to follow your imagination on either one of you. Don't let the state force you to follow its story, which is imagination. Demand evidence that a murder happened, that an act of murder happened. Demand proof beyond a reasonable doubt that an act happened, that there was intent formed, that the killing was indeed unlawful, and that it was with malice aforethought. And when you get done deliberating, we ask you to return a verdict not guilty.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, Ms.
Alrighty.
Hilton, y'all come over just a minute.
Here we go. Here comes Hilton. Thank you, Cody Montana, for the sticker. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Biz TV. We got to the 350 likes. That's a fun time. Thank you, chat. Moses was also like, look, somebody needs to be a member today. They need access to the Hilton buffer emoji to get ready
About
for
almost
this
2 hours,
rebuttal.
and so I'm going to take just a quick comfort break for you guys, and for myself,
comfort break.
admittedly, for just about 5 or 10 minutes. And so grab some coffee or whatever it is you want, and then we'll be right back in here to go ahead and finish with the closings. Thank you.
All right, I'm excited. If I can get it together in a second, I'm going to have my surprise ready for you, chat. I'm very excited. I'm really excited. All right, let's see if I can load it over here and get it uploaded. I got to put it in StreamYard. Okay, and Touche says, have I followed any of the Christina Formella case? Not yet. And Touche says, not much yet, but so horrible and talk too much to the cops without a lawyer. So do we need to do a performance rating where we watch like a police interrogation video for Formella? That's one of the teacher cases, right? That's actually really horrible to say, right? One of the teacher cases. That's a horrible thing to have a plural for. But yeah, I need to watch that. I'm interested in watching that. Oh, maybe we'll put something together one of these days. And thank you. Thank you, Touche. Yeah, I think we had a, I think that hit all the points I would have wanted it to hit. Some other arguments I didn't think of. I wish there was a mic. I can't say it enough. I wish openings were really hard to hear. This was better. This was easier to hear than openings for both. Vincent Fawcett for the state and Joel McDermott. That's who did the openings and now the closing so far. It's way better, but it still could be like a bit more. I think you said it in the chat. Oomph. Oomph. Moses thinks that this break gives a chance to marinate. Yeah, I would agree. And I just think it sucks that the state gets the last word. Sure, they have the burden of proof, but they're not the ones at risk of losing their liberty. Now let's see if this is going. Can I get this done faster? Okay. All right, chat, are you ready? I got StreamYard, let's go. Like hanging by a moment. I'm staring in the back room here watching my media just buffer and buffer and buffer and buffer. It's not even giving me a progress bar to see. Hey, Blue-Eyed Hillbilly. Yeah, I think a lot of us are not loving the state's investigation. I'm not loving the prosecution. They're hinging on, like, a super leap. Hal says there's not even reasonable doubt because I don't know what I'm supposed to doubt. Haven't even gotten to that phase yet. Uh-oh. All right, it loaded, guys. It loaded. It loaded.
Objection! You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From source to letters, they got no trace. Objection! You're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Letters on the table, custody fights in July, TPO dismissed, and they never asked why. Action glass saw, borrowed or stole, but no proof at all, just a story they told. Waffle House nights, Brookline Street, torso missing, but they called it complete. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Doubt, doubt. Every path's open, they're throwing it wide. Can't rule it out. When the facts don't align, objection rising, cross on the stand. Every new theory slipping out of their hand. Christmas dinner missed, jail in the fall. 30 cops stormed in, but no answers at all. Paint chips, fibers, DNA won't stick. They're dancing around the truth, playing legal tricks. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. From source to cars, they're spinning it out. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. From letters to source, from cars to tools, theories on theories, rewriting the rules. If every path's open, then none of them prove. Reasonable doubt is the courtroom groove. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it proud. State's got no limit, but the truth still stout. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Can't rule it out.
Woo. Hello, chat. Case closed. Hey, if they want to play audio recordings during their closing statements, why can't I? Why can't I? Yeah, so I will make this available. I was trying so hard when I started sampling and previewing the song and making a little bit of tweaks. I was on screen during closing. I was probably sitting here like this, trying not to go too bananas. Yes, I submit to the song. Whew. And Tay Biz, I'm going to rename it. I'm going to rename it to The Gospel of Reasonable Doubt. We're going to retitle it. Thank you for the 10. I'm having a great time over here. I'm going to submit this song to Club ClassE tonight. I'm not going to say what it is. Amy, if you're in here, don't tell him. Don't snitch. And John says to make the song available to us. So what I'm going to do, I'll end up uploading it just like ABC's of Steel. But I'm going to I'm going to make it so it's like the video that's the size of the YouTube screen. And I'll throw some of your chats in there from both the reactions to the song and the reactions to the closing and whatever else I see. If you guys want to throw some comments now, I'll look at this portion of comments and we'll make a chat memory video again. But I hope you liked it. Got to keep it upbeat. And that, I don't know. They did a good job over there with Suno AI. They got it going down. Let's see. Make me little. Let me get John and Cody in here as our stream sponsors as well. Remember, this is to support against Hilton yelling at the jury during closing arguments. Let's see. All right. So, while I'm sure we could have had more screaming about to happen with this closing. All right, they're still not back. I think we'll be better off than we would have been if it weren't for our stream sponsors. Taybiz TV, Paulette, John Coleman. We've got Cody Montana. We've got Moses Dupree. We've got Slim Life New Jersey. We've got Touche. We've got Mark. We've got Laundered Amber. We've got Cleo. Why did I have her name spelled? There's name spelled wrong. Hold on. Why does it say stream? There we go. We're going to fix that. But big thank you to you guys. I'm sure we're going to get yelled at, but it's going to be less than it could have been. It's almost time. Yeah, both feeds are popping. Not in a good way. Touche, thank you. We got the avocado going today. We got the cheeseburger earlier from Cody Montana. I think avocado is great on burgers. They are a good match. Big thank you, Touche, for all the support today.
Again.
Oh, we definitely turning that down. She has the PowerPoint thing in her hand. We're getting a PowerPoint.
Good afternoon. I'm the last voice that you're going to hear for the city. And we get the option to speak to you last because we have the burden. And in this case, we have waited 27 years to get justice for this. And at this
not a good thing on you.
We have proved that this defendant killed Melissa Wolfenbarger sometime in late 1998 or early of March 1999 for no other reason except for jealousy, anger, and the fact that he was about to lose control over this woman who he had for 7 years. And I'm going to ask you all to bear with me for a few moments as I tell you and show you how we've proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, as Mr. McDermott was speaking, I'm reminded of 2 things. One, what I was told in law school, that when you have the law on your side, you argue the law. When you have the facts on your side, you argue the facts.
You lost a directed verdict.
When you have both, you argue both. And when you have nothing, you just argue, and argue. And that's what Mr. McDermott did for about 45 minutes. Now, I like Mr. McDermott, but he was given a tough case. And because of the case that he was given, he just had to argue to you for the last 45 minutes. And I'm going to show you how everything that he said makes no reasonable sense. Because what we ask you as jurors is that you have to make reasonable inferences based on your common sense and reason. We ask you not to leave your common sense at the door, but you bring it into the courtroom. And there's only one reasonable conclusion in this case. And all roads, all logical roads, all roads lead to one defendant, and that is him over there. I'm then reminded of a second story. A story that I've been told a long time ago regarding a red bike. And the story goes that there was a man coming across the border, and he had a red bike. And every day he would come cross the border with a red bike, and it had a basket with sand. And every day as he came across the border patrol guy would say, look at the basket and say, what's in here? There's something in here. Every day the guy would come and say, nope, there's nothing in there. Ride his bike every day, happened for a substantially long time. Then one day, the border patrol guy and the man on the bike was at a bar.
Was there a hot mic for red bike?
Then one day, the border patrol guy and the man on the bike
Somebody just hot mic'd it's the red bike story. That's not me.
was at a bar. The border patrol guy was getting ready to retire, and he speaks to the man and says, you know, all those days and all those years you were riding this bike across the border. And every day I looked, and there was nothing in the basket. What were you doing? God said nothing. Congratulations on your retirement. The night keeps on going, and they're drinking a little. And the border patrol goes and says, you know what, I'm a little drunk, I'm probably not going to remember what you tell me, but tell me what you were doing. He said, no, don't worry about it. Here's another drink. And drink. It's now the end of the night. Border patrol was like, look, I'm getting ready to go home. I've been drinking a lot. I'm not going to remember what you told me. Tell me what you've been doing. He said, you know what, I'm sorry. He said, you know, every day when I was coming through with the red bike, you were so focused on what was in the basket. But I was smuggling in a new red bike every single day. But because you were focused on what was in the basket, you were missing what was right in front of you. And what the defense counsel has asked you all to do is focus on all these reasonable theories, and we're going to talk about these reasonable theories in a moment, and not focus on the path that's right in front of you.
Here we go.
And like I said to you before, the path that's right in front of you leads straight to Mr. Wolfenbarger. Straight. So let's talk about some sand in the box, the basket. Let's talk about it. First, no physical evidence. That's the first thing, right? You talked about the paint chips. Let's talk about when they went to the house. They went to the house in 2003. What happened in 2003? What do we know? Well, what we know.
Biden got
for
arrested.
Dorothy is that he abruptly left in February, sometime in 1999. He didn't tell his friends he was leaving. He didn't tell Miss Dorothy, the person he would hang around with every day. He left all the clothes in the house. And what did Dorothy tell you? She had to come and clean it out. And then what did you hear? That it was remodeled. It was changed. So of course, in 2003, when they go and do it, the paint chips don't match. Now when it tells you, oh, well, the paint chips, they stay the same, you don't know what all the remodeling was in the house because it had changed. So there wouldn't be any paint chips that matched what was in her hair. Next, we talked about the bags that his DNA is not found on. But Mr. Fawcett talked to you about that. If we believe when the last time anyone besides him seen her, we know that in February of 1999, she didn't call her mother for her birthday. We know in March of 1999, she didn't appear for the court hearing for the battery case from July. So we know she's probably deceased, I would suspect, somewhere after Christmas of 98. Probably January or so of 99. So those bags were probably in that area for at least 3 months before they found them.
What?
People could be touching the bags, not realizing that it's a head in the bag, not realizing what's in it. They're picking it up, they're putting it away, whatever they're doing. There's other DNA on it.
Evidence.
He already told you, because that's what he told Tina, what did she tell him? Tina, Miss Parent, all of them while they were sitting at the Waffle House. He know how to hide a body. Well, I suspect he know how to use some gloves to hide the body. Suspect he knows how to use some bleach. Remember someone said it looked like there was some liquid in the bags? See, you have to remember all of the evidence that came out. Well, he had the reciprocating saw, so we know he chopped up the body. Where's the torso at? But we're going to get to the torso in a moment. And he discarded it. So that's why there's his DNA wasn't on the bag. Let's talk about the blood, no blood at the luminol. Well, if she was strangled, there would be no blood. And is it reasonable he strangled her? Yes. You want to know why? Because her sister told you that she came in to the Waffle House in early of 1998 with strangulation marks on her neck. That's what she told you. So is it reasonable that he strangled her? Yes. So that's why there wouldn't be any blood. So that's why if they luminol, there wouldn't be there. Well, we know he strangled her. What do we know from Dorothy? He punched her. What do we know from the report? He just dragged her. That's the way that he harmed her. There's no evidence that he used guns or knives. All of the evidence shows that he used his physical hands to hurt her. So is it reasonable that he strangled her? But it would be nice if we had her neck to really be able to tell you what he did. But see, they don't want to talk about that part of it. Let's talk about the pubic hairs. Well, what do we know? Thomas Nixon told you that they were intimate. What did he also tell you? The last time he saw her was in December of 1998. Could it be that the day that, remember when he said the last time I saw her,
They tested the pubic hair for him. It's not his pubic hair.
So now you're pregnant.
That's not his pubic hair.
Thomas. You're left with him, so now I'm mad because you want to leave me. And I strangle you and kill you. You're right. That pubic hair could be Thomas Nixon.
Oh, it's Tom. But you didn't test it.
There's no physical evidence. Doesn't mean it doesn't point to him. Because there's a reasonable reason.
You could have
why there's
proven
no
this.
Physical evidence.
She could have proven this.
No
Her
physical
investigators.
evidence. So they showed you the rain shower report.
Dixon was in custody for years for robbing a bank. They could have found him and got a pubic hair.
January, February, or March. Where's the rain report she said, I can't even tell you. It could be 30 days. It could be longer than that. I submit to you it was longer than that because her mother did not hear from her in February. Let's look at the evidence, y'all. And that is evidence. That's what came out on the stand. Because everything that came out on the stand is evidence. Stand in the box. Don't believe any of the state's witnesses about you. So everybody lying. Tina doesn't know Dorothy. Remember, because I asked her. Dorothy don't know Tina. But somehow they both saw Melissa with bruises. So they both lying? Why? What would they need to lie for? Matter of fact, Miss Dorothy, if you remember, if you watched, when she came in here, she looked over at him. Because I guess she remembered seeing him from back in the day. And she kind of got a soft look on her face. And she tried to switch it up on him. If you can remember. Because first I said, I asked her, did you hear her yelling? She's like, I heard both of them yelling. And I said, is that what you told me in my investigator last week? And she said, well, that's not what I said. And she changed the story. She wanted to help him. See, y'all gotta remember those little things. But then, as she was getting crossed, if you remember, she said at one point, I used to hear her scream. She said, I used to hear her screaming. What did she tell you? That she heard it 3 to 4 times a week. Let's assume that they moved over to Brookline in February of 1998. You know, we lawyers, I don't do a lot of math. But she 3 to 4 times a week. So take 4. So I'm good with that. 4 4 is 16. Times that by however many other months. How many times is she hearing this poor baby scream every week? But they want you to believe that no domestic violence is happening? You gotta start thinking about the evidence, y'all. Because they talk to you about that. Thomas Dixon, he don't know Dorothy. He don't know Tina. But somehow Melissa was able to tell him about what happened to her in July, but he comes to here and he's lying too. Remember when he told you that I had been in prison for about 10 years and I saw her missing face on some cards. That's how he remembered that that's how he knew she had passed. And wanted to tell everyone about what she told him. And is that unreasonable? Because maybe he was her peace and solace to get away from him. You know, he asked questions about them being on the roof of the Waffle House. Maybe that was the only place she could get some peace, on the roof of the Waffle House. From him.
Waffle House Mike that you didn't tell
What did? Now, I know she said all she do is smoke take heroin every day. But what she tell you today? That when she called her friend, the last in 1998, he didn't want her to speak to anybody. So, we're supposed to disregard all of that. I submit you don't do that, because that's evidence. Now the Brocks. You know, he said, you know, I guess he claims that Ms. Brock told him on the phone that he returned the salt. He didn't play that interview for you. He played Wendy's interview. So where's that interview? The interview you heard is when the Brock said he borrowed the saw. Matter of fact, they corrected the police. The police said, you know, he stole the saw. No, he didn't steal the saw. He borrowed the saw. And they said on their own, and he never brought it back. And they told you, that's not the reason why we fired him, but he never brought the saw back. And remember what we asked them earlier? In the culture of that job, they don't really ask what you use the saw for. They just use, you know, they let their employees borrow the saw. That's evidence. Because how ironic is it that her body and the bones have lines from a reciprocating saw that he so happened to borrow from the job that he worked at. And it hasn't been returned. And then, this whole thing that he was cooperative, he gave DNA samples, he did this. Well, he did those things because he believed he covered up the murder. He believed that he did what he needed to do to cover up the murder. But when it is time to now be held accountable, what is he doing? And we're going to see the video there in a moment. He first sends his girlfriend out to say he's not home. So they skip over that part. When the police get there, she opens up the door, she comes out and says he's not there. But what did O'Hare say? Because of the cell phone, they knew he was in the house. So he kept looking. And y'all saw the video, he looked. I think he thought he was behind that mirror. He kept on going back to that mirror. And then eventually he's like, no, he's here. And he knocks on that makeshift thing that he done cooked himself in. But he's cooperative? This is going to, when I go through all their reasonable theories, the medical exam. What did she tell you? In her expert opinion, she did not die of natural causes. It was undetermined by highly likely homicidal violence. And what did she tell you? If we only had the torso. And why would we not have the torso? Could it be because she was pregnant? And he wanted to make sure that we never found that part of her. So you're going to get this instruction from the court, and this is what both Mr. Fawcett and Ms. McDermott discussed. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories. Reasonable. Your duty, when you go back, a reasonable doubt, is a doubt of a fair-minded and partial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's not arbitrary, it's not vague. So let's talk about their reasonable theories. So the first one, a random person in the West End decided to kill her child and decapitate her and cut off her legs. What evidence is there? There's no evidence. The only evidence of her walking down the street comes from the defendant, who has all reason to lie. We're going to talk about when he said it. When he says this idea of her walking down the street. That she's hanging out with people who do drugs and alcohol. Who? Who? That's not reasonable. There's no evidence of it. Next is the male, they don't have his name, who molested her as a child. What evidence is it that he came from wherever he may live to come all the way to Atlanta to kill her, to use a saw to cut her, to put her in a bag, to discard her across the street from his job? What evidence? There's no evidence. It has to have some evidence behind it. Not just, oh, you think this in the world. Not that.
What are you explaining? Whose side are you on?
Reasonable. The new boyfriend, Thomas, he told you the last time he saw her was at the Waffle House. You can assess his credibility. There's no indication that he even knew where Avon Avenue is. They sure didn't ask him. They sure didn't cross him on that. Because if you really suspected it was the boyfriend, you would have crossed him on it. The same way they crossed it, Norma, or what her and Carl did, they would have crossed Thomas on that. They didn't. Because they know that's not reasonable. There's no evidence of it. You can't just pull it out of the air. That's not what justice requires. That's not what we ask of you. A drug deal gone bad? didn't have my sister around me when I was doing my thing. So where's this evidence? They just want you to, they're throwing things to the wall, see if something will stick. Suicide. Well, and we told you that that's not the case. What, you gonna kill yourself? Well, why would someone, like, that doesn't make sense. So someone finds you dead and now they feel like they need to discard your body in a way. Why would they just leave you there? If it was a suicide. And then Carl and Norma Patton. You know, when Mr. McDermott said, we're not saying it's Carl and Norma Patton, my mouth dropped. Every cross-examination was about what Norma and Carl did. That they had something happened in their living room. That Norma helped them in the living room. But what they didn't talk about is that Carl and Norma were looking for their baby when they didn't hear from her in February 1999. That they drove from their home in Stockbridge to go look for their child. That even when Mr. Patton got arrested in 2003, the first thing he wanted to do said, you got me? Go find the person who killed my child. That's what he said. Norma said, look, you got me? I'll testify against my husband. Find the person who killed my child. And they want you to believe that those are the two people who killed their daughter for what reason? Oh, now she wanted money. Most kids want money from their parents. I think I still ask my dad for money every day. That means he's going to kill me? Because I asked for money? Most people want to take care of their children, protect their children. You have to make it make sense and it does. So we talked about this, but you get to decide who you believe. You know, when you have Miss Patton, Tina, look at their testimony in comparison to Kimberly, his sister, compared to Kathy, his mother. You can assess that. Why is it that Kimberly and Kathy can't remember a thing? Nothing. Nothing. I don't know. You don't remember anything? Kimberly, that's your best friend. She was with you when you were driving on the road. And you don't remember anything about what she told you about your brother? But yet, Calhoun can come in here and tell you said that she wanted to leave your brother. She loved your brother. She wanted to leave him. She can't remember that. Why? Is it because remembering that will show that she wanted to leave your brother and she don't want to be with your brother anymore? Mom can't remember that she never used to talk about Melissa to her grandkids? She can't remember if she went to go look for her or not? Why? But they don't want you to believe Norma and Tina. And Norma came in here and told you, this is what I did, this is what happened. She remembered everything that happened. She corrected us at times. But they want you to be so concerned about her past that you're not listening to what she's telling you right here today. I submit you, don't fall down that path. Don't fall down that trail. Your duty is to seek the truth, follow the law, and deliberate. If for some reason you want to back and one of your members say, I don't want to deliberate, they go hide in the bathroom, you come out and you shut the judge. Well, you don't come out, but you should write it and let the court know that one of your members is not deliberating. So let's talk about how we prove that he's guilty.
Oh my God.
We don't have to prove motive. However, any evidence of motive is admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of offense. This is a domestic violence case. This is a case of domestic violence. This defendant used his power and control from the time that she was 15. From the time that she was running out the house From the time she was running away with him, he began to control her. What did Wendy say? She's easily controlled. She's a follower. That she's acceptable. She's going. And he knew that. She's stealing cars for him or with him. She's out here, leaving the house, trying to be with him. And the mom said, I didn't like the boy from the time I saw him at 15. Sometimes that's just a mother's intuition. Tension building. Tension building. What did Dorothy tell you? The argument. That's tension building. The breaking of the glass. That's tension building. The incident. The marks on the neck. The incident. The July incident. The incident. The black eye that Dorothy saw. Those are all incidents. And those are what people saw. We know sometimes domestic violence happens in the house of things that people will never see. The reconciliation. Her wanting to go back to him. The TPO hearing where she drops the TPO.
Your Honor, we would approach.
Sure. I wish I could read the back of their heads. Oh my God, not an approach during closing. Yeah, whole approach. I know. What's the jury looking like? Maurice, unmute us. Was it a burden shifting? Oh, maybe they whispered right before it. All right, let's do that. Oh, what do you want to do, chat? Look at her.
Here. The reconciliation of it. That is evidence of a domestic violence relationship. And if there was a calm period, she went back. We know that he went to court with her, so those could have been times of that calming period. We talked about the different ways in which we exert power and control. So let's talk about some of the ways of exerting power and control. Isolation. What did we learn? When she got to Brookline, she didn't have any friends. What did Kimberly tell you? I started living my life, so we weren't friends anymore. What did Wendy tell you? They weren't friends anymore. What did her sisters tell you? That, we started hanging out again more and more once she started working at the Waffle House. So her connections weren't there. Her connections were down in Stockbridge.
Good question, Touche.
She was naive, easily influenced, believed what anyone tells her. We talked about the physical violence, using her children. I submit what happened in that room when the judge allowed them to talk is that he convinced her, his mom and kids. And she did. You give permanent custody permanent guardianship to my mother. And that is a form of control. Now your mother, the abuser's mother, now has her children, can dictate what the children do. We know that they didn't tell them about their mother. What did Ms. J tell us about the role of a perpetrator? Plays the hero, the judge, and the victim. He's a hero when he's saving her from the house. A hero when he's taking her from the home, when she's running over to his support. He judged her when she wants to go back and be with her family, spend time with her family, not allow her to talk to her family. And then when she finally decided she's tired and enough is enough, as she told Kimberly that I was done, he plays the victim. You can't leave me. Look what I've done for you. Look at how we are in my grandmother's home together. Look at how I saved you from your family, saved you from your trauma, saved you. You can't leave me. Abusive. We already talked about it. He was controlling. She was, Melissa, fragile-minded, a follower, easy to control, weak, not the type to fight, naive, dependent. Again, evidence of his controlling behavior. Motive, pregnant by another man. Because remember Thomas said it, thought it was his. And leaving him for another man. And what did Rosa tell us? The most violent time for a victim of domestic violence is when she wants to leave. Is when she wants to leave. And she was leaving him. She found solace in Mr. Dixon. And he was going to lose control of her. That is why he killed her. She was going to leave him. She was leaving him. Now let's go through a timeline very quickly. Late 1997, early 1998. She goes to Waffle House crying with a bruise on her neck. Melissa indicates to her sister that Chris caused the mark on her neck. She initially tried to confront Christopher. Melissa doesn't want her to confront him. Troy instead hits Chris. Tina drops Melissa home and confronts Chris about hitting her sister. That's at 2 separate times. And then you know about the time at the Waffle House where he makes an ugly comment. He knows how to hide a dead body. January to March of 1998, Melissa and Christopher moved to the grandparents' house on Brookline, again away from her family and friends. She's working at the Waffle House in New York. Remember? So, Melissa, March of 1998, Melissa visits her sister at Waffle House on Virginia Avenue and surprised her for her birthday. Remember when Tina testified, she said, I thought it was 99, but my mom did correct me and I realized it was 1998 and she remembered the wrestling people coming in and that's how she was able to remember the date. So it was 1998. And we know it's not 1999 because if you believe what her mother tells us, she did not call for the birthday and and she did not appear for the court hearing in March. It's reasonable to believe she was deceased by then. Again, Melissa's still working at Waffle House in Dorville, and Christopher's not working at Action last year. He just started until October. January through July, we talked about this. Dorothy hears arguing, sees Melissa with glass on her face and bruises under her eye. She saw Melissa with a baby maybe once or twice. You know about the July 21st APD police report. Melissa applies for a protective order. She seeks a petition to terminate guardianship on the 23rd. Temporary protective order hearing. Chris is allowed to speak with Melissa privately. That's when, after that meeting, is when Melissa asked for the TPO to be dropped. On the same day, she asked her mother to pick up the children from daycare and take them to Kathy Wolfenbarger and give permanent guardianship to Kathy Wolfenbarger. October 1998, Chris begins working at Action Glass. Melissa's probation court hearing, she tells the judge that she's pregnant. November 9, 1998, Norma sees Melissa at a court hearing. She leaves the court hearing with Chris. It's the last time that Norma sees her daughter. Thanksgiving 1998, Wendy Waddell calls Melissa. Chris does not allow her to use the phone. He's controlling Melissa's ability to speak to her friends. Melissa does not call her family on Thanksgiving. December 98, you know that Thomas sees Melissa at the Waffle House. He says to Chris, because he comes in, Melissa's crying, you can have her after 9 o'clock p.m. Chris waits outside, Melissa leaves with Chris, he never sees her again. According to the Wolfenbarger family, they see her at a family function in December of 1998. Again, her family does not hear from her. February 1999, she doesn't call her mother for her birthday. Carl Patton goes to Tina's job to inquire about Melissa's whereabouts. Christopher is fired from the job, but he had borrowed a reciprocating saw and had not returned. March 1999, Melissa is not present and cannot be located for the battery trial. April 1999, her head recovered is unidentified. Other extremities recovered, unidentified. February 1999 and January 2000, we know that Ms. Norma Patton is seeking assistance to locate Melissa, reaches out to several law enforcement agencies and received no assistance. She speaks to a lawyer who puts her in touch with the Henry County Police Department. January, files the Melissa police report, Detective Scott assigned to the case. January 2000, Detective Scott does initial interviews with various family members to include or attempt to include Melissa's husband, the defendant. This is in January 2000. About 9 months later, he speaks to Karen Wolfenbarger, and she is reluctant to speak to police or give police any contact information for Chris. 2001, he finally speaks to Chris, so it's 2.5 years after the remains are found, 18 months after the missing persons report, and 18 months before the remains are identified. And here's what he says. First, about her personality. And these are his words.
Yeah, we're talking about, you got to understand, I don't know what all they told you about the mentality of her. She's not real, she didn't have a whole lot of street smarts at all. She was real smart, though. She had a lot of book smarts. She was real intelligent that way. But as far as, she was real naive. And I'm a little that way, but not quite like that. She would basically, if you could put an idea in her head and get her to thinking about it, she would swear that's right. And I guess that's why she had so much problems, running away and all the time. But she was a real follower.
He said, if you put an idea in her head, she will follow. She's a follower. That's how he was able to control her. What did he say about her when she stayed with him? These are his words.
So she stayed with you for about a week, and then she stayed with me for a few days and stuff like that. Sporadically, yeah. I'll say almost a month. I would say 3 weeks, because it was right around. It was almost Christmas, I remember.
So what does he say? She was sporadically with her until about December of 1998. No other person besides Chris sees her after December of 1990. What does he say? Because this idea that it's Norma who did this. In 2001, he says this about her mother.
But there's no way I believe that she ain't call her mama. That's the whole reason I ain't even, heard it.
He said, there's no reason why she wouldn't call her mom. That I haven't been over there yet. In 2001, he figured she would be calling her mom. That's what he tells the police. So why all of a sudden now her mom could have killed her? And it corroborates what Norma said. She was concerned at Christmas when she didn't see Melissa, and she's even more concerned when she didn't hear from her on her birthday. So this is what you have to listen to. That he saw her in April of 1999.
After she left, I didn't hear too much from her for a couple months. I was like, whatever. But back in April the following year, which I guess would be 99, I seen her. And man, I was coming down Lee Street. I don't know if you know about the line like that, but I was right there, right where the train station is. And I was coming down through there, and she was walking down the road, and me just being a white girl, I was, blowing a horn because, we're a dying breed around there, But I stopped and I blew the horn at her, and I got down the road, got my Krispy Kreme, and turned around and come back. I'm like, I got thinking who it was, and I couldn't believe it, man. She was, I don't know, I guess, her sister could tell you how she looked. You got to picture how she looked when she was right. Yeah, I got this on when that was done. Yeah, that was before. That was like she looked like right after we got married. After that, man, she cut all her hair short, dyed it red. Started smoking. She looked totally different than that. But when I see her come back, man, she was real bad. She walked the gate and everything. I'm like, man, I couldn't believe it. It went for my heart. But we stopped, and she said she wanted to talk, so we went. I went up to Taco Bell. We ordered a meal or whatever, And at that time, she was like, I made a mistake. I want to come back home. And I was like, man, you don't know the emotional stuff, whatever it's going to take for me, just like this.
So what? You said that was his model. When we finish this, you got to ask the county commissioners to do the system. But what he says is he saw her in April of '99 when he was driving down Lee Street in the West. And that she had bright red hair, and that she had track marks on her. Ladies and gentlemen, in April of 1999, her head was severely decomposed on April 29th. How is it that he saw her walking down the street and able to describe that she had short red hair? What did his mother and his sister say? The last time we saw her in December, her hair was down to here. But he sees her in April walking down the street. But she didn't call her mom. She hasn't called any of her family members, but yet he saw her and describes vividly. This is in 2001. This is before her body's identified. This is before anyone knows that the remains are hers. This is when he thought that no one would be able to find her. This is what he's telling the police in the missing persons report. And you have to remember that he abruptly leaves the neighborhood in early 1999. Why? That is your mother's home, your grandmother's home. Why would you need to leave that house abruptly? There's no reason except you have to get out that neighborhood. Let's see if this one works. But he tells them later on in that same interview again that he saw her in April of 1999.
I mean, she had taken she had dyed her hair several months before, but then right there towards the end, and especially when I seen her in April, her hair was real short, real bright. It was like, they looked odd. She definitely stood out. I mean, she like nothing like that.
So he said she had dyed her hair a few months before. No one else has seen this except for him. He also says, and I'll try to play, but if it doesn't work, we'll keep moving, that she must have changed her name. Why would Melissa need to change her name? There'd be no reason for her to change her name. Why? Again, this is in 2001. He wants people to think that she's moved away and just changed her name. She already wanted to leave him. She didn't want to be with him. She already started a relationship with someone else. So what reason would she need to change her name?
I know that she would like I say, was there. That's the only thing I think of right now. I really don't know, but that's just my opinion. And she went through, because to this day, she still married me. I'm not, this now, I guess going through divorce, whatever, I'm trying to do all that, but.
It's not, I'll say this as a reminder, if there's any video that you would want to hear, you can do that if you're what you're delivering. He also tells them in this same interview, you have to cut everyone off. Again, why would she need to do that? She had her family who loved her, her family who cared about her, her mother, her father who picked her up after the July 21st incident. There would be no need for her to cut anyone off. But again, he was trying to cover it up because again, this is before anyone knows who she is.
I mean, she had taken she had dyed her hair several months.
In 2002, he files for and is granted a divorce from Melissa. He also says in that 2001 interview that he's been working on the divorce since 2001. If you thought she just went away, you didn't think she was going to come back at all? Why are you filing for the divorce? You're filing because you know she's never coming back. March 18, 2003, Detective Scott and Calhoun meet with Chris. This is a few days after the remains are identified. If you remember, they kind of confirmed his story before telling him that she's been identified. And again, in this interview, he says the same thing. He saw her in March and April of 1999. Now he says he dropped her off at the train station and that was it. She just disappeared in the night. With no one else to see her, that story's a lie. And again, he's the last person to say he saw her.
Say the year she disappeared. I've been sitting here, I don't know if it's 98, 99. I know 2000, I was living in Savannah, so it can't be 2000. But whatever year that they're saying that they seen her, I know I've seen her like in early March or April of the next year. And that was the last time I'd seen her.
That's November of 98 is when they're saying. That's Thanksgiving.
Right.
And then so end of the next year, 99, early 99, March, April, somewhere near when you think you ran into her. And he's probably more familiar with the area than I am, but so that was Horne. She was walking from like the Martin train station up from Brookline. Is that right?
Yeah. Right there on Lee Street.
Y'all went to a Taco Bell in the area there and talked a little bit. And what happened? She walked off her own way and
I dropped her off at the train station.
you, so you were driving. What kind of vehicle you had?
I had I want to say it's a tan color Chevy Caprice, like a brown color. I mean, I can't be certain on that because I've got off of many cars.
Then he says, he looked back and the last time he saw her in 2001, she looked like she was doing something. He kept on saying track marks, but now in 2003, she looked better than the last time she saw her. They don't run out of time, so I'm going to speed through this pretty quickly.
What's the last?
This idea that she may have got a drug overdose, what he says is she was not on drugs while they were together. So this idea, he says.
When people do stuff like that, kind of just disappear from the family and just run, haphazard lifestyle like that, they're already on drugs. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh yeah, she wasn't on nothing with him yet. I'm there say we smoke reefer every now and then, just fun where we go to concerts or something, or do go out or something, might drink a little alcohol or something.
She went on drugs. So all of a sudden, the defense is, she made it.
What did that say? Oh my god, where is Hal? Guys, look at the last line, the bullet point here. Lies always changes.
She went on drugs. So all of a sudden, the defense is, she may have had a drug overdose. He says it. And it's in 2003. He talks about the divorce being final. We don't need to play that clear. She wasn't afraid of her dad or anyone getting revenge.
What?
Was she ever afraid either of him or somebody that, might be trying to get revenge against him?
About that. I don't know if she did. She never let on nothing like that. She never acted that way. No, she was always more quiet, or didn't.
So now
I don't know anything about that.
That's not what he said. She loved her.
I don't get that. How much you knew was she was ever afraid of him. You know, she was afraid of her mom, but she couldn't stand her mom. I'm not really sure that's what, that's what's got me something there or whatever, because, it always seemed to me like, she loved her dad, with her dad, but her mom was always, every time she'd run away or whatever, she would come and tell me she was running away from her mom. I don't know, that's why I couldn't really say, I don't know, I just couldn't see him doing anything to her. I don't know, that's why I guess that's why I can't really think she'd be dead. If there could be a homicide or whatever.
You can't see her. This is her dad doing anything. Now in May, you've heard this interview, so I won't play it. There's clips in here, but I'll highlight a few things for you. But this is the May 5th, 2021. This is now 18 years after the head and extremists have been identified, 6 years after media attention has been brought to the case. He talks about the last time he saw her. Now he doesn't really remember. And we have said that memory fades. But the defendant nor his family can remember a thing about this woman who's the mother of his child.
Child? She recognized the issue on the PowerPoint. It's a child.
He thought she just left and moved on. Well, when she didn't come back, you didn't call the authorities. You didn't report her to anyone. This is the mother of your children. This is your wife. And you don't say anything? He never wanted to reach out to assist her own family, became worried. He didn't even want to speak to the police. Back in 2001. It took him 18 months to do this. Why?
When she was leaving, go.
Now, all of a sudden, her parents killed her. In 2003, there's no way her dad could do it. But now that the media's been on it, now that it's been highlighted, now that the road is leading to him, he says her parents did it. And that's convenient. Let's blame the individual who was accused of a serial, accused of killing multiple people. And
Just Mr. Say childs.
What do you think happened to Melissa?
2023, the police meeting with Kathy Wolfenbarger, investigation continues.
What's the dog?
And then here he is, hiding behind the wine rack in here. And he's hiding just like he told his daughter. When I have to go on the run, because that's what he told him, I have to do it. I know where to go. You saw Christina here. She had no reason to make that up. And that's exactly what he did. Had a makeshift place to go hide. Now they said that we want you to do a legal lodge. No, we don't. We want you to follow the path. Physical abuse at 98. Mom sees her last time in November of 98. She wanted to leave him. He borrowed a reciprocated assault and never returns it. She does not call her mother for the holidays. He does not appear for the March battery. She doesn't appear for the March battery trial. Carl Patton goes looking for his daughter. He abruptly leaves the neighborhood without telling anyone, leaving all of his clothes. Her head is found on April 29th, across from his job, severely decomposed. Extremities found in June.
It doesn't matter.
Across from his job. He's the only person familiar with that neighborhood. His mom doesn't know where to go. What did Miss Patton say? The only time we went up there is when we went to go pick her up. They're not familiar with Atlanta. He is. Cut marks on her bones appear to be done by reciprocated assault, consistent with the type that he took from the job. Her torso never recovered. Could it be because she was pregnant? He never reports his wife missing. Reported missing by her mom in January. Mom's reluctant to get information. He lies to police in September, never speaks to his children about their mother. Body parts found in ATL. No other family resides here.
Is it suspicious?
This is where everything is found. From the house to the job to the location of the homes. This is not illegal blodging. We're not asking you to jump. We're asking you to follow the path. And all the evidence leads to one conclusion. He's guilty.
Conclusion.
Oh my God! Really? Every victim matters. Don't forget, every victim matters. Just not enough for spell check.
The chat said they don't know about the graphics department, the Fulton County graphics gang.
The G unit? The G unit?
Yeah, I'll pull that up. I'll get that on screen. They should be doing these, or maybe they are. Oh.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we might not have all the puzzles. We wish we had her torso.
Weird.
He was clever enough not to leave DMX. But what we do have...
You didn't test the skull.
...is this. You can still see this dollar bill, even with all of the missing pieces. You still see that the path leads to only one person. Only one conclusion. Now, sometimes things are challenging. And this is going to be hard for you all to see. But this young lady right here should not have been left like this. This young lady deserves to have raised her children. This young lady deserved to have lived a life. This lady deserved to have continued to work, to be a part of her children's lives, her grandchildren's lives, but she is not. The defense has operated on what if this, what if these possibilities, what if. We want you to focus on what evidence came out of the trial, what the reasonable conclusion is, and you will not be telling him something he doesn't already know. For 27 years, he's known what he has done. For 27 years, he has sat and hid from justice. We are imploring you, we are asking you. Don't listen to these fabricated stories for what the defense is telling you. When you follow the truth, when you seek the truth, there is only one true result. That this defendant, Mr. Wolfenbarger, is guilty of murder. And we're going to ask that you do that. Evil prevailed when the men and women fail to act. I'm asking you to act. We are asking you to act. And we are asking you to find him guilty. Thank you.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Let's let them get rid of the jury. They can have their
Ladies and
lunch.
gentlemen, I'm going to, in a moment, just give you the charge of the court, which is that law that I promised when I first swore you in to be jurors in this case. And I, too, have a PowerPoint.
What?
And mostly I do that so that people process things differently. And so some people hear things better and understand it by hearing it. Some people, it's helpful for them to see it. You will have a copy of these jury instructions with you in the jury room while you deliberate.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger. Now, the lawyers have referred to some of the governing rules of law in their arguments, and if there is any difference in the law that was stated by the lawyers and as stated in these instructions, you are governed by these instructions. Nothing I say in these instructions indicates that I have any opinion about the facts. You, not I, have the duty to determine the facts. You must perform your duty as jurors without bias or prejudice to any party. The law does not permit you to be controlled by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. All parties expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence, follow the law as it is now being given to you, and reach a just verdict, regardless of the consequences. Excuse me. You have been selected and sworn to try the criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted Christopher Wolfenbarger for murder. I will now read you that indictment.
Anything else? Any other indictments?
In the state of Georgia, in the county of Fulton, in the Superior Court of said county, the grand jurors selected, chosen, and sworn for the county of Fulton, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do charge and accuse Christopher Wolfenbarger with the offense of murder. For the said accused in the county of Fulton, in the state of Georgia, sometime between the 10th day of December 1998 and the 29th day of April 1999, exact date being unknown to the grand jurors at this time,
I'm going to keep
did
it low.
unlawfully and with malice aforethought caused the death of Melissa Dawn Wolfenbarger, a human being, by inflicting homicidal violence upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors at this time, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Ladies and gentlemen, you will have the indictment with you in the jury room, along with a copy of these instructions and a verdict form. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to this indictment, and he denies every charge in it. This indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charge in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charge or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until he is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption stays with him until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. You may not convict the defendant of any crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state to prove every essential element of the crimes charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove his innocence. When a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based on common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which you can give a reason based on the consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. After considering all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must find the defendant not guilty. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your minds about the defendant's guilt, then you may convict the defendant. If the state does not prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, your duty would be to find the defendant not guilty. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented, and then you apply the law that I give you in the charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. However, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Exhibits are documents, photographs, or other physical items that are admitted during trial. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or the questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. Considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts or circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight that you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. In determining the credibility of a witness, you may consider evidence offered to attack, challenge, or cast doubt on the witness's credibility. This may include evidence of criminal convictions as shown by proof that the witness has been convicted of the offense of a felony or a crime of dishonesty. Your assessment of a witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. A defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, a defendant does not have to present any evidence or testify. And when a defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. You have received evidence of prior convictions of witnesses who testified in this case. You may consider this evidence only insofar as it may relate to attacking the credibility of the witness and not for any other purpose. It is for you to say whether under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify a defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the alleged crime. It is not necessary that a defendant show that another person committed the alleged offense. If you do not believe that a defendant has been sufficiently identified as the person who committed the alleged crime, or if you have any reasonable doubt about such, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of a defendant as the person who committed the crime alleged in this bill of indictment. Defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act or omission to act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. A defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will, and a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make any such inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. A person commits malice murder when that person causes the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill without justification, excuse, or mitigation. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. The law provides that criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Fulton County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offenses. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence, or both. If, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Fulton County, Georgia, did commit the offense as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty of the offense, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of this trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of the case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of any defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, local or remote residence, or economic status for or against either party. You are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of this defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messages, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is, agreed by all. The verdict must be signed in ink by one of your members as foreperson, dated, and returned to be published in open court. The alternate jurors are jurors 43 and 45. You will be given separate instructions by the deputy. You may now retire to the jury room, but do not begin your deliberations until you
Alrighty.
receive the indictment and any evidence which has been admitted in this case. If you have any questions during your deliberations, please write them out and give them to the deputy. If you wish to take a break during your deliberations, please notify the deputy. But please understand that you may deliberate only when all of you are together as a group in the jury room. Deputy, please escort the jury to the jury room. And ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is there and ready for you.
You were gone when they put up the venue slide.
The venue slide?
Yeah.
Oh man, I can rewind over to you real quick. I want to wait, am I muted? No, you can hear me. Yeah, that was one of the things that I was referencing before the trial started was the venue question. Because you have to allege venue in the indictment and you have to prove it as alleged. And technically they're alleging that the murder happened in Fulton County.
Thank you all. The
Last
jury's
week.
clear. You may
Yeah.
be seated. Any objection to the charge as I gave it from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
The objections are the ones that we announced before. Are we preserved, or you want me to reiterate what they are? It was the...
As far as I'm concerned, they are preserved, Mr. Samuel. The objections that you already asserted, you had preserved them when I said this is the charge I intend to give. You indicated that you continue to object, and I've, of course, now given them, so you can object again.
You want me to object again? Okay, the 404B instructions we requested?
Yes, sir.
There were 2 or 3 of those. These instructions, we think both of which were necessary in this case.
Okay. I do, forgive me for interrupting, I do want to make a note. There was an objection during the closing argument,
Here
the
we go.
second part of the state's closing argument, as to Ms. Hilton. The parties approached. I notified the parties that I would make a note of it and make a record of that objection. The objection was to I think it was a statement by the state regarding actions by Melissa Wolfenbarger in stealing cars, and that somehow that was with or for Christopher Wolfenbarger, I think was what I understood. The discussion that was had at the bench was, number one, that's 404B evidence that was never, that was not appropriate and would not have been admissible, but also I had not heard any evidence about Mr. Wolfenbarger's connection to those alleged car thefts by Ms. Wolfenbarger until that moment. In any event, the objection was preserved, and the party stepped back and the state agreed to move on from that issue rather than highlighting it by withdrawing it. Anything else you want to put on the record regarding that issue, Mr. McDermott?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Hilton?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense, Mr. Samuel? I interrupted you, sorry.
You didn't interrupt me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so can y'all please make sure that y'all have all the evidence together, and that to get it ready to go back to the jury? Deputy, my understanding is that the alternates, Judge Williams has graciously agreed to loan us her jury room for the alternates.
Yes.
So you can, once they get their lunch, you can, and it's time for these jurors to deliberate, then we can take them over there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if y'all can check and get the exhibits together.
So a 404B issue and not facts and evidence. So there we go, chat. That's what happened during that approach. You were watching when they had to approach during closings?
Yeah, that's what part.
And then Hilton just withdraws like, oops, it's fine.
I was dirty. It happened 25 years ago. You've had 25 years to prepare for this closing argument. Come on.
There was something else I felt like she mentioned that wasn't brought in either. I forget what it was though, but it was related to Dorothy. She argued, I remember her arguing off the record, but I don't remember her saying it during the thing, but they didn't object to it.
Yeah, that timeline, I was complaining about it in chat, but the timeline in the PowerPoint was, I think, inconsistent with the evidence presented. I don't think she actually said words that were inconsistent, but just in terms of lining up with the evidence, I think it was inconsistent.
Do you have a rant?
Not really. I mean, I was waiting to see. I mean, it's kind of played out the way we expected, right? I mean, this is more or less what I expected from the trial. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
What did you think of the defense's case in chief?
I don't know. I think it was... I don't know. I mean, I was pretty convinced just... I don't know if they even needed one, to be honest with you. But, what did you think about it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
I thought it was a little awkward that Kathy and Kimberly were playing the I don't recall, I don't remember game. Like, some of their answers were a little weird.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it was that bad because this is 20-something years ago. But if this had happened 3 years ago, I would have been... I would have thought it was suspicious the way they were just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I agree with that.
I think it's, you know, by the time Hilton and Fawcett, and I don't really think Wilson questioned too many people on timelines, but the whole presentation of their case, they never tell you what time something is. The only time they gave us dates is in their closing argument here when they wanted to say he did this in 2000, said this in 2001, 2003, and then 2021.
Yeah. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I think that was with Kathy. They asked her to recall so many random things that it made the I don't recall less effective. Because, I mean, a normal person wouldn't recall all of the things. And they were asking questions back to like the 1980s, I think, about who lived on Brookline.
Yeah, who lived at houses that she didn't own or manage. Her relatives did.
So when she didn't recall stuff that was more closely related, it kind of lost the punch because, I mean, of course, why would...
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, we are past instructions already, guys. So I don't know. They're probably waiting till the jury is settled in the room, and then Law and Crime usually puts up the clock. But they typically won't start counting until the jury is seated somewhere. So.
But yeah, I want to go back and look at the timeline again. They still haven't. I mean, this is what we were talking about on day one of the trial, was the timeline, like with the saw versus the murder and the disposal. Because I mean, if the last time she was seen in February and the issue with the saw was February, there's just time unaccounted for. And I think the state was kind of trying to get to it with the refrigerator, but I mean... But
then then it's like they want to play all ends of their theory. Yeah. They have this range from December to April 29th. Specifically, I think it's important to say April 29th because potentially she could have been seen in April. Who knows? Yeah. It's their odontologist that they called was blaring out over the Zoom call. The hat was baking in that black bag. Like, they couldn't stop her from screaming on the Zoom about it. But then in closing arguments, they want to go back to this December time frame. That's the last time that she was seen. And they think that when he heard about this pregnancy, which was the evidence we have of some knowledge of pregnancy was from Norma at court with Melissa. And Melissa's telling the judge in this November arraignment that she was pregnant, as if maybe like, don't hold me. Please don't continue to hold me. And they want to tie that together as, well, he freaked out, was mad that she could have been pregnant by somebody else, that also said something very inconsistent and weird in his interview with police, but we didn't ask him for a pubic hair. And Hilton's arguing her closing arguments. It could have been his pubic hair. You could have found out for us.
Yeah.
You could have found out.
I mean, you can make just as strong a case for Mike, if not stronger, than you can for Christopher. Especially, the other thing that drives me crazy is they keep saying that, like, he hid the body. But, like, did he, though? Did Christopher? Like, taking it to your job isn't really hiding it. I mean, first of all. But also, at least Christopher didn't testify, yeah. If the timing makes more sense if it's Mike. So if he had hid the body where he thought Christopher worked.
Yeah.
That would make more sense.
If
time
if
was.
Melissa didn't have a car and he was like taking her home, he would be aware of that area. Because Hilton, almost kind of a strong argument. Hilton was trying to argue nobody was going over and visiting regularly, which also means nobody knew that area, which means nobody would think to put the body there. Like that was her very roundabout way of either trying to say nobody could get to Melissa if they were out to get her, and nobody would think to frame somebody by putting a body there.
Yeah.
And I think that was a huge reach because we knew that the Pattons knew they were over on Brookline, whether or not they went over there often.
I mean, Court TV certainly doesn't know the area.
Huh?
Court TV certainly doesn't know the area. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. Get one more job in.
I mean, that's going to be a big L for the reporting that was done, the podcasting that was done. If this comes back with a not guilty, I mean, anyone that didn't follow the trial but heard the stories outside of the trial, like, what are they going to make of something like a not guilty? Or even hearing the news that account was dismissed.
Yeah, we've been talking about this, but the podcast that, I think that's kind of obviously not as big of a story as the trial itself, but aside from that, I think that there needs to be more reporting on this podcast that was done by active law enforcement in Fulton County that was for years putting out information relating to the investigation. And then there was nothing in discovery about this person's role as active law enforcement. There's something shady there. And this isn't me speculating. Bonnie Willis said last week that this person has been assisting in multiple cold cases.
Well, she holds the title of a property and evidence custodian for Hapeville. And it's just like, how is that not a conflict of interest to be doing a podcast, but hold a position where you'd have access to the things that are the tea? Like your podcast is built on finding new evidence and connections that nobody else has come across before and putting the story together. Yet you have access to something that really should have like a tight lock and key on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and she was the wine and crimes. She was going across the country telling people, the facts of this case. And then a few weeks after one of those presentations, she did a wine and crime in New York. And then a couple weeks later, there's an anonymous phone call to APD saying that they have, secret information about Chris, and that leads to the prosecution. I mean, yeah, if you're going across the country for years telling people the facts of the case, eventually you're going to get somebody that calls in a random tip like that. And, that didn't come up at all, but it's completely inappropriate for active law enforcement to be doing something like that.
Yeah, and then we find out that it was Norma and Tina that were giving names. That's the reason that Diane Parrott, because that was the party person's name, Diane Parrott, was the tip with he acted weird at a party. But we end up finding out when Leanne Lacoste with APD was on the stand, that Norma and Tina tell Diane to go talk to APD. Yeah. So it's not even like someone just heard something and wanted to call in a tip. Somebody else is telling them, you should go tell them this. So how many people is it possible that Norma and Tina may have tainted or planted seeds?
Yeah, I don't know. When I saw that there was the one interview / we need to do like a whole separate thing on the April 29 phone call / interview. But when I saw that it was like exactly the 25th anniversary that there happened to be a tip called in, and it was the 100th episode of the podcast, so I was like, okay, come on.
They knew in advance that somebody was going to call in.
Yeah.
And then there's that mention in one of the motions that there was a mention of an investigatory report about Love going down to the scene and saying she found something that she was going to get tested, more plastic bags that she was going to get tested. Like, first of all, every plastic bag that's found in the grass somewhere is not, and probably 20 years later, probably not related to what you think it's going to be related to. But there's nothing submitted to the defense as far as testing for those bags, if they existed at all. But somewhere, some investigator noted it.
Yeah. And it's amazing how many times Adrian Love. Okay, I'm getting a little. I mean, there was a certain interview that she did with a certain YSL witness in a Starbucks, and she brought her laptop but didn't take any notes. And now she's going out to a crime scene to meet with 2 critical witnesses and doesn't take any notes to turn over to the defense. I mean, come on.
But they record the whole thing for this news exclusive. They do the news exclusive. Guys, if you missed that, I'll drop a link in. We're not going to run back into that here, but if you want to pop over and watch it. Okay, I think it was like 2 minutes. This is, I'm going to call it Love at the Scene. That's in the chat if you want to pop over and check that out real quick. That was back in 2021. And that's the thing. Fulton County, they could have brought this to trial. There's nothing new they learned of Christopher, except for the fact that they tried to interview him again, and then they're holding the arrest against him. That's technically new stuff, new material. But I don't really think that that's fair to say is new and compelling and changes the substance of the case. It just goes to his character, and you could point the finger and say he has consciousness of guilt because he hid. Even though half the people we're talking about in this trial have an issue with drugs, that alone could be a reason why somebody would want to hide from police.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you want to bring in the fact that he hid from the Apex unit, which any rational, innocent person should do, he also voluntarily gave a DNA sample. And I think that's far more exculpatory than hiding from the incredibly corrupt Apex unit is.
Plucked a pube.
And I mean, also, he gave a, yeah, I'm not going to reiterate all the evidence, but this could have been brought in 2004.
Yeah, this could have been, yeah. And then I thought, obviously, a few of us, we've looked at this one article, the same article that they tried to introduce into evidence yesterday, and the judge wasn't having it. And hilariously, I still love that McDermott thought that he'd have an opportunity to get the weather report in with Joey on the stand. Basically calling the Detective Shepard an idiot and saying, well, this guy could read a weather report. Can't we just have him read it? But there's this article. Let's pull up the article. We're not going to read the whole thing again.
Did we get the fact that they thought the GBI thought Melissa was a black woman? That didn't come up at any point, did it? It was just
I don't think so. I think we only saw that outside.
That's too bad.
Maybe it did with the forensic anthropologist. Maybe it did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll end up reading this. Should we just read it?
This is an article that this was one of the ones that really got my attention because that's the same author that wrote the Independent article last week. And she also wrote an article in the other cold case in Fulton County.
The Nicole, there's another case, Nicole something.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this chat. This is, again, May 2nd, 2021 by Andrea Cavalier. Family vows to get justice. Who's that family? To get justice for Melissa Wolfenbarger 2 decades after gruesome murder. 21-year-old Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains were found in April 1999, but were not identified until 2003. Oh, we have an update. Oh, that's just about the arrest. So, did you watch the press conference? Wasn't one of the detectives standing there? Oh, God, it's Shepard. Oh, my God. Hold on, chat. We're going to have to take a detour here. Look at how this man... Let me share the screen. Oh, this is on Facebook. I hate it. I don't even know how to make this better. Okay. Look at how Shepard comes onto the screen, guys. Just looking lost.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Andrew Smith, common spelling, Atlanta Homicide Commander. Thank you for joining us today. We're here to talk about the 1999 murder of Melissa Wolfenbarger. That last name is Wolfenbarger. Together with us today is the mother and sister of Melissa, and we just can't express how happy we are that you're joining us today for this moment. So specifically, on August 6th, yesterday, we took into custody Christopher Wolfenbarger, and he was charged with the murder of Melissa Wolfenbarger. I'm going to give a brief timeline, and then I'm going to hand it over to Detective Shepard, who led this investigation. On April 29th, 1999, partial human remains were found at 858 Avon Avenue. Those remains were misidentified as a male from Twiggs County. June 3rd of 1999, additional human remains were found off of Hartford Avenue between Hartford Place and Avon Avenue. On January 2000, Melissa was reported missing by her mother in Henry County. On March 14th, 2003, Dr. Carol Terry of the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office properly identified the remains from 858 Avon Avenue to that of Melissa Wolfenbarger. On May 25th, 2021, this case was assigned to Veteran Homicide Detective Jay Shepard, and I will pass it over to him at this point.
Good morning, my name is Detective Jerry Shepard with the Homicide Unit. I'm currently assigned to our complex cold case unit within the Homicide Unit. This case was assigned to me. I was tasked with the job of going through the entire case file. At that time, we identified the things that we needed to do, which was re-interviewing witnesses, following up on additional leads, and of course the new technology that comes into place. With that, I've gathered the facts, and I collaborated with the DA's office and was able to get the facts together to come up with the probable cause to arrest Christopher Wolfenbarger. Homicide Unit, our cases, they never close. We work the case until the leads are exhausted. We pick the case up and we're able to pass it along to the next detective, which is a cold case detective, which was me. The initial detectives did a great job on it. I was able to see the case through their eyes. I picked it up from where they left off and followed up on all the leads, and was able to get it to this part where we are.
We have finally made it. He's in custody. And now we just need to get over the last hurdle and get him convicted. I watched the news the day that the head was found, and they said on the news that it was male. And I said, okay. And it was, give the address of Avon Avenue, and I said, I thought that was on the north side of town somewhere because I'd seen an exit off 285. And I said, well, this isn't Melissa, because I watched every newscast. If anything came on any news station
This is suspicious.
about the body being found, because she'd been missing 4 years. She laid in the morgue 4 years before she was identified. And that was a long, hard 4 years. I called multiple, when they said it was a female, I called multiple police departments, and I would get some firm talking to at the start of those conversations and trying to find her. And when they would find out, they would eventually say, well, this isn't your daughter. Then their tones would soften. But I don't have to watch the news anymore because we got him. He's in jail. And Lord help him, he stays there.
It's been a long wait, 25 years. But finally, hopefully, we will get justice for Melissa. She didn't deserve what she got. And I hope anybody who's in a domestic violence situation, please get out. Don't take it. Because it could easily be you. It could be your sister. It could be your mother. Make sure they get away. And
It could be your mother?
I want to thank Atlanta Police.
It could be. It could be.
Because Without them, we wouldn't be here today. Cheryl McCullum, Nancy Grace, Karen Greer, everybody from Channel 2, Channel 11, thank y'all very much. Without y'all, we wouldn't be standing here.
Karen Greer, Cheryl McCollum, Nancy Grace. They wouldn't be sitting here without them. He didn't mention DNA evidence.
So let me start off with certain things, certain parts of the evidence. I want to protect the integrity of the case going forward, so I can't disclose.
Of course you do.
Evidence, but we look at everything when it comes to cold case, especially DNA. We look at witnesses that need to be re-interviewed.
I was just shaking her head no and yes.
Collective effort.
You can't just say DNA and have it, like, you have to actually, like.
I don't want to point to any specific piece of evidence because it's important moving forward. Eventually, it will come out on how the case was put together, but right now I want to just kind of hold that.
Any idea about a motive?
Motive, not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's domestic violence based.
Can you talk a little bit about where he was found and where he was and his attitude when he was taken in?
Yeah, so he was captured in his home in Griffin. He hid. It took the detectives a little while to find him, and they found him, I believe, hiding behind a dryer.
And this message is for Tina. Sorry. When you spoke to 11 Alive, you mentioned the look that this gentleman had in his face from while you guys felt he was the person responsible for.
Oh yeah, from day one, we knew it was Christopher. There was never, ever any doubt in our minds who did this.
But you didn't know.
There wasn't even a little doubt?
I don't know how many times, when she first met him, there was just evil in his eyes. That is so true. If you look at a picture of Charlie Manson, you see the same thing.
Charlie?
The same thing with Christopher. And I saw his mugshot earlier, and it's still there.
He's smiling.
And Mom, you mentioned finally you guys got here. Talk about this long process, from 1998 to now, and the feeling of satisfaction that, what you knew forever is now coming to fruition.
Well, when Detective Shepard called me yesterday morning at 8:23 and told me that he was in custody, I yelled, "Thank you, Lord." And the good Lord above has gotten me through this from the first day into this day. If it wasn't for him, it's been a hard, long road. And like I said, she laid in the morgue 4 years before I was able to bury her. And I wasn't allowed to see her kids. His mother had custody of his kids and wouldn't let us see them. But I have a relationship with the daughter now, and it's a good relationship. She was at my house this past weekend, and we were having a discussion, but we didn't know it was going to happen this fast. And she would like to be here, but she's got 3 small babies, one that she takes to and from school, so she couldn't be here today, even though she wanted to be.
So was it the daughter's statement, the tip then?
Maybe the last thing your daughter said to you about being concerned.
My last conversation with her, she called me on Thanksgiving Day in 1998, told me that she was back with Chris, and she wanted to know what I cooked for Thanksgiving, what all I cooked and who all was there. We were all sitting around the dining room table.
Weren't they at
wanted to come down.
Wendy's family's house?
His mother to bring her down there, and I said, "You don't have to ask her. I'll come get you if you want to come." And anyway, the conversation went on a little bit longer, and my last words to her was, "I love you, and you know where I am if you need me."
Wait, she didn't mention the Christmas gift.
Melissa was very loving.
No, this is a problem. I don't know why it's not letting me pause it. We're just stuck.
You would know it.
Melissa, the controls are all the way up here.
And She left her kids, and there's no way on this earth that she would have left them. Because she wanted her kids. That's why she went back to him. That's why she kept going back to him.
He didn't have custody either.
Yeah, he didn't have.
Never.
Never. Not once.
Did she ever reveal or hint to anyone that she was in danger from him?
I can't quite hear you.
I was wondering if she ever revealed, if anybody ever had a clue that she was in danger.
She had left him in the summer of '98, and she came to the house and she stayed with me, and we got both her kids back from Kathy. And when she went in front of the judge here in Atlanta on the domestic violence, because he had knocked her down on the sidewalk and dragged her by her hair down the sidewalk.
Follow the
And
consistency.
when he went in front of the judge, he asked the judge to let him talk to her alone, and she went back to him.
Were you afraid then?
We've been afraid for a long time.
For a long time?
For a long time.
This question is for the detectives in this case. I was looking at some old scripts. Was he ever a suspect or taken into custody? I saw something maybe 2003 he might have been taken in. Was he ever, well, he wasn't charged, but he talked a little bit about that and if he was questioned, why he was released then.
So he was. We all have what we call persons of interest, and we don't like to call them suspects. As detectives, we let the evidence guide us in the direction that we need to go. And at that time, the original detectives felt the need to interview him. But he was a person of interest from the beginning.
What next for the charges? What can he face when anything updates on that?
So he's been charged with murder. He's currently in Fulton County, and we go into the next phase, which is the district attorney's office and, of course, the court proceedings. So at this point, it's going to be in that phase.
I do have one last question for the mom there. Your shirt that you're wearing, was this the shirt that you had made when she first disappeared, or is this a...
Yes, sir. It was. It was
When
the
she first
shirt I
disappeared, but
had
it says
made.
missing since
And Fulton
1999.
County had a deck of cards that was made also. And
Maybe
she
that
was
one doesn't.
wearing diamonds, and this was on the card. And those cards were delivered to the jails in the prison system in hopes to get more information. But this is the first shirt I had made. And that's the second shirt.
All right, thank you, everyone.
All right. I don't even know how to close this, so we're just going to go back to the, the other screen. We're like,
I get some notes. What is the new technology that he references?
I don't know.
I know Love referenced a new DNA technology at one point, and then he referenced new technology. I'm convinced they had to do some kind of testing that wasn't disclosed. I mean,
That's interesting. Oh, I just kicked you off.
that's okay.
I don't know how to do this.
Also, I'm sorry. Just this evil eyes thing. I mean, you guys clearly cannot detect evil eyes. Like, that's just objectively true at this point.
Well, this Thanksgiving thing is a lie too.
Yeah.
Because we just heard from Wendy that the Pattons went to the Wendy's family's house for that Thanksgiving, and Wendy asked, "Where's Melissa?" And they gave the number to her so she could call, and that's when Chris was like, "No, I'm not letting you talk to her." So somebody's lying.
Yeah. Oh, Nick's here.
Well, I gotta get back to my comments. I don't have the right things up. Yeah, Nick says, "Trust me, I'm a serial killer," and no thanks. Yeah, didn't she say thank you, Jesus, when they arrested him? Like, yeah, that's a good reason for you to say thank you. They picked someone that wasn't you to arrest. I'm surprised they don't have a deliberation clock up, though. unless they're eating. And
Chronology.
did they get permission to eat and deliberate? Yeah, maybe they're just eating.
Maybe it's like the ASAP Rocky case where they wanted to have lunch before the verdict.
The sandwiches.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a ton of stuff. I have to download it all and get it in a folder. And Unicourt, I can't get it through Pacer. I have to do it through Unicourt, which is expensive, so it's annoying. But in the personal injury case, where it's just Relly and Rocky as the parties, it's not the defamation case with Takapina. There's a whole dump of requests from Rocky's team for judicial notice with all the transcripts from the criminal trial. And the interrogatories, the responses to the interrogatories, a bunch of email correspondence between Rocky's counsel and Relly's counsel before they left.
Yeah.
So I want to go through that. I bet there's going to be a lot of fun stuff in there.
No, I'm sure.
But it's a lot. It's like 500 pages.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody said Detective is on the first 48. I'm dying to see who ends up on this Netflix doc, assuming there is one, which I have my doubts about. But I would love to see who has contracts with Netflix, because I have some guesses based on who's been doing on these road shows with the podcast, including Detective Calhoun, who's been making plenty of media appearances over the past several years, sharing evidence.
What did you think about his little rebuttal bit today? Did you see it?
I saw some of it. I mean,
it was short.
I saw a few minutes of it. I don't take him seriously. I think he's absolutely in it for the media at this point. He's been, like I said, he's been going on these road shows, he's been doing these podcast appearances. And it seems clear to me that he's setting himself up for something after this trial.
Well, I'll try not to patronize and give views to whatever ends up happening from it. Let's see. Oh yeah, probably. All right. So someone with actual experience down there, let them finish, then pull out the alternates. I always wonder what it feels like to be the alternate and be like, nope. After hearing all of that and wanting to get something off your chest probably for the last week, 6 weeks, 10 months, you can't do it. You can't do it. You gotta go.
Yeah, that's funny. I remember Calhoun. I liked him for the first 5 minutes. But the thing that, I was thinking about this too. The part where he was saying, you can't say that we didn't find a match because we couldn't. Essentially what he's saying is, because we weren't allowed to violate the Constitution, it doesn't count. If we'd been able to, legally search this house, then we'd know for sure. But because we didn't bother to get a search warrant, you can't hold it against us.
The search warrant issue with the cadaver dogs was really weird.
Yeah.
Because you have Detective Quinn comes into the mix then. But wouldn't that have been APD?
Yeah, David Quinn was there.
Because he's been with APD for decades.
Yeah, he was. There was a joint GBI APD meeting. I can't remember what year, 2003, I think. I can pull up the date. Let me see.
Well, hell does that. Sorry to forget about you guys. I appreciate you guys. I wanted to thank Renee. Renee said, Linda from Justice TV. So going back to the red bike story, Linda from Justice TV, Justice Serve TV, taught that in a PowerPoint. And now it's been used twice by Fulton County. So, and probably more than the twice that we've seen. But yeah, come up with something new, Hilton. That hot mic was great. And maybe that's not what it said, but it certainly said, like, somebody hot mic'd, it's the red bike. Like they realized she was going into that story again. And also yelling doesn't win cases, Hilton. I'm going to keep this one pinned until we get a verdict.
Let me see. Okay, so July 9th, 2003. That was when Vincent Velasquez, David Quinn, Calhoun, Lacoste, and Agent Lima and Agent Kosh and GBI met to go to the house at Brookline. And they did like the paint samples and the luminol, luminol.
So then Quinn is relaying to Lacoste that, hey, like, because she said she got a call from Quinn to come down after they were all there already. We didn't get any hits. We've got the dogs here. We didn't give any hits. But then Calhoun's like, no, there was a jurisdiction thing. It wasn't our dogs. Just dishonest. And it'd be one thing if you just didn't remember the details, but these detectives all remembered everything that they wanted to be able to remember. And then, oh, it was so long ago for anything that sounded bad for the state.
Yeah. I thought when they were going to go into the other dogs thing, they were going to be talking about the, was it 2021 search of Avon Avenue, because that's when they had the two dogs from, whatever you want to call them, from the Nancy Grace crew.
Oh, God.
Trace Sargent, I think her name is. They had two dogs that were not Fulton County dogs searching. That's the only time I can remember the two sort of non-law enforcement dogs being involved.
So did they recover something and Love never took custody of what they recovered through Fulton County and it went to Cheryl's people?
I kind of think they didn't find anything. They're just putting on a show.
Yeah, they're just making it up.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah, that's a good throwback here. And fellow cat says the court petition that wasn't granted. I love a good call out like that. That and the letter. So you have this letter that's supposed to be so damning, and then you have this custody petition that seems like it's something granted, but it was just a request, and it ends up being not granted. Doesn't make sense, but Hilton will spin it however which way she wants to spin it on, direct. It wasn't just on direct, but whenever she's questioning a witness.
Yeah.
And then you got to follow up. You got to come right behind her and be like, it's literally the opposite of that. It's the opposite of whatever you're saying it is. We'll never know about the VHS tape, but either way, if that...
Well, we know who's in charge of the VHS tapes.
If it's not an issue of that guy just thinking there was a VHS tape and maybe it was from some other case with a missing head in a plastic bag in an area that looks similar to where they're at for this. It's an issue now that more than one witness has some kind of knowledge of a reference to dog with bag coming out of woods, black plastic bag, head is inside. And the odontologist wasn't there when... Did the odontologist watch this tape? Why would the odontologist know about this tape? Unless somebody was telling her that they saw this tape.
Yeah.
James is asking...
Any obvious appeal issues? I don't know, probably. I need to go back and think about it. Maybe the statement closing about the cars. I don't know. That's probably harmless error, though. No, I was just,
there's some weird details that we didn't really get in court, but we looked at some older articles, and there's some weird stuff where they had female victims, and there was they shot someone in the stomach, and then cut out the midriff of her jeans, of the victim's jeans. So not quite. But I would also say if you had a style and you're trying if you're trying to make it look like somebody else did something, you'd switch it up.
I just noticed something from closing. The part where Hilton says the defendant is arrested hiding just like he told his daughter. That's not what he told his daughter. What he told his daughter was that he knew a place to run away to, not that he knew a place to hide. That's completely inconsistent.
They just wanted to tie that into him hiding in his hidey hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Facebook press conference thing really, 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 really sus. And Norma stumbled on her words. Like when she was about to start giving the details about, oh, I went to the police and I got a lashing to, or whatever she said to make it seem like she talked to all these different officers and they all yapped at her and barked back at her. When she first started to say it, she had to correct herself because I think she was aware that she was about to give herself away for not going to the police for years.
I like the part where she started out and just started going into how there were two different Avon avenues and was like preemptively explaining why she didn't report sooner. That was weird. That was the laid off has too much sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like that's a strange thing to just go into right off the bat.
And the consistent stories, right? This dragging of the body. But then you have a dumbass, quite frankly, detective that says consistencies are the truth, and anything that isn't the truth and anything that isn't consistent is a lie. Like, that's just not the way the world works. Like, I could say the same thing over and over and over. I could say, Hal's the female and I'm the male. And I could say that again tomorrow. I could say that again the next day. I could say it again the next day. And that's not the case. But it's consistent.
That was no thing in Max made that argument in YSL. He said, he was talking about prior consistent statements. He was like, just tell somebody, what is it? Just tell everybody you know for as long of a period of time as you can the same thing, and then you can just go back and call them as witnesses for prior consistent statements or something like that. But
well,
yeah, exactly the same thing came up.
That's like the layperson way of saying something testimonial on body cam video, on your own body worn camera. You know it's going to pick it up, and you're going to be sitting there saying like, oh, this is what we want them to hear in court later to cue somebody into the right thing, so we're going to say it out loud. Or sending a text message, that way, you know, in case something happens later, you can go back and say, no, see, a week ago before this happened, I already texted and said this is how it's going to go. It could be that it's truthful, but maybe it's part of a setup. Maybe it's to cover your own butt.
Yeah. Oh, there's something else. There are two things that were produced in Discovery where there's a phone extraction from like a month or two ago, and then they had the jail calls, which to me was just the hallmark last-ditch effort to try to get something. Get him into Rice Street and see what you can do. But those two
and speaking of Rice Street, I mean, everyone's asking about this wheelchair, and I don't know. I mean, I've seen on Facebook I've seen different stories from people on Facebook and Reddit explaining that they saw something somewhere, why he's in a wheelchair. So I'm not buying into the reasons being given because they're not the same reasons. But it doesn't appear he was in a wheelchair before he was arrested.
Did you see whose post was it? What's the space? There was Rice Street was flooding last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, with like the pipes gushing.
Yeah, there were jail calls for phone extraction. It was why can't I think of his name? Tiffany's old partner. Gosh, I can't think of his name.
Let me search Rice Street.
Oh, this is embarrassing. Yeah, if there are any new...
I just pulled this up. Uh-oh.
I said if there are any new faces...
Shell Kill.
Wait, what? He got...
July 11th, 2025. So... I was searching Rice Street. Let's see. Okay, 11 Alive might have a video, so if you guys didn't see this, the county commissioners had a meeting. They were voting on, and between the vote, like the meeting and when they'd be voting on it, for like a $1.8 million budget, this video comes out.
To say I'm fired up
Oh
about
God,
this
we have
one,
an ad.
guys, that would be the
No.
While the ad runs, I'll say if those of you who aren't, if this is your first Fulton County experience, Wright Street is really the engine that drives all this stuff forward. The Wright Street is the center of the justice system in Fulton County. Why they can bring cases like this is because so often they'll just hold somebody in this place that you're about to see for years, and they'll plead guilty eventually, even if there's no evidence. I can go on. We can discuss more later, but this is critically important.
Is this outside? Oh, they're probably talking.
Where our crews just got to the scene to take
It
a
looks
closer
nice
look
from here.
and meet with Sheriff
Right.
Patrick Labad. Now, this all comes as Fulton County commissioners voted today to repair but not replace the facility. And here are some videos the jail sent us already of the conditions inside. Water bubbling up and filling the hallways, and it appears to be a couple of inches of water there at least. We'll let you know as soon as we learn more about the extent of the flooding conditions there. But for now, we want to get you over to our chief meteorologist, Chris.
Oh God.
Welcome, Chris. You've been tracking this
Imagine if it
all
was
evening.
Shepard. They cut to the meteorologist and it's Shepard. Why would they do this? Flooding and then they cut to the weather report. All right, I don't even think they go back to it. That was it. Okay, good stuff, I guess.
Yeah, we need to go back. I was going to do a video on the Wright Street report, the DOJ report.
Oh, you should. There's a lot in there.
Yeah. It's bad. It's brutal. It's not for the faint-hearted.
Okay, so a week on the. All right, guys. So a week, and you're gonna file something.
Yeah. We
Admit to it. Do it.
No, we're going to. It's already docketed. I think we have you have 20 days, so I think we have another week or so, but we'll definitely be filing.
Oh, the whole chat is doing the nut juice thing, and the torrential mist.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Wright Street, it's so bad that the jail itself is like a weapon now. There's a whole section in the DOJ report about how people can just take stuff, parts of the jail and just turn that into weapons. It's literally falling apart.
Well, and then people are dying left and right in Wright Street too. Yeah. Whether it's because they get attacked and they're not treated or because they're being eaten by bugs. If you're having a death problem in a facility, that's one thing. But when you're having a problem with multiple causes and nothing's being done about it, it's how do you even get to the point where there's multiple problems?
Yeah.
Multiple causes of people dying at unprecedented rates. And I know Harris County in Texas seems like they're trying to compete with Wright Street. There's a ton of stuff going on. All right, and we have officially from Kathy.
At 2:50, okay.
I should say Kathy Roussan because we had a Kathy in this case, but so they've been deliberating about 35 minutes. Just terrible.
Yep, that's Joe's literally crumbling, so everybody has a shank. And I mean, technically,
I don't blame them.
I'm not even sure it's a jail. A jail has doors that lock. That's one of the trademarks of a jail.
So it's
I'm
not
not
a
sure
jail.
that technically. There's I'll see if I can pull it up. There was a report that Sheriff Labatt put out. Apparently, they found a plastic bag that had some McDonald's chicken sandwiches and some Xanax or something in it, or whatever it was. I don't remember. It was found in the razor wire, and he was trying to tie this into drones, trying to bring contraband into the jail, and explaining why there's a need for more high-tech solutions to fight contraband being brought into the jail. Meanwhile, the doors don't lock. You don't need drones to
You
get
need
stuff
door
in.
locks.
You can just walk in the front door.
Well, and that's the thing. So if one person's getting the contraband in and they're trying to sneak it around, that's a lot easier to do when there's no locks and there's only 2 floor guards max at a time because there's the staffing shortage. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it's not just the cell doors. It's also the zone doors. So you can keep, the Bloods in one zone and the Crips in the other zone. But if the cell doors don't lock and the zone doors don't lock, it's not really going to make a whole lot of difference.
I was saying, this was the article we were already reading, right?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, and
This-
again,
oh,
guys,
this
this
one.
article, because I have to pull up yours still. We didn't get through this one. This is May 2nd, 2021. It's why we jumped over and started watching this press conference. So
this is the one I sent you.
This is the NBC one. I thought you sent the Independent.
Oh, no. I meant, yeah, sorry.
Okay. But a young Christina, not quite 3 years old. So not even 3. I thought we were saying 3. Not even 3. Sat in the backseat of the car watching her mother sing as she drove along the Atlanta streets in the early 1990s. It's the only memory she has of her mother. Was that really Atlanta streets? Christina Garrett and her brother Joey were only toddlers when their mother, Melissa Wolfenbarger, was found brutally murdered after she had been missing for months. And again, she was dismembered, and that is brutal. But we didn't have any evidence about, contusions, bruises, defects that suggested the infliction of some type of injuries pre-mortem. She had been missing for months. According to the APD, the 21-year-old mother was found decapitated, dismembered, and stuffed into black trash bags in the spring of 1999, not far from their home in Atlanta, Georgia. But it would be years before the remains were identified.
In the spring of 1999, so after, okay. All right, just checking.
And even now, 22 years later, Melissa's murder remains a mystery. Her daughter, Christina, now, it sounds like this lady wrote this after listening to a podcast. Her daughter,
It does sound like that.
Her daughter, Christina, now around the same age her mother was when she was murdered. Oh, isn't that a nice little detail to add? Why does it keep doing that? It keeps highlighting for me. Has joined her grandmother and aunt in their decades-long search for answers about Melissa's brutal murder and the family's vow to get justice. Well, I think 2 of these people had answers, and they brought a third person in so that way that person could also have the answers. Melissa Patton Wolfenbarger grew up outside of Atlanta, Georgia with her parents and sister Tina Patton. In high school, she met and fell in love with Christopher Wolfenbarger. They later married, had 2 children, Christina and Joseph, and moved to a duplex in Atlanta. Melissa's family told Dateline they had their concerns about their daughter, who they described as being sweet but too trusting and often naive about life. Her sister, Her sister, Tina Patton, who was 7 years older, told Dateline that while they weren't extremely close, as they were busy raising their own families.
Yeah.
That's interesting because Tina's daughter said that she spent her childhood around Melissa and that Tina wasn't home, that she thought Melissa was her mom. So that's an interesting quote there. That she wasn't close with Melissa because they were busy raising their own families. But she always felt very protective of her baby sister. She knew she could call me anytime she needed me. I wanted to be able to protect her. I wish she had called me, but that call never came. Tina said the last time their family spoke to Melissa was on Thanksgiving Day in 1998. She had a very specific request. This is the consistencies, you guys. So consistencies are always truth. We've got 3 bullet points of consistencies. And this Christmas gift request is one of them. Melissa wanted Norma to get her a photo of herself with her grandfather. That's what she wanted for the holidays. It's what she wanted for Christmas that year, Norma told Dateline. It was something very sentimental. So Tina tells them, and then Norma's talking about it here. But when Christmas arrived, there was no word from Melissa, and she did not show up to celebrate the holidays. Concerned, members of her family tried to reach her, but were unsuccessful. After the holidays, Melissa's parents decided to drive to Atlanta from their home in Locust Grove, Georgia, and check on her in person. Her mother, Norma, and this is the same thing, we heard all of this. Her mother, Norma, told Dateline that when they arrived, the duplex on Brookline Avenue had been completely cleaned out, and a neighbor informed them that everything had been moved out during the week between Christmas and New Year's. Melissa's family became even more concerned when Norma's birthday came and went on February 24th, and still no word from Melissa. There was no call, no card, no visit, nothing. That just wasn't her. She was my baby girl, so I knew something was wrong. Sergeant Raymond Layton with the APD has been on Melissa's case for years. He told Dateline that Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, never reported her missing. Instead, it was her mother, Norma, who filed the missing persons report in January of 2000 after hitting several roadblocks. When Christopher Wolfenbarger was questioned by police, he told them Melissa had left on her own. He then refused to cooperate with the investigation, Sergeant Layton told Dateline.
It's nonsense. It's ridiculous. It's objectively false. It's an objectively false statement.
It's literally false. And like Hilton, the state, we just saw the state hinge on, like, try to use what he did to cooperate against him. So which one is it?
Yeah. And also, like, again, this is, to me, this is like the single thing in the case that determines everything is if she went missing, I mean, before Christmas, really, if they moved between Christmas and New Year's, and the saw doesn't go missing until February, and he didn't stay in his home, then he wouldn't, like, you have to explain that gap of time. You have to explain Christmas through February, at the very least.
Well, and it's weird because it's like they wanted the saw to be in place so badly. I really think they didn't think through that saw for dismemberment does not meet, it just doesn't get you to ag assault.
Yeah.
But I really think when they made this indictment, I think that they thought they had saw for dismemberment and that gets us to this felony murder. And they just didn't understand the way that works. Or doesn't work, rather.
Yeah. I mean, what were they saying it was the murder? That has to be the theory, that they thought it was the murder weapon, but that just makes even less sense.
They just said somebody had to do something. We're going to add a felony here, and we're
They
going to
said
charge
that.
it.
Fossat literally said that. He's like, "What? She died, so there had to have been a weapon. Therefore, it's ag assault." That's not even an exaggeration. That's what he said.
And then he says, "But hands, it can be hands." So,
Wait. Let me quote the defense.
oh wait, I have that. I'll find it. Is it big enough for you to read? Do we still have more to read on that page? Read, Hal.
Yeah, I can.
You linked? Didn't you link me to that clip?
I thought I did. I thought I sent it to you. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Or did I?
I don't know. Did you tweet it?
Oh no, I just told. Is it?
Oh.
I give you a timestamp. That's
Hold
all.
on, though. We never got to this, though. Never seeing this over there. Hal, do you want to explain what this is?
Okay.
It's the G unit.
So there is a publication that I read religiously. It's called what is it called? The Fulton County. Hold on, let me check my bookmarks.
The DA Dispatch.
The DA Dispatch. That's right. And it started off every other week, and now I think it's monthly mostly. And it's put out by the district attorney's office, and they say a lot of stuff that they should not be saying publicly. So that's why I read it. And there's this was one of their articles, I guess, or advertisements. I don't even know what to say. It's the graphics unit, as you can see. This is, I guess, a part of the DA's office. Do you want to scroll through and add anything?
Which one are you on? Which issue?
I can see G Unit, who are we, what we do.
It was just a picture.
Oh, okay. There are a few others that they do.
There are crazy other ones. I did also have this. I don't remember what article this was from or where you got this, but you sent this over. The new love letter to Adrian Love from Carl Patton.
Oh, this is a transcript of the podcast. So the Zone 7 podcast, they ended a lot of the episodes with letters. They would read letters from Carl Patton about, essentially like how good of a guy that Carl Patton was. And this is from Carl Patton, and he's singing the praises of Stuart McCollum, Adrian Love, and Karen Greer, and Investigator Stein. He's talking about how wonderful they are.
Yeah, so let's read this little thing. It says, well, with new technology, there we go again, and dogged efforts of Cheryl Mack, Karen Greer, D.A. Love, and Detective Stein. D.A. Love?
It said ADA in the
Oh, okay.
In the audio. It wasn't a quick transcription.
This case will be solved, and the guilty party will get his due, as I am. May God have mercy and forgive us both. To the killer of Dawn, repentance is the beginning of forgiveness. So man up. Tell your children what really happened to their mother and why. Real truth. Release them from the lie that their mother did not want them and that she deserved them. Because everyone that knew Melissa knows that's not true. To Cheryl Mack of Zone 7, DA Love of the Atlanta DA's office, Karen Greer of WSTV, and Detective Stein of APD, and everyone involved in keeping Melissa's case in the public's mind. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. God bless. With much respect, Carl. So, Adrian Love as an Uber driver, and Carl Patton love letters. And a nice email from Fonnie.
That Uber driver, they can't do retail in Memphis. So, Govan Hernandez. So I mean, oh man. There's some guy in Germany very upset about this case, I'm sure.
I don't know. I swear you sent me a little, like, clip to the guy, and now I'm just not seeing it.
Oh, I think I just sent you the timestamp. I'll see if I can find it.
Wait, well, I'll keep reading this article.
Okay.
So, the sergeant added, oh my God, the sergeant added that Wolfenbarger has an extensive criminal history with a history of family violence, and that witness stated during the investigation that he had been abusive to Melissa. And that witnesses, who are the witnesses that stated during the investigation? Dateline spoke to Christopher Wolfenbarger, who insists he had nothing to do with Melissa's death and wants nothing more than to help with the investigation. Yeah, I have a criminal history, Wolfenbarger told Dateline, but I'm not a murderer. He said Melissa's disappearance at the end of 1998 wasn't anything out of the ordinary. We're not talking about one day she was there and the next she was not, Wolfenbarger said. I just figured she'd come back when she was able to. He explained that Melissa took on multiple shifts at the Waffle House to make extra money and would stay at a hotel instead of commuting home. With Dixon?
Yeah, I mean, that was something that struck me about this, is if you look at this article, he's trying to tell the story in a way that doesn't make her look bad. Like, he knows that she was with Mike, but he's not going to say that. He could just as easily, throw her under the bus, but he's not going to say bad things about her. And then you look at what her family says about her, and it's a different tale.
Well, and then this could also be Waffle House is open all the time, so this could be a very good example in this time frame of why when Wendy called, he was like, you can't speak to her, but it wasn't like that. It was just, she's not here for me to put her on the phone with you. We didn't have, this wasn't like a cell phone era. Wolfenbarger added that she had also been creating fake IDs and social security cards with the goal of their family moving away and starting a new life in California. I'm not denying I have a criminal history, he said. We were, like Bonnie and Clyde, just small-time criminals. But we didn't do anything bad. We were just trying to build a better life in California. California was the dream. So we're slipping into the territory of Hilton in her closing statements, telling the story as it's being told to the news in these podcasts, and she forgot that it wasn't in evidence. When Melissa never returned home, he told Dateline he figured she changed her identity and went to live on her dream without him. That's the reason I didn't report her missing. We're going to take a personality test, guys. He said she wanted to get away from her parents and from this place, so she had to become someone else. I just thought she'd come back when things settled down. Chris and Melissa's daughter, Christina, told Dateline the story. Her mother just leaving her on her own is one she's heard for years. After her mother disappeared, Christina's next memory was of living with her grandmother on her father's side in Locust Grove. She added that her father was gone for a long time, and when he returned, she didn't even know who he was. I called him Chris because that's what everyone called him. Christina said, I didn't realize he was her father. I still don't really think of him as my father. Years later, when Christopher Wolfenbarger reemerged in his children's lives, he told them their mother left their family and that he didn't know where she was. I don't know her, but she's my mom, and, well, this is a fun little gadget. I'm a mom now and I can't imagine doing that to my child. Back in 1999, Melissa had been missing 5 months when, on April 29th, 1999, authorities with the APD found a severed human head in a black trash bag on Avon Avenue near Hartford Avenue, according to Sergeant Leighton. The grisly discovery was made in close proximity to the glass company where her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, worked. Worked when? Well, not for nothing, but this really isn't far from Brookline either.
Yeah.
And from which he was fired after the suspected theft of a reciprocal saw, Sergeant Leighton said, which that's still in dispute. When Dateline spoke to Christopher Wolfenbarger, he said the suspected theft was a misunderstanding and that he never stole anything from the company. He added that after he was fired, he moved out of the duplex and in with his uncle while his kids went to live with his mother. On June 3rd, 1999, more dismembered human remains were found in black trash bags in a wooded area between Hartford Place and Avon Avenue. Leighton told Dateline that the remains were legs, arms, and feet, but a torso was never found. And I don't understand this because at trial, they seem to make it seem like one of the witnesses said they found more than just the head on that first day. And another witness said otherwise. The naval officer said otherwise. But here, it's June 3rd. Legs, arms, feet.
Yeah, in the podcast, the day they went searching for Melissa's remains, they were also searching for somebody else. So I don't know if that was the same location, but I'm not surprised to hear that there was somebody else involved.
Or it's other body parts. Like, how do you... like to somebody that belonged to somebody else, because how do you have all the pairs? You find them on June. Like, either you've exhausted the amount of things that you should be finding, or it's not the only thing that's been dumped there, and then we're back in serial killer potential territory.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were looking through the cold cases, the APD cold cases, there were a couple other women who were found around this period of time.
There's a rendition of a black female, and that's where I feel like there's some confusion that maybe they found something that belonged to one missing Jane Doe, and then they have Melissa, but they strategically want this skull to give them the April 29th date.
Yep.
So, at the time the remains were unidentified, Melissa Wolfenbarger was still missing. But her mother, Norma, said, and that's the thing, why wouldn't you go, there were other Jane Does that were found, so why did you only provide a DNA sample? It's not like they came to you and said, we found Melissa's skull. Can you give us your DNA so we can also find out again that it's Melissa's skull?
Yeah.
So just because she might have heard on the news that one was identified as a man, there were other remains turning up that belonged to women at the time.
Yeah.
So the only change in circumstance was something that ended up providing a lot of benefit to Norma to suddenly participate in. But her mother, Norma, said she knew it was only a matter of time before the remains would be identified as her daughter. And that's suspect as heck, too. The remains are unidentified. You hear where it's found. You hear where it's found. You say in this press conference that it was misidentified or whatever. But you knew one day it would be identified as your daughter. Why would you know that about those specific remains? If you didn't know that area. So she continued to watch the news every day for 4 years. The fact that my baby girl was cut up just shows it was done by somebody evil. No normal person is going to cut up a human body.
No comment.
Back in 1999, Melissa had been missing for 5 months. This went up. It would take years before the remains found on Avon Avenue would be identified as Melissa. In 2003, Melissa and Tina's father, Carl Millard Patton Jr., was arrested and later convicted for the 1977 murders of Fred Wyatt, Liddy Matthews, and Evan's boyfriend, Joe Cleveland. The case, known as the Flint River Murders, gained national media attention and brought greater attention to Melissa's case. And I still don't get, they were arrested for this originally in 78. They're out, and then suddenly in 2003, they're getting arrested. The family told Dateline it was Carl Patton Jr.'s case. and the testing of DNA that eventually led investigators to confirm the remains found in 1999 belonged to Melissa. Norma, who testified against her husband in 2003, said his arrest was what made it possible for someone to pay attention to Melissa's case. No!
I'm still not clear on that whole deal.
This is wishy-washy because before the media would have even mentioned Melissa, she was telling the investigators, "I'll help me find my daughter. I'll tell you whatever about Carl." That was before media had any knowledge of Melissa being ID'd, because that's what prompted the ID. So this is BS.
Oh God, the sentence is going to annoy me.
Norma is still married to Melissa's father, who was questioned but quickly cleared in connection to Melissa's death. Melissa's sister, Tina...
You don't know how or when or where or why or who. Like, you know nothing. How did you clear him? Like, you don't even know what happened. How is he cleared? And they've been saying this for years, that he's been cleared.
And it's such loaded language. When you hear that somebody is quickly cleared, that's not, we don't have enough evidence, so we have to let you go. We just have no reason to hold you. That's, you have an alibi. There's receipts showing you were somewhere else. You're on video somewhere where you couldn't be. Like, you were in a coma. You were in a coma from December to April, so you couldn't have done
literally
this.
Nobody's been cleared. I haven't been cleared. You haven't been cleared. Like, nobody's been cleared.
Yeah.
You have no idea what happened.
This is exactly it, Jeevy. He was cleared because why would he do that?
Why would the serial killer kill somebody? I don't know.
Crazy. Melissa's sister Tina told Dateline that she still talks to her father at his current residence in a Georgia prison, where he often talks about bringing his daughter's murderer to justice. Yeah, but if he told his wife to snitch on him to save herself, seems like you would say all that to protect your wife. Yeah. Tina added that from the beginning, there was no doubt in their mind who killed Melissa, and it was never their father. You got to add that extra sentence there, and it was never their father.
Well, they didn't think their father killed the other people either, so...
There's no doubt in my mind who did this to my sister, Tina said, and it's been more than 20 years, and he's still walking free. Sorry, and I can believe that Tina believes what she believes. I can't get myself to consider a realm where Norma believes what she believes. So, Sergeant Leighton told Dateline that Melissa's husband, Christopher, is considered a person of interest in the case. An autopsy determined that Melissa's neck had been severed with a saw, according to Sergeant Leighton. He added that evidence was collected from her home on Brookline Avenue, but did not match other trace evidence collected from the scene, and no arrests have been made. And we know now, nothing at that scene. And I actually love that Joel was like, all of the evidence they actually have. The paint chips, they did the luminol testing, they have the dogs come in, they have the carpet fibers, they have the pubic hair, they have the DNA swab from my client, match it to the DNA in the bag. None of the DNA, all of the evidence they have, all these things. It's somebody other than Christopher. I thought that was beautiful. And here we are in the media. You know, we have this combined mention, neck severed with saw, evidence collected from home, doesn't match other trace evidence collected from the scene, and no arrests have been made.
Yeah, like three-quarters of the way through the article, and the back half of a sentence, like, come on.
And it's like, not for nothing, this might not be how it's going, but this window, for whatever reason, keeps jumping me away from this point. It's like they didn't want me to scroll down and get here. Wolfenbarger told Dateline he has always cooperated with the investigation and submitted his DNA years ago when requested by the detectives at the time. I've got nothing to hide, Wolfenbarger said. I had absolutely no reason to kill her. There was no insurance money. We didn't have any assets. There was no reason in the world for me to hurt her like that. As for the remains being discovered in such close proximity to his job, Wolfenbarger told Dateline the possible connection to him is absurd.
My favorite part. This is my favorite part.
Who in their right mind kills somebody and dumps the body at their job? It just doesn't make sense. He added that no one has contacted him in recent years, but told Dateline he's willing to do anything and speak to anyone to help solve Melissa's case. It damn near oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, not that, you know, polygraphs are real, but he did a polygraph in 2001. He voluntarily did a polygraph in 2001. as well. I don't know if they mentioned that. I know they're
But I feel
talking
like
about.
that's still like the time period where it wasn't as taboo, and like people hear
Yeah.
polygraph now and they go, ugh.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah.
think that was the case in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I just felt like he voluntarily did it, you know. So if you want to compare his cooperation with anybody else's cooperation, I think it's pretty clear who's the most cooperative. Did he pass the polygraph? I haven't actually seen the results, but based on how everything went, I have to imagine he did.
Yeah, I would
Otherwise,
say
I don't care about
if he didn't, it would have been talked about in those police interviews, and there would have had to have been redactions. There's no way that the officers wouldn't have brought that up when talking to him from like the 2003 and 2021.
Yeah.
So, or he would have been arrested and charged because they would use the polygraph against him in that manner.
Yeah. But yeah, he's provided everything that he can provide. I mean,
Wolfenbarger admits he. Oh wait, did I get all this?
at the top, it damn near destroyed me.
Okay. So it damn near destroyed me, Wolfenbarger, describing what it was like when he found out Melissa was dead. At the time, I really believed she had changed her name and left for a better life, and that she'd come back eventually. Sometimes I thought I'd see a glimpse of her here and there, but it was never her. So maybe that was one of the March and April things. After years of what she says was being kept in the dark, Christina began asking questions about her mother's death. Christopher admits he always kept his feelings bottled up and had a hard time talking about Melissa with their two children, Christina and Joey. Christina, who lived with her father for a short time while in her late teens, grew frustrated. I'd ask my dad, and he would tell me a different story every time, or he would get mad. It just didn't make any sense, so I started investigating on my own. How many times did you ask him when you lived for a short time? To do that, Christina felt she needed to connect with her long-lost family members on her mother's side to get some answers. While she was scrolling through Facebook as a teenager, Christina's mother's name popped up as a someone you may know alert. It turned out to be a Facebook profile, and that's still up. Melissa's family had created as a way to share information about her case. It wasn't long before she reached out to Melissa's family members. Christina was 18 years old when she got in contact with her mother's family and was able to reunite with her Aunt Tina and Melissa's mother, who she lovingly calls Gran. I had so many questions and my own theories about what happened. Turns out theirs were the same as mine. From the moment they reunited, Christina said she felt an instant bond to her Gran and her aunt. They've been inseparable ever since as they worked together to get justice for Melissa. She wasn't at the press conference. It's just another piece of the puzzle, and it's another step closer to solving my mom's case. Melissa's case continues to be worked by the Atlanta Police Cold Case Homicide Unit, along with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit. Assistant District Attorney Adrian Love told Dateline they are hoping that with advancements made in DNA technology, they will be able to test small surfaces in evidence for DNA with the goal of moving the investigation in the right direction and finally solving the case. And isn't this where they sent it off to like a third-party private company to get testing done?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't GBI.
Yeah, that's right. I can find the name. It's
It's like Pure Gold or something weird.
Yeah, Pure Gold's one of the ones they use. I think it's another one. I can't think of the name. It's in the purchase order reports they have though.
But yeah, that's interesting. They want to test all the nooks and crannies. They want to do all this work. They promise they're going to do it, and we don't get no updates on that at all.
Yeah.
But they sent the stuff off to this facility,
Mm-hmm.
Which seems like a different facility than what they used originally. So we want to solve this case, she said. We want answers for the family and justice for Melissa. Both Assistant DA Love and Sergeant Layton told Dateline they believe there are people who have information that can move this case forward and urge them to call police. It's been 23 years. It's time. Melissa's mother, Norma, told Dateline. People talk about closure, but I'm not sure I'll ever have that. We still have so many questions and no answers. 2 decades have passed since Melissa's murder, but her family isn't giving up. As their team of supporters continues to grow, as well as interest in the case, they tell Dateline they feel new hope will soon be justice. Oh.
Here we go.
The case was featured at the 2020 CrimeCon house arrest by CSI Atlanta, a team made up of crime scene investigators Cheryl McCollum, CBS 46 anchor Karen Greer, and Sergeant Raymond Layton. Her family alone have kept her case alive, but now they have a team, Cheryl told Dateline, an extraordinary team of remarkable people. To me, there's only one suspect, and I want him to know we're coming for him.
Yeah, it wasn't just 2020 CrimeCon. There have been countless others. It was 2023 in Atlanta. There was Whodunit in what is it? What's the fancy New York place? The fancy New York beach area.
Coney
The
Island?
Hamptons. There's a Hamptons.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. 2023. They've been doing several of these where they just go out and tell random people the facts of the case and hope something comes back.
Doug says Love gave Adrian Love the Love gave Brian Steele the sads. It's a nice way to put it. That's a very Brian Steele way to put it. Should we go to aren't these CrimeCon tickets like $400 something this year too for like guests to go to? Like that to me, that's like a price of like somebody having a sponsorship banner.
Yeah.
So they have this team. There's one suspect, and I want him to know we're coming for them. In an effort to bring more attention to the case, Cheryl McCollum and her nonprofit organization, the Atlanta Cold Case Research and Investigative Institute, is offering cold case wines. Melissa's photo was featured on the first bottle of wine to be launched, which will help raise money to help solve unsolved crime cases.
Okay.
Christina told.
I was gonna say, so this is what I'm talking about. They're saying Cheryl McCollum and her nonprofit organization, the Atlanta Cold Case Research Investigative Institute. She's an employee of Hapeville Police Department, which is in Fulton County. She's active law enforcement. When she goes to the scene, she's driving. Yeah, she's driving her Hapeville PD cruiser thingy. It's more like a Jeep, but whatever. So she wants to be. When she's investigating, she's doing it as active law enforcement. But then when she's talking to the media, she's Cold Case Research Investigative Institute. When she wants to be media, she's media. When she wants to be nonprofit, she's nonprofit. And when she wants to be law enforcement, she's law enforcement.
And it sounds like to use CSI and these terminal, it's almost like she's still trying to make these things she created on her own sound official.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing official business, then taking the projects over here, taking them outside of that realm officially, but still using official sounding names to keep your own credibility going. And that's to me is weird.
Yeah, I had suspicions about this in YSL with the Georgia Gang Investigators Association because I know that they keep intelligence within the GGIA, and it's kind of this pattern of Fulton DA having these kind of pseudo law enforcement nonprofits that aren't really bound by discovery in the same way that the DA's office is, being involved in these investigations. That's just always been shady to me. But this is like even further than that.
This case ends up being what we get from it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd be like reading line by line looking for, hey, does this sound weird? Does this sound consistent? Is this off? If it was producing something that actually seemed like a legitimate case to be brought forward.
Yeah. Cold case wines.
Yeah, cold case wines. Does this article have the picture with Tina with the wine?
I'm not sure if it does.
I have it in my phone. I saved it. Melissa's photo was featured on the first bottle of wine to be launched, which will help raise money to help solve unsolved crime cases. That's not whatever the wine company was. It was like crimevino.com, Vino Crime. The website wasn't active anymore. Christina told Dateline that for years she felt a part of her was missing, but reuniting with her mother's family has filled some of that void. She hopes she has done the same for them. When her son was born a few years ago, it was Melissa's mother, Gran, who was there to help cut the cord, and she's the one he runs to when they show up on her doorstep for a visit. Nothing will ever bring my mom back. Nothing will bring Grant's daughter back. But it's like a second chance for her, Christina said. And it's a second chance for our family. So that was our 2021 NBC/Dateline article there. The Independent article. Okay, so this one is more recent in time, Thursday the 14th, August 2025. And same, yeah, you said same author.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of, all right, it's readable once we get down. So how the capture of a serial killer father led to a breakthrough in his own daughter's separate murder case. So now we're going to figure out how we got here according to them.
Yeah, that's the other thing is there's this narrative that how closely they're tying the capture of, they're trying to make it this redemption story, like the capture of the father led to the solving of Melissa's case.
And the only thing is someone finally gives their DNA, which they could have done if they've been saying that every day they watch the news waiting for a story of remains to pop up so she could see if it would be her daughter. If you for every day since you haven't spoken to your daughter on Christmas Day in 1998, sit and watch the news waiting to hear about missing remains, you should be going and giving a DNA sample. To give it in 2023 is not, 2003.
Oh, wait, are they back?
Oh.
Doug said, has it been 72 minutes or are they back after?
No, I think he wanted 70 minutes or less, and we've exceeded his bet. So Price is Right rules, he's out.
Okay.
And Doug, actually, since you're still here, Touche had a question. Under what circumstances would you object or approach during opening or closing?
Well, if they say that Brian Stee was representing
a good hypothetical name.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I never would have guessed what reference you were making. Yeah, you would take a lot. It would take a lot. But if I did it, I would ask to approach. Yeah, and then we find out the reason. Oh, okay, so Court TV has a count. Then let's go switch over there. Because I like having the ticker up. I like seeing the clock. I think I told the chat like 2 days ago, maybe. I've been trying to play Majora's Mask. Hopefully I'll find some time to do that this weekend. But I like that game because the concept of it's a Zelda game. It you have 3 days to get through stuff and you've got to reset it because this moon is coming down and crashing. And if you don't get to save Hyrule in time, you have to go back to day one. But you have to do different things each time. It's almost like there's a memory of what you, the legendary character, are doing in those 3 days. But there's an anxiety of playing the game just because the clock is ticking the whole time. And I just like that.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking back to how the state decided to wear all red for closing. That's just... what are you doing? Of all the colors you could have chosen. Oh my god. How did you... No.
Let me put day 7. Court TV is recommending the Donna Adelson trial before they'll give me a result for the trial I searched for with a very unique name. I don't see Court TV live. Their streams ended. So, we'll stick with lawn crime. All right, so while we're on this article, Melissa Wolfenbarger, a 21-year-old mother, and I know this seems like we're reading the same summary context, but for me, it's more about if we were reading this for the first time in either because we heard about this case and wanted to, if we were a relative trying to get to the bottom of this, and this is what we're going through, the headline, the beginning of an article are the impression makers. So you've got Melissa Wolfenbarger, a 21-year-old married mother of 2. So married, we're focusing on the marriage, had been missing for 4 years before her remains were finally identified. But decades passed and the identity of her killer remained a mystery until now. crime scene investigator. Now, what do you think when you hear crime scene investigator? That sounds very official. That sounds like official capacity. Cheryl Mack McCullum tells Andrea Cavalier how her podcast, with help from experts, the media, and the victim's serial killer dad, helped crack the case wide open. That's the podcast. When working on a cold case, there is no guarantee that a murder will be solved. And even if it is, it often takes years or even decades. In the case of... Oh, and I see Law and Crimes poll, 51 not guilty, 28 guilty, and 21 hung. That is an interesting split for Law and Crime, I'd say. It's not very good for the prosecution.
No, that's...
Because it's like usually like 90% over there.
Yeah.
Now loved ones and supporters have traveled to Fulton County Courthouse on August 2020. Oh, wait. All right, the bizarre twist. For a long-awaited trial, they hope finally brings justice. Finally, we're starting the trial that we've been waiting 26 years for. Tina wrote on Facebook this week, adding justice for Melissa Wolfenbarger. The 21-year-old was last heard from by her family on Thanksgiving 1999. Her dismembered remains were found 5 months later, in close proximity to her husband's place of work. It was 2003, before the remains were identified as Melissa, only after her father, Carl Patton, was arrested for a string of unrelated killings from the 1970s, known as the Flint River murders. This Thanksgiving story is driving me nuts now. Like...
Yeah.
Where did they have Thanksgiving dinner? Because it's one thing to go to two houses and celebrate, but we heard, and I thought Norma got marble-mouthed with it. She started to say she did the cooking, and then didn't want to get into detail, making it seem to me like she was walking back before she said too much. But if you're doing all the cooking, you don't really have the time to be the person hopping and going to get different plates from different friends and family's houses, because you're the one stuck cooking. But his arrest is what finally identified her remains. Melissa's mother, Norma, told The Independent, if he had never been arrested, we might have never known. This is so weird.
Yeah.
This is not causal the way it's being portrayed by Norma.
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing that's been tripping me up since the beginning. It's just this, they want to like exonerate the father, not exonerate, but you know what I mean, like,
and leave out the detail that mom was like, please, please, help me find my daughter suddenly.
Yeah.
Because you might arrest me too, because she was already arrested in 1978 for these same murders, but they didn't have enough evidence, so they let them go. Melissa's death was not at the hands of her father, who had been cleared in her murder.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like they've been pushing this he's been cleared thing for so long now. That's like fact.
Well, it's because the people writing these articles are sitting there either getting their information from somebody who's hanging out with them directly, or they're writing the article and hanging out with Tina directly, who still, like 2 days ago, posted about how much her father was the best person in the world, how much she loves her father, raised her, taught her everything to do right. Like things that are very inconsistent for us to hear without trying to judge someone for loving their family member. Just people have strong attachments to people and they describe them in ways that might not be consistent with other things.
Yeah.
But what happened to her and the identity of her killer remained a mystery for decades. How is the identity of her killer a mystery if they were looking at Christopher in the early 2000s already?
Yeah, I mean, he's been the only suspect the entire time. And I mean, it makes sense that he was it's reasonable for him to be the first person you look at, but like, he's always been the only suspect.
He's never been a mystery.
Yeah.
Melissa's case only began to gain some traction in 2017 when crime scene investigator Cheryl Mack McCullum got her hands on it after the slain woman's mother came to her for help. So now we're back in 2017. You can't give up. You just keep going. Talk to anyone who will listen because you don't know who that person might be to help, Norma said. That's what Cheryl did for us. She opened the door and helped us walk through it. Melissa's case was the first one to be featured on McCullum's podcast Zone 7 when it launched in February 2023. In a stunning turn of events, over a year later, in April 2024, a listener who heard the episode reached out to McCollum and shared a crucial bit of information. I had a gut feeling, McCollum said, recalling the moment she received the tip. Now remember, we had testimony at trial that from APD Lacoste, this Diane Parrott, Norma and Tina got Diane and they said, go tell people this. So this tip isn't just someone sitting by themselves. There's a person saying, hey, go make a tip. You should let them know. So McCollum says, I had a gut feeling. She told The Independent that the person had witnessed behavior between the couple, but she said she couldn't give further details. McCollum sent the information to the lead detective, and after more than 2 decades of no answers, the case picked up steam and shot through the next 3 months at lightning speed. 3 months later, in August 2024, Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was arrested and indicted by a grand jury for her murder. I was just tickled pink. We waited so long for this, Norma told The Independent. It's been a long, hard road, but it finally happened. Melissa was last heard from on Thanksgiving 1998 when she called her family to make plans for Christmas that year, but she never showed up. There was no phone call, and she never showed up. Norma explained about her daughter missing the holidays. I immediately panicked, but she was an adult, married with kids, not much we could do. This is very interesting language because this is exactly what she said somebody else told her. This is, you know, sometimes when you make up a lie about what other people told you, you give them your words. And Norma ends up telling us, well, I tried to report her missing, but they said she was an adult. She's married. We can't do anything for you. But this is her words here.
Yep.
But when my birthday came and went with no call, I knew something was very wrong. After Norma's missed birthday in February, they drove to Melissa's house in Atlanta from their home in Locust Grove, Georgia. And February to me is kind of interesting too. But the Wolfenbarger family was gone. What if they stole the saw in February?
I mean, it makes more sense because, like, somebody who doesn't know that Chris didn't work there anymore.
Well, so he allegedly gets fired in February, like what, 16th of February, but then we don't know if that's the actual date or if that's just what he put on the paperwork.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was very honest with his paperwork, as we all know. The one crime has been proven in this case. Just so we all remember.
The time fraud, the employment fraud.
Is unemployment fraud. Just so we're all clear. that he's guilty. He admitted that.
Oh my goodness. But the Wolfenbarger family was gone. Neighbors told them they had moved away, but their address was unknown. The family reported Melissa missing, and authorities tracked down her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, to question him. Now, what's interesting here is they just jump. They don't actually wait and say that. They make it seem like they go in February of 1999 and report Melissa missing. But the report wasn't made until 2000.
Yeah, wasn't there a discrepancy on the time they drove to the house, too? Wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
He told police that Melissa had left on her own to pursue her dream of starting a new life in California, and the APD told Dateline in 2021. On April 29th, 1999, a severed human head was found in a black trash bag. In close proximity to Wolfenbarger's place of work. And again, it's still my understanding that this head was found on Brookline. That this wasn't the remain that was pulled out from the woods. That, to me, that's not even clear. And I'm going to go back and rewatch the beginning testimony because it's driving me nuts. But suddenly the head is found placed on a manhole. If you go pay attention to, and I could probably find it on Facebook. It was like 2 days ago she posted it.
Yeah. And that's the other thing.
The head's posted apparently on a manhole on the corner, and nobody ever described a manhole.
That's what I'm curious. Where did she get her information? Like, because that should have been like in the investigator case files, but she should have had access to those unless somebody just gave her access to the case file. But I don't know how she would have had that information.
Let's see. Okay, this is the post. So, okay, I gotta open it weird because it's Facebook. So to have the caption. So in the Melissa Wolfenbarger case, here's a picture from the body disposal site. Her skull was located near the near the manhole cover, and the building in the background is Action Glass, where her husband Christopher worked at the time she went missing. But then if we pull up maps that the media had, like Nancy Grace posted a map where the marker is over on Brookline.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 858 Brookline, or no, not Brookline, Avon. It's just like down the street at unit something.
This is where it's supposed to, they got the iBuy houses up here. This is where it's supposed to be. This mastermind hid the body. Vincent Fawcett is just in distress because it was such a mastermind disposal of the body. Head's supposed to be here somewhere. Action Glass, place of employment, is here. I love the logic. So in a black plastic bag and trash bag, in close proximity to Wolfenbarger's place of work, at the time, officials misidentified those remains as belonging to another missing person, a man. But then on June 3rd, 1999, more dismembered human remains were discovered in black trash bags near to where the first remains had been found. A torso was never found. The remains weren't identified until 2003, only after Melissa's father, Carl Patton, was arrested in connection to an unrelated murder. We're just saying it's unrelated. It's not family affairs. DNA testing led to Patton being convicted for the killings of Fred Wyatt, Liddy Matthews Evans, and Evans' boyfriend Joe Cleveland in Georgia in the 1970s, known as the Flint Rivers murder. So this is weird. Is this how they're mixing up the DNA thing? It's like they're saying DNA testing led to Patton being found guilty. In other words, DNA is found on evidence in relation to this case. But here, they're making it, if we put it side by side, then we'll also think that Christopher's DNA is found on something that inculpates him.
Yeah, I have no idea. This DNA thing's so weird. I'm convinced there's something that wasn't disclosed.
He pleaded guilty and was given a life sentence. He was also a suspect in Melissa's murder, but Tina said her father would have never hurt Melissa, according to 11 Alive. Dad loved us, she said. He was devastated just like us. He broke down and cried. But it was his arrest that led to answers for the family. My mom was able to convince him to say something about my sister. That's not what we heard at trial. So apparently now it's Carl. It's Carl, not Norma, saying, please help me find my daughter.
Yep.
And somebody in Atlanta saw it in the paper the next day and said, wait a minute, there's some remains over here in the morgue. Okay, we might have to read this article after this. Wait a minute, there's some remains over here in the morgue, and the address, the vicinities are kind of close to where this girl lives, so let's go get DNA. So some random person at the morgue is just, what? I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, it is. And this is the same author, remember, as the last article. So it's not like this is somebody coming in fresh.
Oh my God.
So they should have some familiarity with the case.
DNA positively identified the remains as belonging to Melissa and cleared Patton of her murder.
Yep. DNA cleared, apparently.
Didn't they not test some of this stuff right away?
Yeah, I think so.
But Melissa's killer was still out there, and Norma continued to put all her time and effort into getting justice for her daughter. In 2017, she met McCullum and everything changed. My daughter was beheaded and I need your help. McCullum remembers the exact moment. This is one of the wine and crimes. So you guys have been saying the Bermuda shorts. McCullum remembers the exact moment she first saw Norma Patton. It was at a formal dinner for a wine and crime event she was hosting. McCullum, who is the founder and director of the Cold Case Investigative Research Institute, often hosts the popular program that takes an in-depth look at unsolved cold cases. While McCullum was on stage talking, she noticed a woman walking into the event wearing Bermuda shorts and hat, looking like she had literally walked in off the beach. Why? Why are they giving this description? After the event, McCullum said the woman came up to her and said, "My daughter was beheaded and I need your help." This sounds like a title of a Nick Morfox story. Without any hesitation, McCullum agreed to hear her story, and Norma certainly had one to tell. Armed with binders full of information, she was ready to talk. But there was a twist. I bet she just had the letters with her. She touched both binders, looked me in the eye, and said, "My husband is in prison for murder, and I helped him." Norma had testified against him. At the grand jury? Or what does this mean? Which played a substantial role in the case, testified Lieutenant Colonel Bruce Jordan of the Fayette County Sheriff's Department. It's my opinion she saved the taxpayers a lot of money, Jordan added. Adding that he requested the deal that gave Norma immunity from any murder charges relating to the 4 killings, according to local outlets at the time. After hearing Norma's admission, McCullum was not alarmed. Melissa's case is separate from the sins of her father, she told her. But McCullum said she needed to speak with Patton to do a complete victimology. In 2021, they started corresponding by writing letters. All right, so they like to write letters together too. They started writing a bunch of letters in 2021. What became clear to me was their loyalty, McCullum said. Their loyalty to Carl, their loyalty to each other, and their loyalty to getting justice for Melissa. Well, I mean, this third one could serve the first 2 without really manifestly being for this purpose. In the letters, one man is clearly named as a suspected killer, Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger. This is... I'm pretty sure I read this or was listening to you read this. Like, this is not a new article to me, but this just clicked to me. Are they saying Cheryl, podcast lady, starts writing letters with Patton?
Yeah, they're writing letters to each other. That's where the letter is from the podcast, like the...
And...
Yeah.
But... Is this supposed to be how we get rid of the mystery of the mystery man, Christopher Wolfenbarger, who nobody knew, nobody did interviews with, nobody sat for a polygraph? They're acting like this was some big revelation?
I think that's... Yeah, because remember they're trying to spin the story that the podcast is what blew everything open.
Oh my
So
God.
that seems to be like the thing. I don't know. I mean, it's not very convincing, but yeah, I mean, that was the subtitle of the article, or whatever you call it, the intro paragraph.
Mystery
the podcast
man
blew everything open.
Wolfenbarger. Gross. Through McCullum's own investigation, her correspondence with Melissa's family, the letters, she had her own theories, but told the Independent that it was time to bring in the expert. Is this really supposed to be plural? Because at the end of the day, who cares what I think? But if I have Nancy Grace...
I love this. I love this one. This is one of my favorites.
But if I have Nancy Grace, Joseph Scott Morgan, and Dr. Angie Arnold telling me it's Wolfenbarger, McCullum said, and they've done their own independent research, they've looked at the case file by themselves, I will stake my reputation on it.
They've looked at the case file? They've looked at the case file? What do you mean they've looked at the case file?
Shepard told us he wanted to keep secrets in his August 2024 press conference. He didn't want to let anything in the public until it was at trial. Why are all these people looking at the case file?
Tweedledum, and I'm not going to finish that statement, but yeah, they yeah. So this right here we're looking at is a letter from Carl to Cheryl.
Okay, it's a new. Oh, there's multiple ones.
Oh, there are multiple.
Okay, wait, hold on. Is there a better way I can look? Can we do this? Okay, it's showing for you guys, right? Wait, why is it on page 7? Oh, is this just the 10th picture in the article? That's what it means. So, and look, a binder. We have the clasps. But this one's October 11th, 2022. Congratulations on your upcoming podcast. It looks like maybe 2 words. We'll be looking forward to listening. Beings, you'll be under Nancy's umbrella. It should go national with lots more exposure. We'll also be looking forward to hearing Norma and Tina May speak about Melissa's case. My wife is a very smart lady. She's still working to change me from a lump of coal to a diamond. Haha. On our last visit, I mentioned that if I had to forgive to be forgiven, then I'd burn in hell, because I'll never forgive Chris for what he's done to our family. That next week, she sent me this. So often we have trouble letting go of an offense because we think that means we are ignoring it or accepting the wrong. But that is not what forgiveness is or means. Instead, it means we are, and this is from a serial killer, we are looking to the Lord to make it right on our behalf, so the Lord will take care of it in his own time. The Cherokee and Cheyenne say, when you kill something, whether animal or human, it becomes a part of you forever, and that you never forget. I personally know this to be true. I personally know this to be true. All right, where was it?
He does sound kind of serial killery.
Yeah. After over 45 years, I still remember my actions and sins. Do you think Chris Wolfenbarger ever thinks about the mutilation done to Melissa's body? Notice he does straight to mutilation? Doesn't... All right. It's like they chose this page just for this last line here.
Yeah.
At
But
that point, yeah.
It's weird that she was like in this like pen pal thing with Carl here.
At that point, a new district attorney was coming into the fore. Guess who it is, chat? Guess who? Any guesses?
My message to taxpayers is it was an amazing time. We had 19 convictions. The community is safer. We made sure that we got the resolutions we want. If they're unhappy with sentencing, they should elect other judges.
No comment.
Shout out to Chase. The first thing McCollum did was take Assistant District Attorney Adrienne Love. One of the first cases on the agenda was Melissa's. She launched a task force, and McCollum was on it. So Fani launches task force. CSI Zone 7 podcast, Cheryl Mack McCollum is on it. And one of the first cases on the agenda was Melissa's. This seems like a bit of a conflict if we're finding out. This letter right above it is like, you're going to be so famous. You're going to have so much exposure. Nancy Grace, you're hitting the big time. The silver screen of true crime. And then Fani enters the fore. The first thing McCollum did was take ADA Love to the area where Melissa's head had been found, and the close proximity of it to the front door of his business. That is critical.
How did she know where the head was found? Why did she have that information?
Because she's a crime scene investigator.
Exactly.
To the area where Melissa's head had been found, and the close proximity of it to the front door of his business. That is critical, she said. Of his business?
Yes, his business.
He was fired, but it's his business. That is critical, she said. You've got to show them, they've got to walk it. But working the case took time. Melissa's husband, Wolfenbarger, was arrested on August 6, 2024. A press conference was planned for the next day, where his arrest would be announced to the public. The original lead detective on Melissa's case wanted to contact her father himself, but the inmate would not have phone privileges until Thursday. McCollum told The Independent that Detective Calhoun did not want him finding out the news. Back in 2003, Detective Calhoun had made an effort to tell Patton himself that his daughter's body had been identified.
His BFF.
Is there like another weird layer here where like this drug dealer, serial killer, like major, it's like an overarching story, not a side story. They get out? Was there like dirty work going on between the drug dealing and the officers between the 70s, 80s, and early 90s?
I don't know.
Why are people like rolling out a red carpet?
The relationship between Calhoun and Carl is strange, and I mean, either like Calhoun has some kind of stake in this Netflix thing, or there's just a weird relationship there. But they shouldn't really have any interaction with each other. I mean, he's retired, is he not?
Well, this little blurb is
Oh,
2003,
yeah.
but when
Right.
we're talking about this part, when they have all the
Right,
news or
right,
whatever,
that part,
what are we
that part.
doing? So yeah, what are we doing in 2024 doing all of this? So he drove to the prison to tell Carl in person, daddy to daddy. Okay.
Yeah, that one's special.
McCullum said. So this time, the detective went out of his way to call the warden and have someone deliver the news to Patton. He had been devastated when he found out she'd been murdered, Norma said about her husband, but he was deliriously happy as soon as he found out Chris had been arrested.
We know that he hates Chris, right? Like, that's the thing that came up. Like, he never...
Well, they hate Chris, and they're desperate to say that it could only be Chris, which to me makes it seem like there was relief that wife is okay. I protected my wife.
Yeah. I mean, he hated Chris, like, even before Melissa went missing. Like, they had, like, a whole fight once. It was, like, a whole thing. But he's hated Chris, like, the entire time.
GV says, look, it's Charlie Manson. Good old Charlie. Detective Shepard, who took over the case several years ago, said Wolfenbarger had been a person of interest in the beginning, and that probable cause is how they were able to finally make the arrest.
That's not really an answer.
When asked what specifically linked Wolfenbarger to the murder, he said, I want to protect the integrity of the case going forward, so I can't disclose certain evidence, but we look at everything when it comes to a cold case. We don't look at a weather report, though. Give it away. Melissa's sister told the media that day that their family always believed Wolfenbarger was responsible for the murder. From day one, we knew it was Christopher, she told reporters. There was never, ever any doubt in our minds who did this. My mother has said, I don't know how many times, that when she first met him, there was just evil in his eyes. And I have a question. When did Christopher file for divorce? Officially?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Because I don't know, if I was like a parent, I mean, I would be hammering in a lot more than just like saying I called someone and gave up because they were mean to me on the phone for trying to find my daughter. But from day one, never any doubt in our minds. My mom has said, I don't know how many times, that when she first met him, there was just evil in his eyes. Both Norma and Tina have never heard from Wolfenbarger again after Melissa's disappearance. Melissa had left her husband the summer before she disappeared, according to her sister, after saying her husband hit her and dragged her by the hair down a sidewalk. So the consistency. But when Wolfenbarger went in front of the judge, he asked the judge to let him talk to her alone, and she went back to him, her sister said. Consistency. Norma told Independent she hopes Melissa's story will help other women in domestic violence situations. It's always been a domestic violence issue from day one, Norma said. She had already left because of his abuse. I think she went back to him, but at one point said, I'm going to call mom and I'm going home. And maybe that's when he lost it. You don't know when the final straw was that caused him to do what he did to her, she said. He's the only one who knows the real answers. Norma tearfully told the crowd that she will finally, after all these years, stop watching the news. I don't have to watch the news anymore because we got him, she said. He's in jail, and Lord help me, he stays there. Wolfenbarger, who's currently being held at Fulton County Jail, was indicted by a grand jury on charges of murder and felony murder.
RIP.
Jury selection began on August 12th, and opening statements are expected to begin on August 14th. So there was that. That's a time. One of the articles I opened is a not found. And then what was this one? All right, this is still from 2024, right after the arrest. It looks like the same quotes, though.
This was this, yeah. Oh man, if this comes back guilty, I'm gonna lose it.
People like to have a whodunit.
But like, really, I
Who else? Who else? But
Mike, I can make a much better case for Mike. So they were together, and she was pregnant, and then she said that she was leaving him to go back to her children, and that she's never seen again. I mean, come on.
but we do have some sneaking out of windows stories. They counted 154 days after Melissa's family had last heard from her. Is this the burial plot that Eric Martin Jackson bought?
That's like September.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, there's more on the Carl thing. No, this is the same quote, the let's go get some DNA quote. So they went and got DNA records, finally connecting the dots in March 2003. This is how Melissa Wolfenbarger's family learned that she wasn't missing, she was dead. Tina said her dad helped bring that closure. Let's see. Oh. Let's watch this. Unless it's super long, then I'll link to it. Okay, it's short.
She was so happy and so sweet and so...
Oh.
She was so happy and so sweet and so loving.
Unidentified body parts found on April 29th, 1999 have been identified as being Melissa Wolfenbarger.
I said, oh my God, I just want to cry.
The body was dismembered and disposed of.
Somebody cut her to pieces. How could that happen to her?
Oh, there's the wine.
That's my
They
favorite.
did a
How could that
product
happen to
placement.
her?
Yep, they did.
That's my favorite. She was 16.
Tina Patton reflects on the past.
When I look at that picture, I can see the twinkle in her eye.
When she and Melissa Wolfenbarger were kids.
In her first twirling pageant, she placed third.
Despite a 70-year age difference, the years made no difference at all.
I remember that picture so well. Anywhere I went, she was right behind me.
But one day, Melissa's calls to big sister Tina and the family stopped. Her life story was tragically cut short 25 years ago when this married mother of two went missing in 1999. What was going through your mind when you learned that she was missing?
Where could she be? How is she missing? Where is she?
Less than a mile away from Melissa's home, police were called to Avon Avenue and Hartford Place. April 29th, 1999, a human skull is found.
That's when I knew something was wrong.
No confirmation it was Melissa's remains, but 35 days later, more remains were found hidden in this area. This investigation will continue.
What are those? Are those bags?
Still no sign
it's just like
of Melissa.
tar. It's just tar.
1,369 days, nearly 4 years
he's not in the
later,
right place.
authorities identified those remains belonging to Melissa. Her father connecting the dots from behind bars with a possible DNA hit.
If it hadn't been for my dad being arrested, we wouldn't know that my sister was dead. She was in the morgue for a few years.
Her father is a convicted serial killer sitting in a Georgia prison to this day.
When my dad got arrested, the news wanted to talk to us about my dad. My mom said, okay, you want to talk about him? You got to talk about my daughter that's missing.
Did you guys ever think that maybe Dad was involved?
Oh, no. Dad loved us.
Family members don't believe Patton is a suspect, and neither do investigators with APD or the GBI. How do you live with that every day, knowing that justice has not come for Melissa?
It's hard to live with. That's why I keep talking about it.
If somebody's out there, they're watching, they're like, I know who did it, but they're afraid to come forward. If you can look in that camera, what would you tell them?
It could easily be you.
in my sister's spot. You got to speak up.
I mean,
I'm glad she continued after that first clause.
all right, so that was the end of that article. Oh, and let me hit play over here in case there's... Maybe they'll go home for the day. I wonder if Krause will let them stay late. Or if they'll just go home. We're getting to the 5 o'clock mark. James says, I did it. I did these crimes. Crime. It's only one now. Yeah, I still don't get why they keep saying the dad is the DNA thing. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Kathy have an update? Let me check the chat. Their chat.
There's a host long joke in there.
The camera did just go all bouncy and people are moving.
There is a verdict. There's a verdict. Host long has jury been out? Question mark. Excellent joke.
Yeah, are we all the way sped up?
I can only imagine how much I'll hear from the Nancy Grace crowd if there's a guilty verdict. So.
Oh God, I'm nervous too. I would be sad a little bit about this, the state of anybody that's facing prosecution. If this is all the evidence it takes. Evidence. I don't know. Hilton's head's running back and forth.
Yeah, Hilton head.
Did she stop the clock?
It's funny. I was looking for pictures that I had previously looked at from the crime scene of the meeting between like Love and Trace Sands, Tina, Norma, Cheryl McCollum, and I can't find them. They don't seem to be on the internet anymore.
That's interesting.
It sure is.
It's weird because usually Kathy is like light speed when it comes to posting over on X that there's a verdict in a case. So
yeah.
It's very weird seeing so many not guilties in the law and crime chat. Because if anything, maybe it's close to split. Michael L says 15% of the chat got it wrong and can now go to the Waffle House. Why are you banishing the chat to the Waffle House?
Yeah, that like, I really want to hear more from Waffle Bro. Just like, how did you transition from waffles to bank robbery? What led him to try to commit this bank robbery? What went wrong with the bank robbery? Why at the top of the Waffle House?
So, are you guys actually seeing Court TV with the feed? They weren't live when I looked. Let me just go to their channel and see what they have live. Yeah, I just see 2 hours ago. I don't see anything currently live. They're doing Donna Adelson. I love waffles. I also like pancakes, if you're gonna ask.
Fair.
I feel like, is there actually a verdict? Or is Hilton just running around?
I'm definitely surprised by like the tone of the law and crime chat. There's no Vera or Vera types.
All right, so Alexandra is saying yes verdict, so I mean, I'll trust their mod. Well, hybrid mod gang, mod love all the time. Shout out to Alexandra. Yeah, so you hate pancakes? Oh, I guess I can make this say verdict.
Yeah, maybe they just didn't want to come back on Monday.
Which is
You
also
remember-
kind of scary.
Remember that transcript I showed of it was in the Grant case where the judge was saying it's a Friday afternoon and I'm not going to let the jury come back and review it.
I did forget my robe.
Okay. Here we go.
Sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised that we have a verdict from the jury. I believe that they're going to get my robe, and then I'm going to have the jury come out in just a moment. I just would like to remind the people that are in the courtroom, first of all, you've been very respectful of this entire process, and I very much appreciate that. But I do want to remind you all that I understand that a verdict can be a very emotional, people can have very emotional reactions to verdicts, right? Because we have people here in support of the defendant, we have people here in support of the victim. So I just want to remind you that when I read the verdict, I implore you to please maintain calm, not to shout out. And if you don't feel like you're going to be able to contain your emotions, if you could please step out of the courtroom until you are able to contain your emotions and step back into the courtroom.
I feel like I'd have to step
So
out
with
of the
that, as soon as I
courtroom.
have my robe, we will get started.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Man, I wonder what that feels like.
oh my God. I have a,
Yes, Your Honor.
like,
Okay, may we have the jury,
feeling,
please?
like, rush.
All right, for the jury. Jurors, present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Will the foreperson please stand? Good afternoon, sir. My understanding is that the jury has reached a verdict?
Yes, the jury has reached a verdict.
Okay, and was that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
Okay, and has the verdict been filled in, signed, and dated by you as the foreperson?
Yes.
Okay, will you please hand it to the deputy? And then you may have a seat, sir.
Get Hilton.
Will the defendant please rise? In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, the State of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger, case number 24 SC 004201. Count 1, we the jury find the defendant not guilty. This 22nd day of
I'm so
August
happy.
2025. Will the state and defense counsel please come up and look at the
Oh, I would
verdict
have been
form and
having a
confirm
pissed
that you
off
have no
day.
objection to the form or legality of the verdict?
He's gonna sit there by himself.
Thank you.
And you can't try him again. It's done.
Oh, that's not.
Counsel for the state, counsel for the defense, is there any reason that I cannot release the jury?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Members of the jury, I'm going to take just a quick moment to thank you for your time and for your attention to this process. It was a long 2 weeks, but I appreciate that you were here each day ready to pay attention and to do your job. Thank you very much for deliberating, for being here, and for being willing to serve as a juror to your fellow citizens. I will also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that in just a moment I'm going to release you from further service as a juror in this case. I want to let you know that when you are excused, you are free to go. Enjoy your weekend. I want to let you know that you may be contacted by people about your decision in this case. You're not required to talk to anyone about your decision in this case. You can if you choose to. I often encourage people to, if you're comfortable talking to lawyers about your decision, to do so, because it helps the lawyers understand what motivated you, what was persuasive to you, et cetera. It helps them understand and be better lawyers, right? So I always encourage you, if you're willing to talk to the lawyers that are involved in the case, it's always a helpful process. And so I encourage you to do so if you're comfortable. But if someone contacts you and you tell them you don't want to talk to them, you're not obligated to talk to them. And if someone bothers you or continues to try to talk to you after you've told them no, you need to let my office know, and we will make sure that that person does not continue to bother you, okay?
And the judge will light them on fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I will say is just that if you need any written proof of your service here as jurors, in this case, we're happy to provide you with any written documentation. And if you should have any issues with that, also let my office know and we'll do what we can to assist you. Thank you again for your service. You are excused. Have a good weekend.
All right, you're there.
I am very happy. And I think it's impressive that was a quick turnaround. What do you think about like these Netflix podcast deals?
Oh, I can't wait to see. I don't know if it even happens at this point. But.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Mr. Wolfenbarger, you have been found not guilty of the charges against you in this indictment, and the court therefore adjudges you not guilty of the offenses charged and orders that unless you are being held on some other charges that you be released. Anything else that I need to take up from the defense?
Am I released right now?
I believe you have to be processed through the jail to actually be released to the street. There is paperwork that has to be done. Anything from the state? Okay. This matter is adjourned.
Oh.
That was quick. That was pretty close. That was pretty close on 70 minutes.
Well, it was like an hour 45, maybe hour something. I'm relieved, Chad. That gives me some faith in, like, for others that I feel like cases are brought against them with very weak evidence and evidence sometimes that points more strongly in another direction. And both of those things seem to be common characteristics of Fulton County prosecutions.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing, like, this is going to sound like an I told you so, and it kind of is, but, like, just looking at the state's filings, even, like, pre-trial, this is pretty much what it looked like. You know what I mean? Like, even the pre-trial filings were inconsistent, actually. They were contradictory. It wasn't clear what the timeline was. You know, I've kind of said, like, this case is going to fall apart, but there never really was a case. I mean, I don't think they ever had a theory of the case. I don't think that they ever, you know, had a story that they wanted to tell. You know, what we saw at trial was pretty much what it looked like it was going to be beforehand. And the fact that they brought this prosecution.
No major tip, no new DNA.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing new. There's no, like I said, I don't know what the story is. Like reasonable doubt of what? Like what are they saying happened? It's just, it was never a coherent theory. You know what I mean? That's the shame of it.
I hope maybe like 11 Alive will do an interview and, you know, obviously I'll share those in like a community post or whatever. But this is one of those instances where I'd really like to hear the jury's thoughts more than usual, because I want to hear, how did you get to not guilty? Was it just you think he did it and they didn't have enough evidence? Or is it going to be, why didn't they look at these 10 other people that it could have been? Was it just a reasonable doubt standard, or was it because you think the state had the wrong person?
Yeah, I imagine it'll be a lot of I don't know what happened. But I'm curious to see if there are people who like definitively think it was somebody else, or if they just say, I have no idea what happened. I'd probably be in the I don't know what happened. Yeah.
Maybe Hilton shouldn't have yelled in the closing. Whereas Renee with the prediction, yelling doesn't win cases.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same thing she tried in YSL. It was just, that was the thing I specifically remember was the Chamel drinks. For those of you who don't know, basically there was, the state's theory was directly contradictory to the medical examiner's testimony, their own medical examiner's testimony as to the cause of death. And she was just yelling, like, use your common sense. It couldn't have been this other person. It had to be this. So use your common sense. And I got a lot of that in this case too. It was yelling, appeals to emotion, just kind of generalizations over specifics. Just a lot of the same mistakes as we saw in the YSL case, I think.
I agree, chicken. It's having a platform is a wonderful opportunity to do things, but it's just a little odd to me that this is the case that got all the way forward with nothing new.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
Also, yeah, and also not just the podcast, but like kind of the dual role thing where you have the podcaster who also happens to be active law enforcement. That's bizarre. I've never heard that.
And Keisha, I kind of agree. You know, I don't agree with the line of making this passionate argument and that passion should be what wins you your case, right? That seems like you're using that as a crutch because you don't have enough to win your case. But moving that aside, there are some things that Hilton does a really good job of keeping in her back pocket. I'm not trying to make a Brady joke, but I mean, just tying the storyline together and not showing her cards to give away the full theory. But the point is, they prosecute these cases that the evidence doesn't support what they're saying. But Hilton is really sharp in picking up on small details. And I think I'd be fine seeing that type of dedication or passion.
Yeah.
Either applied correctly as a prosecutor, or as an advocate elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, the case just wasn't there.
I would never. I don't think I'd ever want to do a Netflix interview.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Call Jim.
I get thoughts.
I have thoughts. Hey, hello. I wish I had an effect that could put like stage lights that go like this and flash over your head.
Oh my God.
I get nervous sometimes still sitting on screen. Like it feels like just hanging out with you guys as if we're all in a living room together. But sometimes my hands will feel like they've been clammy.
Yeah.
Just sitting up here. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever want to do Netflix. Not for something like this. Maybe for something to raise more awareness.
Yeah. Like kind of reminds me of one of the first like true crime but innocent. It was the HBO, it was the West Memphis 3 case. That was originally supposed to be a documentary about these 3 guys who were guilty. And then it was halfway through the making of the documentary, they discovered that they were not guilty and became this whole other thing. Like there could be a really interesting Netflix documentary in here, just not about what they thought they were making.
They do a series, but it's a mock trial for each person that should have been a person of interest. It's like an 8-part series.
Yeah. Damien something. Damien Nichols, something like that.
That was, yeah.
He's still in the news. That's still a thing.
I was gonna say I heard something about Eccles recently. I don't remember what. It's just.
Yeah, I think he's trying to. There's DNA testing. I think he's trying to get himself like completely cleared, as opposed to. I don't know, just out of prison.
Oh, but, like a complete exoneration?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I wish Aaron was here. I'm sure Aaron's probably watching Adelson or something, but.
Yeah.
Aaron would know the details. Aaron would know, like, it's to be eligible for post-conviction or whatever the actual argument is. Yeah. Genius, Aaron. I agree here. Non-Honeypot says Mike should have been investigated much more. Like, that, I didn't think she could get pregnant if they didn't have a husband or if he was the husband. I think if he was the husband, they would have hammered on the same thing that they chose to ignore because he wasn't the husband. And I get that being somebody's spouse puts you in close proximity and, crimes typically tend to involve people that you're near. But it's just interesting, the selective filtering that we got from the detectives in this case is really disappointing. And they had 3 of them. And the selectiveness just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
While getting more confident.
Yeah, I mean, that's the timeline's so suspicious for him, because I don't know if this is what they tried to say at trial, but in the pretrial filings, he was the last one to see her. She broke up with him, she dumped him, and then she was never seen again. That's essentially what the timeline is. And that means that he should be the first. I mean, to me, that means he'd be the first suspect. I mean, the ex-boyfriend, as opposed to the ex-husband, who they'd already been like off and on for quite some time at that point. It'd already been, 6 months or so of them being more or less broken up, as opposed to somebody who's freshly been broken up with.
She has a whole other like fling going on at work.
Yeah, and he knew about it. He'd known about it for a while.
And I'm not trying to be weird, but like, if it's like Kitchen Confidential, that might not be the only like relationship she had. Like, there could have been other people besides Mike or whatever that also, if we don't know about them, it's just more people that weren't investigated.
Yeah.
Thank you to Michelle. Michelle says, thanks for spending all day over many days following this case, Kat. Cheers. Stuff like this, it's like the car accident and rubbernecking. A case like this I can't turn away from.
Yeah.
To the point where I'm like waking up in the morning, like I can't wait for the hours to pass so trial can start. So thank you so much, Michelle. Touche is ready for the gospel song. We will play. That will be our outro song before we end up redirecting over to Tay Biz for Mickey Stein's stuff.
Yeah. That case was such a mess. That might be the worst. Do you think that was worse than YSL in terms of evidence? I think it might have been. I guess there's a lot more, like, count by count, you'd have to say, but
I don't think it's comparable, because a lot of the stuff in YSL was relying on things that there were convictions for other reasons, whether through a plea or a trial and now that's just being roped in to get to this RICO count and rope somebody into the trial.
True.
But at the same time, learning a few things here and there about the older cases, the underlying cases that like were the predecessor to the YSL indictment. Some of those looked really shaky. A lot seem to look really shaky. Even on both sides, right? It's not just if YSL is big bad group of people and all of their ops are big bad groups of people, my criticism for Fulton County goes across both areas.
Yeah.
There's cases against the YSL ops that are just as shaky.
Yes, there are. There will be news on those soon.
And one of them, there was just a pretty big overturned conviction.
There will be more.
What do they say about past performance doesn't predict the future?
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, goodness. I think...
So there are definitely appeals coming on both sides, on both the YFN and YSL side, based on what I'm hearing.
Based on what I'm hearing.
People with inside information.
From Bim McIntyre. Shout out to Non Honey Pot for also becoming a member. Hold on, wait, she's here? Hold on.
Oh, Aaron's here.
Aaron, is Aaron in here? Sorry, the chat is really moving. There's a lot of things going on, which is awesome. I love, so they give us the option in the back. We can go and look at a live stream when we're done, and you can actually see points of the stream where activity spikes, and moments like this would be one of them. Or, all of a sudden in the YSL trial, there's a major objection, or they ask to approach and people are screaming about mistrials. All of a sudden the chat spikes. But when that happens, I can't follow. I can't see what's going on in the chat.
I love that thumbnail though. Peace was never an option.
Oh, how can you? I have my screen shrunk, so I can't even see it. Oh yeah, Hogan's investigations. I forgot about that guy. How could I forget? Erin is lost in here. I threw her in the bushes and she wasn't even in the bushes. And I am following the shooting guy, the Judge Mullen, Mickey Steins. You guys know I'm following that, but I'm paying attention more to Tay Biz, who's really covered a ton of the documents, all the pre-trial stuff. had Taya Adams on his show, which a lot more people know Taya's story now because Brian Enton just had her on for an interview. But Tay Biz has been like in the trenches saying something's not right here. So I will be in his audience every time he does something on that case and watching over there. Highly recommend it to everyone. This will redirect to a stream he's doing at 6 p.m. So an hour from now. It's in the description as well. But again, it's a great reminder that Fulton County isn't the only county. Yeah. And that the plea deal, the post-conviction, supervised release, all of these different surrounding areas, it's not just what comes to trial and what the trial outcome is being where the injustice could happen. It could be, we give you a plea deal, we put you on probation, you're out, but now we're forcing you to do like sex acts. Yeah. Because otherwise we're going to take away your probation and you're going to go back into custody.
Yeah. I wonder how this will play into the case. Because, I mean, even if it's true, he still did murder the judge, which is like, it's his whole job to like arrest people and deal with crime, right? Like, I'm curious to see how, you know, assuming it's true, how it plays into the trial.
Jury nullification.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Because, I mean, seems to be like countywide news. And that's the thing, like, this is all happening in the same courthouse. When we watch the hearings, it's the same. Yeah. It's Judge Mullen's courthouse. It's where Mickey Sines worked and called the shots.
Yeah, that was interesting. I was reading some of the appeals. There was I don't know if you remember this, but there was a shooting in the Fulton County courthouse like a decade or so ago. Did you hear about that? Do you remember that? Yeah, there was a guy who
in California, you said, right?
No, in Fulton County.
Well, there was another California case too. Okay.
But yeah, there's in Fulton County, this guy, I can't remember what he was on, but he was being tried for something, and he basically escaped, and he killed a few of the sheriff's deputies and a judge, and I think a court reporter. That he got out, and I think he killed like an ATF agent or something after that. Jeez. But they heard his case in the Fulton County courthouse after that.
That sounds personal. How did he like did he know where the agent lived then? How did he just like?
I think they were like trying to like catch him.
Oh, okay.
But he surrendered. He broke into this woman's apartment, and she like convinced him into surrendering. She just talked him down. This random woman. But there were
that's cool.
Yeah, there were a bunch of appeals with respect to like the death sentence and whether people were too close to the case to be trying the case. But yeah, that was a really interesting set of appeals.
Oh, and Allie B says tears of joy. Right. Oh my God. Sometimes I get nervous when there's like, I really think someone should be not guilty. Yeah. And I'm on screen and I get nervous that it's going to be guilty. And then I'm just stuck up here buffering. Cause I buffer out of like, yay, I think that was the outcome that we should have had. But that's different than just being like, all right, guys, what now? Oh my God.
All I can think about is like, what if they found him guilty? And then I'm not even like happy that they found him not guilty, that I think they got it right. I'm just like relieved.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how they feel.
I think the bigger deal would have been if we were up here watching the verdict for YSL. And thank God she read the verdict the way she did, because it could have been a long reading. She's just like, whoa, not guilty except this one thing. And we're out of here. But man, can you imagine all of us sitting here watching that verdict come in for YSL if it went the other way?
You know what? I was thinking about this I was doing my Rice Street thing. So Yak was stabbed on Sunday night, and he was found innocent on that Monday. Remember, his not guilty was signed on the Monday, then Shannon's was on the Tuesday. So he was like 12 hours away from not making it. How close he came to not living to see his own exoneration. And every time there's somebody in Rice Street, like Wolfenbarger, I think about that.
Yeah, and I gotta wonder, like, what his treatment's like in there. Because they wouldn't even let him clip his hair the first day of trial. The defense attorneys raised an issue and said, hey, this must be whatever. And the judge is like, yeah, and I put out a grooming order.
I think Judge Crest was very unhappy about that.
I think she was unhappy about a lot going on in this case.
it's like the defense or the state was treating it like she had asked them to provide him the grooming, or that she had respectfully requested them to provide him the grooming. That's not what happened. She ordered them. It wasn't an ask, and I think
it's like, oh, just treat him well, give him special things that he's not entitled to. And there was like a little bit of confusion in the chat, like people thought I was casting aspersions on the way his hair looked on day one, and that's not what I'm trying to get at. It's just appearances make a difference.
Yeah.
When you're sitting on trial, the facial expressions that you make. Think of the Karen Reed trial and like the freeze frames of her face still. The way that like the people that are against Karen Reed's acquittal will use her face to say she's guilty.
if I'm ever on trial for anything,
I'm over. I'm over. Oh, my goodness. My facial expressions will do me in.
I thought it looked good with the hair the way it was on the first day. I kind of liked it better actually. Not that that has anything to do with anything, but
It was more casual.
yeah, I like day one hair.
Day one hair.
Day one hair was good.
Oh, goodness. And for always, forever, for life, it was not guilty. Yes, and Doug, not guilty. Doug, how did you miss it? Of all people. I feel like Doug was here all day. And then he misses the verdict. And a nice little yay. Doug, if you want to pop up, I'll drop you a link. We're going to be wrapping this up in a bit, but if you... And I'm saying that because you don't need to commit to too much time. Drop you a link on X, but no pressure.
That was...
I don't know how Doug has so much time in a day. Just always working. This case or another case?
I mean, you're right. I was talking about this case, but I mean,
all of them.
There's so many moving. It's not. In many ways, it's not a complicated case, but also it is just because, like, in theory, like if you had solved this case, it would have been a really simple case, right? Like, say, but it was.
You find a house with luminol where you could say Melissa was at that property, and
yeah.
Well, you don't find a house with luminol. You use luminol and find something in a house. You guys know what I mean. Trying to expedite my sentence. Yeah, and Doug had good readings on the jury.
Yeah, he did.
Which was really cool, because we were like, oh, we wish we had someone in the jury, and all of a sudden, Doug is there.
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear, like you said, like what their rationale was, whether it was like actually innocent or I have no idea what's going on, or both.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a more than 50% chance that he's actually innocent in this one.
Yeah.
So, and that really isn't the question, of course, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean, to me, it was like the motives just kind of fall flat, just because they really had been broken up for some time at that point. And the motives seem to be mostly crimes of passion, but the timing just doesn't really make sense to me for those.
Let me see real quick. I'm gonna pull something up on screen. How do I get us going again? Post from Cheryl McCullum. Christopher Wolfenbarger's has been found not guilty.
Oh, hold on. I gotta pull that up so I can say something.
Oh, what? How? This is what the reaction I would expect from people reading the news articles that we were looking at like an hour ago. This is understandable if you looked at the news articles. That's shocking. What trial did the jury see? I want to write the trial. But there you go, chat.
Yeah, that's like, what did they see? What?
Oh, touche. So I will ask him if he comes up. But also he said, for your question about under what circumstances would you object or approach during opening or closing, He said like it would be limited. It would not be something he'd be ready, willing to do, and he would ask to approach. So he did answer in chat. Did you pop out and come back in? I read it, right? But if he pops up, we'll ask again and he can... It's different. It's different to hear things.
I'm just scrolling through Twitter. I mean, there's literally no evidence of a weapon, Judge Krause.
I
really
my
thought-
screen says someone's typing a comment. Is that you?
Yeah, I really thought there was a shot of a directed verdict on the murder count.
Imagine if they argued venue more in the motion for directed verdict. Maybe they did. I don't think I remember it.
Yeah, the thing is, if you win directed verdict on venue, there's no double jeopardy. So you don't really want to argue it then.
Smart. That's actually a really cool thing. I never knew that.
I didn't know anything about venue until like yesterday or the day before, whenever I started talking about it.
Now you're going to see it everywhere. You're going to be like, venue. Is there a venue issue?
Yeah, it's funny. There was a Supreme Court case like 2 months ago, and they said it rarely comes up because usually, like, you know, like somebody's killed, you know where somebody's killed, so it's not a big deal. But there have been a few cases like this, or like Doug's case, the Custodis, where you don't know where the crime happens, and you can allege venue based on where you find the body, but you just have to do it. And the Supreme Court was getting mad at people for not like just taking 30 seconds to think about venue and saying
and you have to ask for a charge, like an instruction on it.
Yeah. But like technically they had to prove that the murder happened in Fulton County, even though she was last seen in DeKalb County. And the whole theory was that she was transported after death. So.
All right, so Court TV.
You know, I got something to say about Court TV.
They're just asking, what do you think? There aren't really... Somebody asked for a Grok recap. That's the only comment I see so far. Oh, but let's see what Grok thinks of the case. So Grok says, Wolfenbarger 21, daughter of serial killer Carl Patton, disappearance in late 1998 disappeared after filing a protective order against husband Christopher. Her dismembered remains were found in trash bags in 1999 near his workplace, identified in 2003. Christopher was arrested in 2024, charged with murder. Trial evidence was circumstantial, including abuse history. Jury found him not guilty on August 22nd after quick deliberations. So.
I mean, like, I can't. It's just, it makes no sense. I would love to know what made them arrest him on that day. What was the thing? The Netflix deal, probably.
Yeah, and did they have, like, crews outside to record all that? Yeah, I think they got it right. Yeah, Court TV's probably punching the air thinking what they're supposed to do with the documentary. I mean, but I would imagine that Norma and Tina probably still be fine talking about it, and there's an audience for that. There's an audience that will continue to watch, so... Yep, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Oh, man. I get Court TV.
Aw, Touche got stuck on a call.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked too closely at Court TV coverage, like their non like anything, their actual programming other than streaming. And this was terrible. I mean, it was really bad in this case in particular. I don't know if other cases are like this, but just basic facts were just completely wrong. It was abysmal. Except for Josh Schiffer, who I love, but everybody else.
But he'll call it, I feel like he'll call it both sides. And he's usually, sometimes when he's pessimistic, it's more of a, that's just not going to fly. It's not even really a reflection of his personal takes on a case. He's just like, a judge isn't going to allow that, or good luck. And I think that's just honest.
Yeah. And also, okay, the last thing was, I've kind of talked about this a few times, but how the passage of time, everyone was saying at the outset that the passage of time was going to make it harder for the state. But it really seemed like they were just relying on that to kind of fill in the cracks. Like they had no case and they're saying, oh, well, we don't know the exact timeline, but a lot of time has passed. We don't know this, we don't know that, but a lot of time has passed. And it really seemed like they were using it as a weapon, even more effectively than the defense was able to. And
The limitless possibilities.
I hope Nancy Grace is mad. I hope she's so upset. I hope she's just stomping around her kitchen, just screaming angrily. She's such a joke. She's such a clown. I can't believe people take her seriously. She doesn't have... No, I'm not going to put that. She's just fun. She's a bad person. She's a bad person who loves... She's giddy when these things happen. There's nobody who's happier to see a murder than Nancy Grace.
Well, and then the Carl Patton letter where he's super excited that Cheryl's gonna be at Nancy Grace's level. Like the idea of someone that wears many hats, crime scene investigator, also being on Nancy Grace's level of a platform is...
Yeah, we need to have a talk about that too. Why is there active law enforcement, employed as law enforcement, why do they have a podcast where they're talking about pending cases? That's a problem. That's jury. I mean, talk about changing the jury.
I'm going to retweet your old thing about the passage of time. Yeah, I don't see that many. Obviously, my feed is going to feed me you guys, right? I'm kind of in my own community, my own bubble over on X right now. But everybody's saying they got it right. And then wait, let me share this reaction on Law and Crime. I think you guys will appreciate it. Let me pull it up. Is it this one? All right, so they have the news, and then let's see, Joe Exotic, this Joe Exotic account, not the Joe Exotic, but it says Fulton County down bad. Very good, very good. Oh man. Gotta love
GSU
it.
Grinding said the bad part is there is an acquittal within 1 hour in a murder case and 0 lessons will be learned from it in that office.
Yeah, 0 lessons. Maybe negative lessons, like they're gonna try harder and do worse even next time. Just crazy. Free Joe Exotic. I saw something recently with him. I think Lauren Conlin. I gotta go and look. It like so sometimes, guys, it'll be like 3 a.m. I'll be scrolling and I'll be about to drop my phone on my face falling asleep, but I'm catching up on these news stories and they just live as little blips. But I think I recently saw something about Joe Exotic in his case. So forgot about that. That was like the thing during COVID, because didn't that happen? That all came out like the first months of lockdown. You opened Twitter, there was not a soul that wasn't talking about that show.
Carol Baskin.
Well, and the employee that lost their limb but still worked there.
Yeah. She was she was down. She was. If I lose a limb being a lawyer, I'm getting out the game. Oh, look at the Bruce Harvey thumbnail.
Wait, you pulled what?
The Honorable Josiah, the thumbnail that you just posted, that's Bruce Harvey with his Porsche.
Oh. When you pulled out your see, I never knew that because I can't see from the way I have my screen when I'm streaming. Oh my god, it is.
Yeah, that's from actually my most my most viewed tweets for the longest time were just Bruce Harvey thirst traps, and I was low key like super salty about it. I posted a bunch of pictures like this, and they got like 10 times more views than any other thing that I had actually ever written.
I'm definitely looking forward to a statement from Fani. Everybody roleplay in the chat as Fani giving a statement about this case. Aaron says, sometimes the jury gets it wrong.
If you want
Jeannie said that's when she started following you.
Yeah, that checks out. Oh man.
That's cool. Mixed chick went to the, and that's all Florida too. I went to a place, Single Vision. It was such a good time. I'll try to find videos of when I was playing with baby bears. They were little terrors. They were trying to steal our car keys, and they were very scratchy, even though they were like, I don't know, they were like this. They were long when they stretched out their arms, but if they were standing, they were tiny. I feel like Amber Heard changing the size of her dog, trying to describe the size of these bears. But yeah, Single Vision, they have that type of thing going on too, with like the bears and the tigers, and it was cool to go.
Andrew Fleischman's on a roll right now. I love it.
Oh, let's pull. I actually have him open from something earlier. Oh, I opened a reply from him. Let's see what let's go look at attorneys besides Jim react to the verdict. So this was earlier. This is what I had open still. It says, why was the last 30 minutes of closing an almost inaudible audio file?
Seriously.
Can't give that a little structure for those people.
I couldn't hear it. I couldn't understand it.
And guys, that's a great example of like, I'll have something open ready to reply to it and then just don't do it. And I'm sorry. Sorry. I'll forget to go back later.
Oh,
all
this
right,
one's
so
funny.
well, it looks like another acquittal in a high-profile Fulton County murder case. Did they do a good job? No. But did they try their best? I hope not. And that's a Fonny reference too, right?
I think so.
Like
Yeah, that's...
the letter she wrote to love.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, we have Donovan Thomas, Shemel Drakes, and now Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Yeah, DeLaw says Fonny's going to say we need to get new judges. Creed says, the time let the slimy defense lawyer sway the judge into taking the opportunity of the jury to decide one of the pivotal counts at the 11th hour, instead taking it upon herself to decide the case. And this is why we need to watch trials, because so many people have probably learned how directed verdicts, well, not how, but that they exist at all. Like, just an awareness of the basic process and rights, that statements that this could be a statement I could see coming out from a prosecution team. Taking it for granted and expecting the public to not know that it works a different way than being represented.
Yeah, it's wild that, I mean, directed verdicts never happened, but like now they kind of do, thanks to Fulton County, because we've seen like
please
5 of them now.
That. Please tweet that.
How many were there in YSL? There's, I think, like 4 or 5 in YSL, and there's 1 here.
It's like, you know what hasn't gone down? The crime rate. You know what has gone up? You know it's doubled? The amount of directed verdicts granted.
And like, it's not like she really didn't want to give a directed verdict, but it's just like, you have, what did Keith Adams say? There is no evidence. Yeah.
Moses says the jury doesn't care about humanity, rainbows, bunny rabbits, or gospel music. Michelle says, Dear Diary, I think the county's catching on to me. Funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is self-inflicted. Yeah, self-inflicted errors. I mean, you didn't need to bring this case. You didn't have to.
Yeah, and they had 20 years to decide it was a bad idea to bring it, and it just...
Yeah, that's the other thing that's similar to YSL is, what's his face? The prior DA. I'm blanking on his name right now. But he clearly, he had the opportunity to bring this case and he chose not to.
Ugh, hot mess.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a verdict already. It's not guilty. Not guilty. So, acquittal for Christopher Wolfenbarger. Andrew continues, they went after a man who was almost certainly innocent for dumb reasons, and now we're about an hour away from their press release smearing him. Oh, this is a prediction. This is...
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be the case. I'm sure in the press release, Fonny will be saying that Fulton County is simultaneously the safest and most dangerous place in the entire world.
Let's see what other. Let's go home and see what pops up. Zanessa says, so the serial killer pair. This is 7 hours ago, but still, keep the children, the kids locked up and chained rooms, fed them birth control against their will, and somehow they're not the prime suspects for this murder.
I think I need to retweet myself real quick. Gonna go back about a week or so.
And again, these are older still. So the main lesson from this case is how little evidence you need to make something a jury question. The state has 1, a murder, 2, a defendant with arguable motive, and 3, an arguable DV history. That's really it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shadow, we're going to be watching this over soon, 30 minutes from now. We'll redirect over there.
Yes.
GSU says, did they get credit for fighting the fight against overwhelming odds? Also, no. Lexi already has the recap going. Speed Demon. Jamie says, where's the evidence? You can't just pull it out of the air, quoting Hilton's closing argument in a case that literally lacks evidence. You guys are having a time over here. Okay, there's more comments now, guys. So let's see. Yes, they got it right. Shout out to Taco Tuesday. Roger Doctor. But I always read this as Roger Doctor, but it's really Roger. When the defendant is like the 5th most likely person to have done it, you get not guilty.
Seriously.
If ever there was a case of reasonable doubt, this one is it. So much time has passed in the Wolfenbarger case, I can understand the verdict, but I still think he did it. And I think this is fair. This is still an acknowledgement, evidence, burden. Respect the jury's verdict. He got lucky. Wonder who the jury thinks did do it. They got it right. They got this wrong. No, they did not. We have eyeballs. We have a WTF. What? This is just like a stray. It says, your guess was appalling. Gene Rossi had no clue what he was talking about. He was referencing a completely different case. Why did the anchors not correct him?
I wonder if you're just thinking you're talking about like Custodius or something.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, someone else says it too. When the analyst is going on and on about the wrong trial, why don't you stop him? The guy would probably appreciate it too. Oh my God, I know I would. What a time. The eat shit Bolton. Let's see. Got Lexi saying not guilty. What? So GSU says, if any of my non-Southern friends are ever in my neck of the woods, I'll buy your Waffle House to correct this if you've never been to a Waffle House. Let's see. Oh, this one too. This case should have never been brought, but it's Fulton County, so... Christopher Wolfenbarger, not guilty. At least the jury were smart enough to see this case shouldn't have been brought. There we go. And again, this is my own feed, so it's curating to me, but still, fun to see the reactions. What am I covering next? I'm probably just going to be going back to smaller streams or little videos on one-off, like, post-conviction stories or judges snapping at, I don't even want to just say prosecutors or whatever, attorneys that are using AI, those little things. Definitely going to do Courtney Clenny. If a case of interest pops up, we'll coordinate a live stream, but I've got some like work to catch up on. I'm not doing very well with this streaming from 9 to 5 and then trying to work from when I leave a stream, staying up till like 1 in the morning. It has not been working for me. It worked for YSL and I don't know how, but, okay, wait, I'm going back up. Is Chris going to be safe? No one wants to address that. Norma isn't going to let this go. Yeah, I don't know. If I were Chris, I would have a hidey hole in my house. And I would have firearms at the ready.
Yep.
That's one good reason to have a hiding spot. Oh, man. I wouldn't feel safe, and not everybody can move. And it's for what it's worth. It doesn't seem like, the kids are older. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up for you too, Hal, because you said you're proud of it. Oh yeah. Okay. What case file? So this is how it reads. Because at the end of the day, who cares what I think? But if I have Nancy Grace, Joseph Scott Morgan, and Dr. Angie Arnold telling me it's Wolfenbarger, McCullum said, and they've done their own independent research, they've looked at the case file. What case file? By themselves. I will stake my reputation on it. Oh, this is better now, looking at it now.
I would love to know what case file she's talking about.
Goodness.
Because that has to be turned over in discovery, and I'm 99% sure it wasn't. Because she's law enforcement, it's within the state's custody and control, possession, custody, or control, as are all of her communications. So those all need to be turned over. And I have my doubts about whether they were.
It'll be an ongoing question for whatever cases surround Mac, the podcast, or I guess even like Nancy Grace, Joseph Scott Morgan, and Dr. Angie Arnold.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's that new cold case that was charged this week or last week or whatever it was. And she did
I get that was covered, but I feel like there could be the potential where they have a trail of the identity information.
Yeah, that seems like a stronger case for sure. But she did a podcast on it like a couple months ago where they said they changed the names, but they kept the first name the same. So they released like all the case details on the podcast. Just for no apparent reason. I don't know. I think they had no evidence behind them. It's close. I don't think it technically is. Because it's the defense. You're saying the defense's assertions don't have evidence. But I think the whole closing in general came awfully close to burden shifting.
Well, I would say on the flip side, and maybe at some point you want to raise the objection, that way you can use it later on, you can preserve the issue. But my reaction hearing certain things in the chat, and of course a lot of us already felt like we were hoping for an acquittal. We thought it was the right decision before closing statements started. But when someone's sitting there saying things like, the defense doesn't have evidence, all of us, I'd say like 90% of us in here are like, it's not their job. It's not their job to do that. And the juries could also be reacting the same way. So the burden shifting, they shouldn't do it. And doing it could have been to their own demise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the thing is like storytelling. Like you're supposed to tell a story. And that's true for civil litigation too. You're trying to tell a story, and I just don't even know what the story is supposed to be. Like setting aside like beyond a reasonable doubt or not, I don't even know what the story was. I still don't.
Well, and they changed it in closing arguments. So, I mean, I just don't get it. And then the news story now saying that, it related to the TPO. Then they said it was a holiday thing because they found out someone could have been pregnant and he got mad about it. Then he was worried that she was going to go to California and take the kids. Like, that all sounds like fodder for a defense attorney.
Yeah. They're better off just picking one.
Why would you want to lean into someone taking the kids away when Norma's the one that seems to not want anyone to get away from her?
Yeah. Especially since, like you said, I mean, she wasn't even allowed to take the kids to California.
And how would she? Didn't she not even have a car? Like, I don't understand. We didn't really get too much. The state didn't try to investigate what she was doing in the time frame. They just assumed that she was already gone or under. It was more beneficial for them not to try to find out any information.
Yeah, I will say that the APD was not at its I almost said apex. They weren't at their best in this specific time period. Late 90s, early 2000s was not their best.
When like I know there's always a best and a worst, but it seems like that shouldn't even apply here.
Yeah.
They just are, was, were. There's no better moment in time for them.
Yeah,
And I
there's.
think you mentioned earlier about a week filing for Munktunk.
Yeah, we have an appeal coming.
You know, I never know to put you on the spot and say, are you going to stream about your own thing? But of course, if you are, can you let us know if you think you will?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing nothing new. It's just we got our appeal docketed on, I think, the 5th. No, that's not right. The 15th, 14th. I don't know. And yeah, we have to file our appeal in, I think, like a week or a week and a half. So that'll be filed soon. It's not going to be a lot of new stuff. It's basically just reiterating prior arguments. There'll be some new stuff in there, though. Don't want to get too much into it, but
I'll read it again because I'll forget. Like, some of the stuff is still too complicated for me conceptually to digest and remember. I can like digest it in the moment, but I have to keep reinforcing it to learn it so I can actually store it and recall it later sensibly with reasonable sense.
Yeah, once we file the appeal, I can come on and talk about it. But hopefully this works, and this could end up voiding like his entire conviction. So we could have to restart the clock of days that this case has been running.
The YSL trial.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, what would that look like if it's vacated? I mean, would they have to decide to?
Yeah, I want to start back from square one.
Do you think the county would panic if that was the case?
I hope so. I mean, no, I think they'd probably try to do some kind of plea deal, something recreating the original plea deal, but
because it would just be spending more money on a case that they've already gotten a ton of criticism for dragging on as long as it went. And if they could let the case go on, it would just be a reminder every time there was a story about it that they still couldn't close out that case.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be filing a motion to dismiss for misconduct without question. I think we'd probably win, to be honest with you. I mean, virtually every amendment of the Constitution has been violated in Munktunk's case. I mean, 5th, 6th, 8th, 14th, all of them, in one way or another.
Besides Munktunk stuff, any ideas what you want to go rant next about? The rant channel with Hal.
There'll be an announcement soon. There's another one very soon.
Okay.
Like possibly.
Well, I'm excited. Guys, I'll drop
like,
his link again. Make sure you are following over on YouTube. You should also be following him over on X. I think you have a lot more people following over on X that still don't realize you have a channel where they can watch you rant in real time and chat about it.
I think this coming week there will be an announcement that will surprise people. It has not been foreshadowed. I think people will be amused by this one.
Look at him. He's ready. He's like, please hurry up.
It's been done. I've been done with it for so long that I've been like trying to get it like the last step done. And it seems like it's finally gonna happen. So I'm really excited about this one.
Let's see. Touche, thanks here for the 5. It says with so many potential jurors watching trials and getting knowledge of the rules, attorneys on both need to learn that their old tricks won't work. And I agree. Like, you've got more and more people learning, I think, because of interest in high profile cases. It's one thing to hear an attorney say what reasonable doubt is in an opening and closing argument, but if you already go into it thinking that that's the burden, it feels like a stronger reinforcement.
Yeah.
And I would say too, there was an attorney that thought the cross-examination of Shepard was a horrible cross-examination. Because Shepard was going on and on about the giving long answers. And I was a little confused. I could understand, control the witness, but if he controlled Shepard in that exchange, we wouldn't have had Shepard's long, winding, meandering answers that made him look like a bumbling buffoon that would say anything to help the state.
Yeah, I agree with BSU on that one. Like, sometimes rambling and meandering and nonsensical. If someone's just like yelling at the moon like a crazy person, just let them yell at the moon like a crazy person. Like they're not going to be credible. I thought letting them go on was good.
Yeah, me too. But it was, I think that's the tradition, like classically trained. The different opinion was, I've been doing criminal law. I've been a criminal defense attorney for 50 years, decades, that he said. And what I would have done was keep it to yes or no questions, no run-ons. And he said that the point of that would be, the jury already knows that cops lie. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. And when you get used to the idea that cops lie, well, now you need to make them look so ridiculous, because people still sit on a jury and want to get justice for victims. So if you expect them to just think that cops are liars and can't trust them, and you make that argument in closing, it could fall on deaf ears, because we're so used to hearing it that we're now jaded to that message.
Yeah, and it wasn't just lying. It was like insulting their intelligence. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Oh, the rain.
Like intermittent mist is, I mean, come on. That was the dumb, like, you have to think the jury's stupid like that. It's just, come on.
I tried to do this earlier, but I was too slow at it. When we were showing the press conference, I was going to sit here like this.
Oh man, I'm wondering who's going to have the first interview, the first juror interview. They're usually right around now. I'm excited to see if we have one today.
I mean, I'll be looking for them and I'll share. I'm looking for a Fulton County press statement or conference. I'll look at articles and see if maybe there's a video. But guys, we are going to wrap it up.
Yes.
Guys, again, go follow Jim. His channel's great. Tons of rants, great chat. You'll see all the familiar faces over there. This is going to redirect us over to Tay-Biz, who's going to go live in 12 minutes. We're going to close with the song, though. So we'll have the song, then we'll redirect. And Paulette is sponsoring the redirect here. Thank you, Paulette. Says, just heard the song. Wow, I love it. Definitely can't rule it out. Thanks, Jim, for joining up. Especially you jumped on when they were doing the jury instructions, which is just kind of a boring thing. But it got more fun after they got to go to deliberations. Any final words?
No, I don't know. I mean, this is what you get. It was bad. It was bad at the beginning. It was bad during. It was bad after. And I guess the last thing would be like, this guy's been a year in my street, which is hell on earth. And that's a year of time that I'll never get back. And I can only imagine what he's been through in the year. He didn't get bond, no bond, even though there's virtually no evidence. So he has been punished a tremendous amount, even the year that we've been waiting.
Yeah, I think it's crazy to not get bond when it's not like you haven't made it 25 years without killing somebody else or harming somebody else.
Yeah,
but
he had 25 years to flee, and he didn't. But now all of a sudden, you're already just going to flee. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Lots of love for you in the chat, too. Wholesome up there. Who said 2 hours? Oh, deliberations are 2 hours. I was going to say 10 minutes for Tay-Biz. And then, so if you just popped in, guys, people are still popping in. It was not guilty. Not guilty. So there we go. All right, Jim, I'm going to kick us off the screen.
Sounds good.
You can hop out, and we're going to get this. I hope I did it right. Yeah, all right, we're going to get the outro song. See you guys over at Tay-Biz's channel. Bye, everybody.
Objection. You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From source to letters, they got no trace. Objection, you're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. fights in July. TPO dismissed, and they never asked why. Action glass saw, borrowed or stole, but no proof at all, just a story they told. Waffle House nights, Brookline Street, torso missing, but they call it complete. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Doubt, doubt. Every path's open, they're throwing it wide. Can't rule it out. When the facts don't align, objection rising, cross on the stand. Every new theory slipping out of their hand. Christmas dinner missed, jail in the fall. 30 cops stormed in, but no answers at all. Paint chips, fibers, DNA won't stick. They're dancing around the truth, playing legal tricks. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. From source to cars, they're spinning it out. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. From letters to souls, from cars to tools, theories on theories, rewriting the rules. If every path's open, then none of them prove. Reasonable doubt is the courtroom groove. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it proud. State's got no limit, but the truth still stout. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Can't rule it out.